Chapter 946. Gun Yinji drove her custom-made Ferrari and sped away from the Hipingli precinct towards the B University campus. She had familiarized herself with this road after driving for a week because it was too short. If there were no traffic jams, she could reach the campus in 10 minutes. It was only past 7 in the morning, so there weren't many cars and pedestrians on the road. However, Gun Yinji didn't take her usual route today. Instead, she drove onto the highway. At this time, most of the vehicles on the highway were 18-wheeler trucks. Most of them were fuel trucks, and there were very few private cars. Gun Yinji circled the highway before getting off. As expected, the car following her messed up and almost lost her a few times. However, Gun Yinji's intention wasn't to lose them. Therefore, when she slowed down, the bright red Ferrari was easily recognizable, and the people behind her caught up again. Gun Yinji quickly got off the highway and entered the school gates to begin the day's exams. For the next 3 days, her whereabouts didn't change. She maintained the same frequency. Friday was the last day of written exams, and Saturday at 8 in the morning would be the time for her graduation thesis defense. On Friday night, Ishihara Taro sat in the study of his apartment in the third ring road of the imperial capital and conducted his last calculations. 4 large screens were lined up in front of him, and they were filled with densely packed formulas and numbers. Ishihara Wakashi walked in slowly and stood in front of his desk with the support of his walking stick. He asked him with a serious expression, "Is everything ready?" Ishihara Taro didn't even look up from the computer and only replied, "Hey, grandfather, please take a seat. I'll talk to you after I'm done with the last part of the calculations. You do what you need to do. Don't mind me." Ishihara Wakashi raised his hand. He didn't sit down but stood in front of a family photo in Ishihara Taro's study, lost in thought. There were 5 people in the photo: Ishihara Wakashi, Ishihara Wakashi's wife, and their son, Ishihara Bai-san. Their daughter-in-law was also holding a small baby in her arms. It was Ishihara Taro. It was originally a harmonious family of 5, but now only the grandfather and grandson remained. Ishihara Wakashi looked at the photo and said in a low voice, "Taro, you must avenge your father. The entire Gu family deserves to die." Hey, Ishihara Taro thought of his father, who had committed seppuku, and his heart tightened. The mouse in his hand was almost imprinted with 5 fingerprints. Although your father can't compare to Gu Xiangwen, it doesn't matter. Gu Xiangwen has only lived for more than 10 years. Ishihara Wakashi laughed coldly. And his daughter. In short, no one from the Gu family can be left alive. Hey, Ishihara Taro finally finished his last calculation. Ishihara Taro heaved a sigh of relief as he looked at the combination of the best route and random events that appeared on the screen. An arrogant smile appeared on his handsome face. "Grandfather, I can guarantee that Gun Yinji will die a horrible death in front of us this time." Ishihara Taro clicked the mouse and closed the program and computer before raising his head. Ishihara Wakashi suddenly turned around, a fanatical expression on his face. "Can you guarantee it?" "Absolutely." Ishihara Taro clapped his hands and stood up. "Grandfather, I won't let Gun Yinji have the chance to do her graduation thesis defense either. She'll never get her master's degree. Never." He wanted to surpass Gun Yinji in all aspects, including but not limited to education, grades, degrees, and prestigious schools. Ishihara Wakashi nodded vigorously. "Good, but remember to keep your hands clean. Don't attract the attention of the Huaxia Empire's Special Operations Forces. Although Gun Yinji broke up with Huaxiaong, they will still protect her within the Huaxia Empire. Have you considered this?" "Of course." Ishihara Taro nodded. "The elites of the Tokyo Secret Service gave us a lot of information. Huaxiaong does have people protecting Gun Yinji in secret, but so what?" He spread his hands. "Won't I still watch her die?" Ishihara Wakashi seemed to see Gun Yinji die a horrible death in front of him. He couldn't help licking his cracked lips and said regretfully, "Unfortunately, I can't see it with my own eyes. I'll take a video. Grandfather can enjoy it when the time comes." Ishihara Taro smiled and snapped his fingers. He looked very satisfied. Ishihara Wakashi laughed loudly. Then remember to finish it quickly. I'll wait for you at the airport. Come meet me at the airport after you're done taking the video. After they killed Gunyenji, they had to leave the Xia Empire immediately. No one knew how the other party would take revenge on them, so it was better to be careful. Although Ishihara Taro was sure that the other party couldn't produce legal evidence to sue him, what if the other party didn't play by the rules and didn't use legal means? If he really angered Huashaoheng in their territory, they could kill him as easily as crushing an ant. He wasn't worried at all that the other party would use non-legal means to deal with him when he killed those people before. But if he killed Gunyenji, the situation would be different. Ishihara Taro instinctively felt that this was the last job he would do in the Huaxia Empire. Otherwise, he would probably lose his life there. The weather was not good on Saturday morning. The clouds were dark and thick, and it looked like it was going to snow. But it couldn't fall. The layers of dark clouds seemed to be hanging over people's heads. Gunyenji woke up at 5 to prepare for her thesis defense at 8 in the morning. She knew that there would be a tough battle to fight today. After washing up and eating breakfast as usual, Gunyenji sat in front of the dressing table and carefully tied her seaweed-like hair into a bun. Then, she put on sunglasses, a scarf, and a mask. She tied thick pads on her knees and wrists. She carried her school bag and left the Hipingli apartment in full gear. When the elevator went down to the basement parking lot, a few men looked at her and whistled. Gunyenji pretended not to hear them and walked to her bright red sports car as if no one was around. She opened the door and got in. The car lights flashed twice in the dark garage. The two men in front of her instinctively raised their arms to shield their eyes. Gunyenji curled her lips slightly and slammed on the accelerator. The custom-made Ferrari sports car, with excellent performance, flew forward like lightning. In the underground garage, he followed the winding path to the surface. Gunyenji squinted her eyes. Her eyes behind the sunglasses were full of excitement. Both her hands were on the steering wheel, and she was almost trembling. She drove the car out of the Hipingli apartment complex and came to the small road in front of the entrance. Ishihara Taro, who had been waiting there for a long time, was sitting in a black Mercedes-Benz on the side of the road. Through the dark-tinted windows, Ishihara Taro could only feel the red sports car whizzing past him like the wind. He looked at the direction in which the sports car had disappeared and nodded. He lowered his voice and said, "Follow it. This is the second monthly vote of 1,500-plus chapters delivered. It's a new month. I'm looking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. The third chapter at 7 p.m. P.S. Congratulations to _Singh for becoming the 21st leader of Hello Major General. Of course, there will be more chapters to celebrate. Don't worry, leader. I've written it all down in my notebook. The notebook is getting thicker and thicker." Chapter 947. Gunyenji's custom-made red Ferrari was like a beautiful scenery in the dark winter morning. It was still early, and the capital was still in a deep sleep. There weren't many cars or pedestrians on the streets. There were only a few breakfast shops that had just opened for business. Gunyenji drove her sports car past the restaurant that she was familiar with. As usual, she stopped to buy breakfast and quickly ate in the car. Ishihara Taro didn't follow behind Gunyenji's car. Instead, he quickly took a shortcut and drove directly to the entrance of the highway. Near the junction at the entrance of the highway was a small long-distance truck parking lot. It was a place where cheap hotels and fast food restaurants gathered. It was specially made for long-distance truck drivers to rest and eat. After they ate and drank their fill, they would drive their 18-wheeler trucks and line up to enter the highway from there. Because most of them were long-distance drivers, almost all of the drivers here were exhausted. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they could only rely on cigarettes, strong tea, or black coffee, as well as some drinks that contain illegal drugs to keep them awake. Ishihara Taro's Mercedes-Benz drove in and asked the driver to buy him some fast food while he walked around the area. It wasn't the first time he had been here. It was just that he drove a different car every time, dressed differently, and even wore sunglasses. Therefore, no one could recognize that he was the same person. The driver returned with breakfast, and Ishihara Taro followed him into the car. He casually looked at the bag of breakfast and threw it aside. He wouldn't eat anything here. Let's go. Get on the highway, Ishiharataro instructed quietly. The driver stepped on the accelerator and drove out of the service area. They happened to pass by the area where long-distance trucks were parked for repairs. Not far away, an 18-wheeler truck seemed to have a problem with its wheel, and the driver was using a jack to change the wheel. In such a place where long-distance trucks gathered, changing the wheel was a very common sight. A middle-aged woman working in the parking area hurried over with a bucket of water. Ishiharataro looked at his watch and silently said, "Time's up." He stretched his pale and slender wrist out of the Mercedes-Benz and flicked out a shiny gold coin. The middle-aged woman carrying the bucket only saw a flash of gold light before her eyes. She instinctively took a step back and swung the bucket in front of her. The water in the bucket suddenly poured down, drenching the driver who was changing a tire not far from her. No one would be magnanimous enough to remain indifferent after being doused with a bucket of cold water in winter. The driver's hand slipped, the wrench came loose, and the tire was not fastened so tightly. But he didn't notice it at all. Instead, he raised his arm to wipe the water off his head, turned around and scolded the auntie fiercely. F***CK, your mother. Hurry up and reincarnate. Why the hell are you spraying water so early in the morning? Your man didn't feed you enough last night. You came here to show off. When a long-distance truck driver started scolding someone, it wasn't something an ordinary person could stand. The driver, on the other hand, seemed to have taken the wrong medicine. He was very excited, and his eyes were red like a rabbit's. The auntie was so angry that she jumped up and down. She pointed at the driver and cursed. The workers in the maintenance area saw that something was wrong and quickly ran over to maintain order. They tried their best to persuade the driver and the auntie to leave. The driver threw down the wrench, took the jack back, and threw it into the car. He wiped his face with a towel and gave the woman the middle finger. Then, he got out of the car and slammed the door shut while swearing. He took off his soaked jacket and wrapped it in a coat from the glove compartment in the car. Then he took out a can of banned drugs and drank it all in one gulp. He suddenly felt energized. He slammed on the accelerator, and the 18-wheeler let out a low roar as it rushed out of the long-distance truck resting area and drove towards the fork at the entrance of the highway. He didn't expect that the tire he had just been changing wouldn't be tightened because of the interruption. At that moment, a bright red luxurious sports car sped past his eyes. The driver got excited as soon as he saw the bright red car. He involuntarily stepped on the accelerator and followed it. The black Mercedes-Benz behind the 18-wheeler slowly followed and entered the fork at the entrance of the highway. The bright red luxury sports car in front was naturally Gunyinji's car. As usual, she had eaten breakfast by the roadside before coming over. As soon as she got on the highway, she saw an 18-wheeler driving not far behind her. There was also a black Mercedes-Benz following behind the oil truck. Gunyinji smiled and looked at her watch. It was already 6:30 in the morning. She opened the navigation map in the car and looked at the traffic situation in the imperial capital. She had put in a lot of effort in the battle with Ishihara Taro. From the moment she saw the 18-wheeler, Gunyinji knew that Ishihara Taro had already started the countdown. Then, it was also time for her countdown. Gunyinji didn't have the habit of littering. She put on her Bluetooth headset and made a call. "Hello, is this the main lava volcano cake shop in the Dongqing district? I ordered 11 lava volcano cupcakes with raspberry and vanilla ice cream from you yesterday. Can you send them to Professor Hijichu's place immediately? His number is..." Gunyinji finished quickly and reminded again. "It must be delivered at 7:30. It's best if it's not too early or too late." The set meal of 11 lava volcano cakes with raspberry and vanilla ice cream cost a few hundred yuan each. She had indeed spent a lot of money on 11. But although it was expensive, it was worth it. Gunyinji held the steering wheel and only got on the highway after receiving confirmation from the other party. At 6:30 in the morning, there weren't many cars on the highway. As usual, there were only long-distance trucks at this time. There were a few private cars, but they drove very slowly and didn't compete with the trucks. Gunyinji had to go for her thesis defense, so she had to hurry. Therefore, she didn't give way. Instead, She drove faster than the trucks and oil trucks. Ishihara Taro saw this scene from afar and couldn't help but smile. Everything was exactly as he had predicted. In the Dongqing district, the Lava Volcano Cake Shop sent a tricycle to the highway to deliver 11 cake sets to B University. Normally, no one would order cake delivery so early at this time. Therefore, when the tricycle suddenly rushed out from the corner, the driver of Ishihara Wakashi's white BMW quickly braked and brushed past the tricycle. He even suspected that his car had been damaged by the tricycle. In a panic, he stepped on the accelerator and chased after it. He shouted at the tricycle driver, "Do you have eyes? Can you afford to compensate me if I damage it?" The delivery boy on the tricycle knew that he did not manage to get a ride on the BMW and was scolded for no reason. He was angry, so he got on the tricycle and stood on the main road. He started to ride slowly, forcing Ishihara Wakashi's BMW to slow down. "I think this brat wants to die." Ishihara Wakashi's driver was also Japanese, but he had lived in the Huaxia Empire for many years. He spoke Mandarin fluently and even had a dialect accent. "Who asked you to be so cocky?" He couldn't wait to step on the accelerator and crush the tricycle under the car. Ishihara Wakashi suppressed his anger and ordered, "Don't be angry with this kind of person. Hurry up and get on the highway to the airport." Originally, I didn't need to go on the highway, but because they were delayed by the tricycle, the driver drove on the nearest highway in a hurry. This ring highway happened to be the highway that Gunyinji and Ishihara Taro were on. Gunyinji's timing was perfect. She even took into account the delay caused by the argument between the two parties. Ishihara Wakashi's BMW had just entered the ring highway when Gunyinji encountered a problem. The 18-wheeler truck not far behind her suddenly started swaying. It drove around on the highway like it had lost control. One moment it was on the white line, the next moment it was on the fast lane. After a while, it made a 180-degree turn and almost crossed the highway, blocking the entire highway. Gunyinji saw that the traffic behind her had almost stopped because of the 18-wheeler truck. She loosened her foot slightly and stopped stepping on the accelerator. At that moment, the 18-wheeler truck finally turned around and didn't cross the line again. However, there was something wrong with the wheels again. As it drove, one of the wheels flew out from under the car and hit the roof of Gunyinji's bright red sports car. Xiaoheng was in his office, nervously watching the surveillance video with Zhao Liangzi and Yin Shixiang. Ever since Gunyinji got in the car and left the Hepingli precinct that morning, they had been paying attention to her movements. When they saw an 18-wheeler truck suddenly deviate from the normal lane on the long highway and begin to move in a disorderly Brownian motion, the three of them suddenly stood up. "What is Ninji doing? Make a call. Hurry up and make a call." Yin Shixiang was the first to shout. Zhao Liangzi looked anxious and anxious. He picked up his phone and was about to dial. "Stop." Xiaoheng stopped them. "What time is this? Why are you calling? Have you thought about the consequences of being distracted by Ninji?" "But Ninji." Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi spoke in unison and pointed at the surveillance video on the big screen. "This doesn't look good." Xiaoheng folded his hand behind his back and sighed quietly. He said slowly, "Wait a little longer. We have people following her." This time, Xiaoheng had mobilized his most elite forces to follow her. They weren't field agents disguised as passersby. If something went wrong, these people would definitely protect Gunyinji and allow her to escape unscathed. Judging from the current situation on the highway, he was doing the right thing. Xiaoheng raised his hand. Zhao Liangzi and Yin Shixiang sat down reluctantly. They propped their chins on their hands and leaned forward to stare at the big screen nervously. It was as if they were watching a blockbuster, admiring Gunyinji's speed of life and death. Gunyinji gripped the steering wheel tightly. Her sweaty palms soaked her gloves. The 18-wheeler truck finally had an accident. It wasn't a normal accident. It had fallen into a death trap. But she wasn't afraid. She didn't flinch. She sat up straight and continued to maneuver through the gap. The excellent performance of the big red Ferrari was on full display at this moment. She slammed on the accelerator, and the sports car let out a low growl. It sped forward and avoided the oil truck that was hot on her tail. Actually, the oil truck wasn't following her on purpose. It was because her sports car was red. The driver knew that there was a problem with the oil truck. He was extremely tired and nervous. He had also drunk a drink that contained illegal drugs. His mind was blank now. He could only subconsciously follow the red target. He was like a bull in a bull ring. He could only recognize the color red. Ishihara Taro had obviously taken this into consideration. He had arranged this death trap based on Gun Yinji's car. Gun Yinji understood this. She sneered and turned the steering wheel to the side. The big red sports car easily changed lanes. The 18-wheeler truck was missing a wheel. It was long and big. It wasn't easy to change lanes. But the terrifying instinct of an animal made the oil truck driver keep staring at Gun Yinji's sports car. He forced himself to change lanes with her. Gun Yinji was driving more and more smoothly. She kept moving forward, braking, going around in circles, and moving forward. It seemed like a long time had passed, but only less than 10 minutes had passed. The oil truck behind seemed to be unable to hold on. The driver frantically wanted a brake, but how could a car without a wheel stop so easily? Moreover, at this time, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Although the snow on the ground was quickly crushed by the wheels of the carriage, it gradually accumulated into mud and thin ice on the ground. It was even more difficult to brake. Gun Yinji continued to drive forward. Her eyes kept glancing to the other side. When she saw the white BMW finally drive over, Gun Yinji quietly let go of the brake and slammed on the accelerator. This highway was two-way. There was a thin strip of land in the middle. On the other side of the strip of land was the highway to the east of the city. The university was in the west. Their highway was heading to the west of the city. Gun Yinji kept calculating the time in her mind. She stepped on the brakes as well. Her car was getting slower and slower. The big red sports car was getting closer and closer to the oil truck behind. The three people watching the surveillance video on the big screen at the Special Operations Forces headquarters stood up nervously again. This time, even Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help but pick up his phone to give orders to his elite team members. At that moment, it was like a dream. They saw the big red Ferrari on the big screen suddenly accelerate just as it was about to be rear-ended by the oil truck behind. With a whoosh, it was so fast that it only left an afterimage on their retinas. In the nick of time, they only saw the 18-wheeler oil truck finally slam on the brakes. The whole car once again floated on the highway. With a whoosh, it slammed into the strip of land. The oil tanker without a wheel roared as it rushed up the narrow median, cutting the two-way highway in half. At the same time, a black Mercedes-Benz that had been following the oil truck on this side of the highway and a white BMW speeding over on the other side of the highway crashed into the back of the 18-wheeler oil truck, one in front and one behind, one on the left and one on the right. There was a loud bang. Black smoke rose from the oil truck. Soon, a raging fire lit up the entire sky. The rear compartment of the oil tanker exploded one after another. The driver scrambled out from the front of the car, only to see that the two luxury cars that had crashed into the rear compartment of the oil tanker had been instantly burned to the ground by the fire. This is the third chapter for 1,200 words, including the monthly votes of 1,800 plus chapters. It's a new month, so I'm asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. It's better to have a big chapter for this plot, so I happen to have monthly votes to add chapters. I'll add them in advance. Chapter 948. The huge 18-wheeler truck was filled with crude oil. Once it was ignited, flames shot up into the sky and black smoke filled the air. The entire two-way highway was instantly in chaos. Hua Xiaoheng put on his Bluetooth headset and connected to the elite team of the Special Operations Forces on the highway. He asked in a low voice, "Protect the scene. Who were in the black and white cars? Were there any other casualties?" The team leader was in a private car on the road. There were also a few people in large trucks following behind the car that caused the accident. Today's accident was also very sudden. They didn't expect the other party to be so powerful that they could actually use the oil truck as a weapon. Hua Xiao. According to the license plates, the black Mercedes-Benz and white BMW both belonged to the Ishihara Corporation. The team leader quickly found out the owners of the cars. The people in the two cars are all dead. The fire in the oil truck was too fierce. In less than 5 seconds, only the frames of the two cars were left. Other than that, there were no other casualties. The traffic on the highway has already stopped. The traffic police should be here soon. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and looked up at the big screen. The traffic police, fire trucks, and ambulances were quickly rushing towards the billowing smoke and raging fire. Leave one of you to secretly observe the scene. The rest of you follow Miss Gu. Hua Xiaoheng paused. What about Miss Gu? His original arrangement was to keep an eye on Gu Nianji from all angles. But now, Gu Nianji had already disappeared from his big screen for a minute. The team leader immediately said, "We have people following Miss Gu, but the scene is too chaotic at the moment. The surveillance may not be connected yet." Hua Xiaoheng didn't make a sound. He stared coldly at the big screen. Although he didn't say anything, his imposing aura seemed to be able to be transmitted from the phone to the other end. The elite team leader on the other end of the phone suddenly felt a bit creeped out. He quickly contacted his team members. Soon, the surveillance on the other end was connected. The shadow of a bright red Ferrari gradually appeared on the big screen in Hua Xiaoheng's office. It was especially eye-catching on the foggy and smoke-filled highway. Gu Nianji saw the earth-shattering accident from the rearview mirror. The traffic was already chaotic. There weren't many cars in front of her, and the cars behind were completely blocked by the 18-wheeler oil truck on the two-way highway. Raging flames danced in the air, and snowflakes fell from the sky. Gu Nianji parked the car on the highway's emergency lane and opened the door to get out. The sapphire blue Moncler short-down jacket was very handsome, and the blue straight-leg jeans accentuated a pair of straight legs. The spotless white sneakers on his feet formed a strong contrast with the gloomy atmosphere on the highway. She leaned against the door of the bright red Ferrari sports car. She was so beautiful that it could move one's soul. Gu Nianji wore sunglasses. Her skin was snow white, and her face was expressionless as she looked back at the raging fire. This fire actually looked somewhat familiar. When she was 12 years old, she suddenly appeared in the downtown area of Sea City. Didn't her car also burn like this? That car accident had left a serious psychological shadow on her young mind, and she had even lost her memory to this day. But now, these things no longer had any influence on her. Hua Xiaoheng was right. The way to conquer fear was not to run away, but to face it. Only when you can look directly at the painful past can you truly put the past behind you. At that moment, Gu Nianji only felt that her heart was at ease. It was a kind of self-confidence that had been tested by practice. Relying on herself, she would not lose to anyone. The family background and status that those people valued were nothing in the face of her powerful ability. Hua Xiaoheng's gaze was fixed on Gu Nianji leaning against the door of the bright red Ferrari on the big screen. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi cheered when they saw Gu Nianji appear on the big screen. After the cheering, Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi became worried. Hua Xiao, Nianji is traumatized by the car accident. Should we? Before they could finish, they felt a sudden gust of wind blow past them. The office door banged loudly, and Hua Xiaoheng's figure had already disappeared. So fast. How dare you say you're not worried? Yin Shixiang laughed strangely and also picked up the car keys. He patted Zhao Liangzi's shoulder. Little Zhe, stay here and wait for orders. I'm going to Nianji's school to check on her. Zhao Liangzi howled. Why do I have to stay here and wait for orders? I'm going to Nianji's school to see her. You stay here. I've been suspended for a month. Yin Shixiang made a serious expression. I can't do any work. Who was so happy to dispatch people just now? Zhao Liangzi kicked him. Remember to bring your phone. I want to see how Nianji is doing. Got it. Yin Shixiang rushed out of Hua Xiaoheng's office door with a smile and chased after him. But Hua Xiaoheng was much faster than him. By the time Yin Shixiang got into his car, Hua Xiaoheng's car was already on the highway. The Special Operations Forces headquarters was on the 3rd ring road. Gu Nianji and the others were on the two-way highway on the 4th ring road. But it only took Hua Xiaoheng 15 minutes to get to the highway where Gu Nianji was. The entrance and exit of the highway were all blocked. Hua Xiaoheng had no choice but to show his special identification to be allowed in. He drove his silver Bentley SUV and sped all the way until he finally saw Gu Nianji's bright red Ferrari. Gun Yinji stood in front of the car for a while and even took out her phone to record a video. The highway was currently closed. She couldn't get off the highway until the accident scene was cleaned up. But it was still early, and there weren't many cars on the highway. It wasn't crowded. Gun Yinji stared at her phone screen and suddenly saw a familiar silver-gray Bentley SUV appear in her camera range. Huh. This car was almost exactly the same as Hua Xiao's car. Huh. Even the license plate was the same. Gun Yinji didn't expect Hua Xiaoheng to drive over personally at this time. When the silver Bentley SUV also stopped on the highway emergency lane, not far behind her, Gun Yinji suddenly understood. She put away her phone helplessly and turned to get into the car. Hua Xiaoheng had already gotten out of the car. Gun Yinji. A stern voice came from behind Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji's back stiffened. She gripped the car door and didn't know whether to go in or out. Anyway, there was no way to avoid it. She was the final winner, so what was there to be afraid of? Gun Yinji steeled her heart and quickly turned around. Hua Xiaoheng might have come in a hurry, but he was still wearing a dark green tweed military uniform. The belt around his waist tightened his muscular waist, and his long legs were covered with long military boots. The expression on his face was one of rare coldness and seriousness. He adjusted his gloves and walked forward unhurriedly to stand in front of Gun Yinji. "Miss Gu, you have indeed impressed me." He turned around and pointed at the scene of the car accident, which was still billowing with smoke and fire. His voice was low and hoarse, but it carried an invisible pressure. "But do you know that this is very dangerous? Not only are you putting yourself in danger, but you might also drag innocent people into it." "I won't drag innocent people into it." Gun Yinji clenched her fists. She couldn't stand such accusations. "I've calculated it all." "You've calculated it all?" Hua Xiaoheng took advantage of her words and took another step forward, forcing her into the corner of the Ferrari sports car door. "How did you calculate it all? Don't tell me you've even included that white BMW in your calculations?" "Ishihara Taro is in the black Mercedes, but what about the white BMW? Ishihara Wakashi is in that car." Gun Yinji shouted without a care and glared at Hua Xiaoheng. Her face was as gorgeous as the burning fire. "I said I won't let innocent people get hurt, but I won't let go of someone who has ulterior motives toward me. You said before that the Ishihara family has a feud with me for killing my father. They won't let me go. If that's the case, then don't let them go. I won't let them go either." Gun Yinji's forced calmness finally broke down, and she screamed hysterically. Hua Xiaoheng looked down at her, and his heart finally softened. He extended his arms and pulled her into his embrace. His large hands roamed around her back, and his deep voice had a hint of gentleness to soothe her nervousness. It's okay. You didn't do anything wrong. I'm not blaming you." Gun Yinji calmed down and gently pushed Hua Xiaoheng away. She whispered, "We're outside. It's not good for people to see you like this." He was still wearing his military uniform. Xiaoheng patted her head and didn't continue. He picked up the previous topic and asked seriously, "The white BMW is Ishihara Wakashi? How did you know?" He didn't even know this information. "Was it also calculated by your chaos algorithm?" If it was true, then this algorithm was really out of this world. A wave of worry rose in Hua Xiaoheng's heart. Gun Yinji tilted her head and snickered. "How is that possible? Then I'm not a human. I'm a god." "Then how did you know?" Hua Xiaoheng sighed softly and relaxed. Gun Yinji was a little embarrassed as she put her hands into the pockets of her short down jacket. She lowered her head and rubbed against the pebbles on the emergency pavement on the highway. She whispered, "Ishihara Taro has the Ishihara Corporation as a support. He spent a lot of manpower and resources to follow me and investigate the situation around me. That's because only by continuously enriching his database can he make accurate calculations. I can't. Firstly, I don't have the time. Secondly, I don't have the manpower." Because she couldn't let anyone know what she wanted to do, she didn't ask Hua Xiaoheng for help or complain to He Chu. Hua Xiaoheng snorted. "You don't have the manpower? Do you think I'm dead?" Gun Yinji looked away. "I said that I have to rely on myself, so I have to rely on myself." Relying on Hua Xiao isn't relying on myself. Then how did you do it? I didn't follow Ishihara Taro. Instead, I started from the results and deduced his behavior patterns. Speak human language. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her coldly. Don't use your professional jargon with me. Fine. Gun Yinji spread her hands and giggled. Speak human language. I hacked into the Ishihara Corporation's computer and discovered that they were planning to retreat from our country to Japan. Moreover, their big secretary has booked 2 first-class tickets for ANA at 9 o'clock this morning. Ishihara Taro was too vigilant. The computer he used for calculations was not connected to the internet, so Gun Yinji couldn't hack into his computer directly. And Ishihara Taro's phone was blank. In the end, Gun Yinji had no choice but to hack into the Ishihara Corporation's official website and enter their backend program. She knew very well that if Ishihara Taro's ultimate goal was to kill her, then the first thing he would do after they succeeded would be to escape the Huaxia Empire in time and return to Japan. Then I went to ANA's ticket booking website and, as expected, found Ishihara Wakashi and Ishihara Taro's names. Only then did I know that Ishihara Wakashi was going to leave as well. When she confirmed that Ishihara Wakashi was also in the capital and would leave at the same time as Ishihara Taro, her plan changed at the last minute, and she added an additional variable. Because she had a target in mind and knew that some situations would definitely occur, the calculations she had to make were actually much less than Ishihara Taro's, but also much more accurate. Then you used Ishihara Taro's plan to lure them in? Hua Xiaoheng crossed his arms, still disapproving. What if the oil truck didn't go wrong as you planned? You took too much of a risk. That's not for me to decide. Gun Yinji shrugged and pointed at the scene of the car accident. If Ishihara Taro hadn't made such a crazy plan to deal with me, believe me, it definitely wouldn't have died today. I never wanted to kill anyone unless they wanted to kill me, and I was defending myself. And today's big scene is the funeral they prepared for themselves. How is it? It's spectacular, isn't it? This is the first 3,700-word update. It's a new month, so I'm asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. There are only 2 updates today and 3 updates tomorrow. The second update will be at 7 p.m. P.S. Thank you to Sing_Sing and Heaven's Beggar for the 10,000 Chidian coins each yesterday. Chapter 949. Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji looked at the burning tanker together. Professional firefighters had already started extinguishing the fire, and the driver of the tanker was taken to the side of the road for questioning. He was completely shocked and no longer had the vigor he had when arguing with the Annie that morning. He wiped his tears and said, "Mr. Police, I really don't know what happened. I was driving just fine, and suddenly there was a problem. I took a look just now, and it seemed to be missing a wheel. The ground was slippery, so I really had no choice." Several traffic police stood to the side and recorded the cause of the accident. The 2 cars that had been burned to the ground became the focus of the inspection. Gun Yinji looked at her watch. It's already 7:30. I have my thesis at 8. Hua Xiaoheng turned on his Bluetooth headset and said a few words to his people before saying to Gun Yinji, "Let's go. I'll take you down." He walked back to his car and started the engine to lead the way. Gun Yinji then got in her own car and followed behind Hua Xiaoheng's car as they drove down the highway. Hua Xiaoheng had a special ID, so he had no obstructions along the way. He quickly got off the highway and drove to the entrance of B University. On the way, he received several calls regarding the investigation results of the Ishihara Corporation. Later, he received a call from In Shixiang saying that he was already at Gun Yinji's dorm and asked when Hua Xiao would be coming over. Hua Xiaoheng didn't want to see In Shixiang's face. He had been single for so many years, and now that he suddenly had a girlfriend, he felt like he had lost weight. Hua Xiaoheng stopped at the entrance of B University and didn't follow them in. He called Gun Yinji. "Do your thesis well, and call me when you're done." Gun Yinji stopped the car and asked, "Hua Xiao, do you need something?" Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "The results of the investigation are out. I'll go back to take a look." Gun Yinji agreed and anxiously drove in alone. He Jichu had been waiting in the small conference room for the thesis for almost half an hour. The lava volcano cake set that Gun Yinji had ordered was on the table, but she hadn't arrived yet. The thesis would be in half an hour, so Hijichu couldn't help but call Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji's car had just arrived at her dorm. She picked up Hijichu's call and smiled. "Don't worry, I'll be there soon. I just arrived at the dormitory. Wait for me to pack my things." Hijichu was finally relieved. He turned on the wall TV in the small conference room as a backdrop. This was the time of the morning news, and all the channels on the TV were broadcasting the same breaking news. At around 7 o'clock this morning, there was a car accident on the 4th Ring Expressway. The fuel tanker was hit by 2 cars on the expressway from the east and west respectively and caught on fire. Apart from the fact that all the people in the vehicle were killed on the spot, there were no other casualties. The cause of the accident is still under investigation. The insurance company and the police have arrived at the scene to deal with the matter. Hijichu sat behind the long conference table in the small conference room and casually glanced at the TV. Black smoke covered half of the sky from the burning oil tanker. In such a scene, a bright red Ferrari sports car stood out. Hijichu was just about to look away when he saw the familiar Ferrari sports car. The corners of his eyes twitched. This wasn't Gun Yinji's car? The camera flickered, and he seemed to see the slim and graceful figure standing in front of the bright red Ferrari sports car. It seemed to be Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji returned to her dorm. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Yin Shixiang pointing his phone at her and shouting, "Little Zay, did you see that?" Yinji just opened the door and came in. Ma Chi-Chi also rushed over and grabbed Gun Yinji's hand. "Yinji, are you okay? What Big Xiong said just now scared me. I always said he was exaggerating." "I'm fine. Brother Xiong just likes to exaggerate." Gun Yinji shielded her face with her hand and smiled. "Brother Xiong, what are you doing?" "I'm broadcasting live." Yin Shixiang looked up at her with a smile and said to the phone, "Little Zay, do you want to talk to Yinji?" Gun Yinji walked over and looked in front of him. "Brother Zay." Gun Yinji waved at the phone in surprise. "Long time no see." Zhao Yangzi carefully looked at Gun Yinji and saw that she was wearing a short sapphire blue down jacket. It wasn't bloated like a down jacket and looked very handsome. "Yinji, are you okay?" Zhao Yangzi greeted her. "We all saw the car accident this morning. The 3 of us were so scared we almost jumped out." Gun Yinji smiled and shook her head. "I'm fine. Sorry to make you guys worry." Yin Shixiang ran to the door and poked his head out to look. "Oh, Yinji, where's Hua Xiao?" Gun Yinji shook her head. "He left. Do you have any misunderstandings about Hua Xiao being a workaholic?" "Oh, he went back." Yin Shixiang scratched his head and awkwardly tried to save Hua Xiao. "It's almost the end of the year. He's really busy." Ma Chi-Chi tugged at Yin Shixiang to stop him from talking. Gun Yinji smiled and went into her room to change out of her jeans and into a light gray wool suit. She came out and said, "I'm going to my thesis defense. It's starting in 10 minutes. What about you guys?" Yin Shixiang immediately said, "You go defend. I don't understand your thesis anyway. I'll wait for you here." He even winked at her as he spoke. Gun Yinji knew he wanted to spend more time with Ma Chi-Chi. She smiled and nodded. She put her hand on Ma Chi-Chi's shoulder. "Chi-Chi, you have to treat Brother Xiong well for me. I'll be going now." Ma Chi-Chi quickly said, "Yinji, I want to go with you. I want to hear your thesis defense." "No need. I'll be so nervous if you go." Gun Yinji smiled as she pushed her back. She grabbed her laptop bag and left the dorm alone to rush to the small conference room where the thesis defense would be held. She received a call from Hijichu on the way. Gun Yinji smiled. "Professor He, I'm already here. I'm on my way. I'll be there in a minute." Hijichu suppressed his anger. "Yinji, did you get into a car accident this morning?" Gun Yinji was speechless. "No. Why do you ask?" Gun Yinji decided to play dumb with Hijichu. He might not know what Hua Xiaoheng knew anyway. "I watch TV." Hijichu enunciated each word carefully. "Are you okay? Did you get a fright?" Gun Yinji's lips twitched in amusement. "Professor He, I'm fine. I was driving over, but the driver of the fuel truck was probably tired. One of his wheels flew off and hit my car." Hijichu frowned nervously. "Are you really okay?" If you're not feeling well, we can reschedule the thesis defense. I'm fine. My driving skills are top-notch. I'm comparable to a Formula F4 driver. Even if I don't say I'm good at it, I'm good at it. Gun Yinji spoke enthusiastically. She didn't show any signs of stress trauma. She didn't seem to be traumatized at all. Hijichu was relieved to see that she was fine. He didn't want to hear her brag, so he hung up. Gun Yinji breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off her forehead. She had managed to fool Hijichu. But how could she have known that the two sedan cars that crashed into the oil tanker on the TV belonged to Japan's Ishihara Corporation? Hijichu was no stranger to the Ishihara Corporation. Ishihara Taro, who had just transferred from Japan, was the heir to the corporation. He thought about it and temporarily turned off the TV to avoid affecting Gunyinji's thesis defense. The professors who were preparing for the thesis defense walked in one after another. They were all chatting about the car accident on the highway that day. A professor said, "I just came from the faculty. They just received a call from the police asking if Ishihara Taro was a student from our faculty. Turns out he was one of the victims in the car accident." Ishihara Taro? Hijichu remembered that the TV said that the two cars belonged to the Ishihara Corporation, so he didn't find it strange anymore. Yeah, tis TSK. What a pity. The Ishihara family has only had one son for 3 generations. He'll be the last. So be it. A female professor snickered. Serves him right. The Ishihara family isn't some prestigious family. Don't think we'll forget their war crimes just because they invested some money in our country. Let's not talk about it anymore. The male professor who expressed his pity had studied in Japan before. He didn't want to hear such words and began to smooth things over. Hijichu pretended not to hear the two of them arguing. He only said, "Classmate Gu will be here soon." This is the volcano K combo that she prepared for everyone. Please help yourselves. As he spoke, Gunyinji pushed the door open and came in. She bowed to all the professors. "Hello, everyone. I'm Gunyinji." Gunyinji's thesis defense was proceeding nervously. Hua Xiaoheng was also in a meeting. Once Ishihara Taro and Ishihara Wakashi were dead, Hua Xiaoheng predicted that the Ishihara Corporation would be in chaos once the news reached Japan. He was listening to the reports from the field personnel. "Hua Xiao, we finally found out that the Ishihara Corporation and the Angel in the World Foundation are indeed in contact. This is the second update. It's a new month. I'm begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes. There are only 2 updates today and 3 updates tomorrow." Chapter 950. Do you have concrete evidence? Hua Xiaoheng sat behind his desk and checked the emails from the other party on his computer while communicating with them in real time. "We're still looking for direct evidence, but the American lawyer recently revealed during the lawsuit that the Angel in the World Fund had supported a research project at the Tokyo Imperial College of Medicine in Japan 2 years ago. That project was led by Professor Oda Masao, but then Professor Oda Masao suddenly passed away and the project was stopped." Hua Xiaoheng paused, his eyes narrowing. "Oda Masao? He was practically their old friend. Yes, it's this professor's project. We discovered that the Ishihara Corporation commissioned him to do the research. Entrustment? It's probably a collaborative research project." Hua Xiaoheng shook his head. "The Ishihara Corporation is not a simple business organization. I suspect that they are still doing what they used to do." What Xiao means? The Japanese field agent on the other side listened very carefully for fear of missing important instructions. Hua Xiaoheng raised his head and looked at the monitor. He said sternly, "What did Ishihara Shiro do back then? Have you all forgotten?" Ishihara Shiro, the highest commander of Japan's infamous numerical unit, was the one who took the initiative to propose to the United States that they use the research results they obtained from human experiments on the Huaxia people to secretly exchange for the right to not be tried after the war. Ishihara Shiro happened to be the founder of the Ishihara Corporation, Ishihara Wakashi's father and Ishihara Taro's great-grandfather. "Yes, Hua Xiao, we will follow up on this lead." Hua Xiaoheng thought about it and instructed them, "The Ishihara Corporation will probably be in chaos soon. Remember to make the situation as chaotic as possible." This way, he could find out more secrets. The Japanese field personnel were very surprised. Chaos? Really? This corporation is very secretive, so our progress in finding information is very slow. If I can create chaos, then the heavens are really helping me. Hua Xiaoheng smirked and grunted, yes. You guys get ready. Not only will you set the pace, but we will also set the pace on your home ground. Giving others a taste of their own medicine was the wisdom of the Chinese ancestors. 2 hours passed, and Gun Yinji's defense was nearing its end. The topic of her thesis was about the scope of application of inheritance law. He Zhichu had also helped her choose this topic to lighten her learning load. Gun Yinji had already looked up a lot of relevant legal knowledge and case histories because she was competing with Gu Yanran for the Gu inheritance. It was indeed a piece of cake to use the materials and cases that she had used in her lawsuit to write this master's thesis. Therefore, Gun Yinji was very well prepared. She wasn't like the graduation thesis of a typical master's student who was still an armchair strategist in the academic field. Gun Yinji, on the other hand, had already used this set of theories to guide practice and had competed with others in court. Therefore, her graduation defense went very smoothly. The professor who listened to her defense praised her greatly. He even said that her method was ingenious and her thinking was flexible. He said that she could be used as a model for the graduation thesis of B University's Master of Law students in the future. Gun Yinji was very excited, but she still controlled her emotions and very politely thanked the professors for their high praise. After the defense, the professor stood up and shook hands with her one by one before leaving the small conference room. Only He Zhichu and Gun Yinji remained. He Zhichu wore a gray suit and walked elegantly to Gun Yinji's side. He bowed. Yinji, congratulations. You finally graduated. Gun Yinji sat in her seat with a dreamy expression on her face. She said slowly, Professor He, I really can't believe that I've graduated. She didn't have such a strong feeling when she graduated. Perhaps it was because she knew at that time that she would continue her graduate studies, so she didn't have the self-awareness to graduate and leave school. But this time was different. She didn't plan to continue her Ph.D. studies. Graduating with a master's meant that her ivory tower career was over. From now on, she would enter society and use her own skills and abilities to pursue her own world like many others. He Zhichu couldn't help but pat her head. His cool voice had a hint of gentleness. Yes, you've graduated. Go work in the United States. Gun Yinji was his assistant and also an official employee of the largest law firm in the United States. He Zhichu paused before saying, I'm going to the United States too. The Ph.D. students here will graduate in 6 months. I'll resign from my position as a professor at the B University Faculty of Law. Gun Yinji's eyes widened in shock. But Professor He, they all like you very much. They like attending your classes. He Zhichu was speechless. He didn't want the students to like him. He only wanted her to like him. I'll teach them until they graduate. He Zhichu changed the topic without batting an eyelid. If you don't want to start working right away, you can take a break for 6 months. Gun Yinji shook her head. I want to work, but I don't want to work in the United States. Professor He, it's too early to talk about this. I haven't recovered yet. I'll think about where I want to work after the Lunar New Year. He Zhichu didn't force her. Yes, it's fine if you don't want to go to the United States. I have a law firm here too. Come, I'll let you be a partner. Gun Yinji was speechless. If she became a partner as soon as she graduated, even if she had the ability, people would always stick the He Zhichu label on her. Gun Yinji had struggled to break free from Hua Xiaoheng's wings. She didn't want to immediately be labeled as someone else's. Professor He, I want to make some achievements first before bringing my clients to join your law firm. What do you think? Gun Yinji replied tactfully as she stood up from her seat. He Zhichu understood what she meant immediately. He smiled. You care about other people's opinions? I don't care about other people's opinions. I just don't want to bury my talents. Gun Yinji confidently put on her backpack and picked up her laptop bag. Professor He, can you let me try it out on my own first? It's not that I'm not letting you try it, but why do you have to take so many detours? You'll eventually become my partner anyway. Since it's a matter of time, it's better to do it sooner than later. He Zhichu teased Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji giggled and shook her head. That's different. Let's look at it from another perspective. Detours are actually experience. If you don't take detours, you won't have experience. In this line of work, the most important thing is to be able to convince people. If people don't trust my abilities, why would they ask me to be their lawyer? Besides, it's not like I'm inferior to others. Why can't you just let me go and try it out on my own? Hijichu looked at her intently. His expression softened. Gun Yinji also knew that Hijichu was doing this for her own good. However, like Hua Xiaoheng, he always believed that she couldn't handle things on her own. Professor He, thank you for your suggestion. Your suggestion gives me more courage to go out and work. I won't be afraid of failure because I know that you won't despise me, right? Gun Yinji now knew how to express her thoughts in a roundabout way. She could also express her thoughts in a way that didn't hurt others. Hijichu's mood improved as expected. He picked up his briefcase and walked out of the small conference room with Gun Yinji. He said dryly, "Oh, you clearly rejected my suggestion. How did that give you more courage?" "Because I know that you'll be my strong support. That's why I have the courage to charge forward." Gun Yinji waved her arm and smiled at Hijichu. Hijichu was greatly pleased by this statement. The corners of his lips involuntarily curved into a happy smile. When he returned to his suite in the professor's building and went to the bathroom to wash his hands, he realized that he still had a faint smile on his face. No wonder his cheeks were a little sore. Hijichu's lips smoothed out. Coming out of the bathroom, he called Gun Yinji. "Yinji, you're on vacation after exams today. Can I treat you to dinner?" Gun Yinji had just arrived at the dorm and was telling Ma Chi-Chi and In Shi-Xiang about the interesting things that happened during her thesis defense. Hearing her phone ring, Gun Yinji picked it up and said to Hijichu, "Professor He, I'm about to treat someone to dinner. You're coming too?" "Sure, where?" Hijichu looked at his schedule. Today was purposely free. After celebrating with Gun Yinji, he had to return to the United States. Gun Yinji told him the location and said to Ma Chi-Chi and In Shi-Xiang, "You guys come too. I've booked a private room. You can hang out for the entire afternoon and night." After 2 meals, they could sing karaoke, play mahjong, and play poker. It was all entertainment and dining. In Shi-Xiang laughed. "Sure, but it's just a few of us. Why don't you invite a few more?" Gun Yinji blinked and remembered that Hua Xiaoheng had told her to call him after her thesis defense. However, after being scolded by Hua Xiaoheng on the highway, Gun Yinji was a little afraid of him. In Shi-Xiang made a face at Gun Yinji. "Yinji, you're not that petty, are you?" Gun Yinji could only laugh. "I also want to invite a few more people, but it's the holidays now. The students are either going home or working. I can't gather that many people in such a short time. How about Brother Xiong help me ask Hua Xiao and Brother Zhe if they're free?" Yesterday was Friday, the last day of B University's final exams. Winter break would begin after the exams. Today was Saturday, but because Gun Yinji had advanced her graduation thesis defense, it was moved to today. As for the graduation ceremony, it would have to wait for the normal batch of students to graduate during the summer break. B University's graduation ceremony was only held once a year. In Shi-Xiang cracked his knuckles. "Sure, I'll ask for you." He walked to the balcony to call Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Yangze. Of course, Zhao Yangze was delighted and asked a colleague to cover for him for a few hours before driving over himself. When he arrived at the restaurant where Gun Yinji and the others had agreed to meet, Zhao Yangze actually ran into Bai Shuang and Bai Yueran. They had come over for lunch and heard that Gun Yinji had graduated early today. They smiled and wanted to celebrate with her. Zhao Yangze couldn't make the decision, so he smiled. "Then I'll ask. If there are too many people, then there's nothing I can do. It's fine, we're just going to say hello." Bai Shuang only wanted to find an opportunity to spend more time with Zhao Yangze, so she was very enthusiastic. Zhao Yangze led them inside. Gun Yinji booked a rather large private room, but there weren't many people. Bai Yueran scanned the room and was slightly relieved to see that they were all people she knew. She walked over to greet them one by one. "Lawyer He, nice to meet you. Big Xiong, are you slacking off?" Bai Yueran smiled and shook Ma Chi-Chi's hand. "You're Chi-Chi? I've seen you before." Gun Yinji saw that it was by Shuang and by Yu Weiran, so she winked at Zhao Yangzi and invited them with a smile. Miss Bays, if you have time, would you like to come and play together? Bai Yueran looked at Bai Shuang and said, I can stay for 3 hours and then go back to the base. What about you? Bai Shuang smiled. I'm fine. If Miss Gu doesn't mind, I can join the fun. Of course, Gun Yinji didn't mind. She had a good impression of these two people, and she had heard from Yin Shixiang that Zhao Yangzi was pursuing Bai Yueran and that Bai Shuang liked Zhao Yangzi. Gun Yinji loved to read about this kind of love triangle gossip. How could she miss it when she had the chance to see it in real life? Besides, it just so happened that she had graduated today, so she was relaxed and much livelier than usual. Bai Yueran and Bai Shuang stayed and had lunch together. However, Hua Xiaoheng was in a meeting and couldn't answer the phone. By the time he finished the meeting and found out that Yin Shixiang had called him, 2 hours had passed. He called, Big Xiong, what's up? Yin Shixiang quickly said, Hua Xiao, come over quickly. I've already saved food for you. You can't be absent from Yinji's graduation celebration, right? This was the first update, 3,600 words. Today was the third update, asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was Monday, so recommendation votes were very important. Dear friends, don't forget, at 1:00 p.m., the first update for the spiritual pet Fate, 100,000 Chidian dollars, awarded to the leader of the alliance, I am Master Rashi, for June. At 7:00 p.m., the third update. Chapter 951. When Hua Xiaoheng heard that it was Gun Yinji's graduation celebration, he paused and looked at his watch. It was already 1 in the afternoon. Where are you? Hua Xiaoheng began to pack his things and prepare to leave. He had purposely left the second half of the day free because he wanted to celebrate Gun Yinji's graduation thesis defense. However, Gun Yinji didn't call him after the defense was over. As Hua Xiaoheng walked out, he used his Bluetooth headset to call Gun Yinji, whose past did the Priestess Temple Expedition Bao and Arrow belong to. I like the image of you belonging to me in the crowd. Gun Yinji's phone rang. This was Hua Xiaoheng's exclusive ringtone. She subconsciously answered the call and said to the person in the room, I'm going out to take a call. She hurriedly walked out and stood on the walkway. She whispered, Hua Xiao, is the defense over? Yes, Hua Xiao, why didn't you call me? Hua Xiaoheng asked unhappily. You promised me. Gun Yinji leaned against the wall of the walkway awkwardly and looked at the dark blue passion flower decal on the opposite wall. She mumbled, I asked Brother Xiong to call for me. All right, I'll let it go this time. Don't let it happen again. Hua Xiaoheng walked out of the elevator and went to the underground parking lot to get his car. Okay, I'll be right there. Gun Yinji mustered up her courage and said, Hua Xiao, Director Bai, and her cousin are also here, as well as Professor He. Today is only a graduation celebration. Let's not talk about anything else. Hua Xiaoheng stopped in his tracks and took out a cigarette from his pocket. He clasped his hands together and lit it. After a while, he finally said, yeah. Hua Xiaoheng hung up the phone, opened the car door, and got in. After taking a few puffs of his cigarette, he threw it into the nearby trash can and drove out of the parking lot. Holding her phone, Gun Yinji stood quietly in the aisle for a while before returning to the private room. He Jichu handed her a glass of juice. What's wrong? It's fine. Gun Yinji smiled as she put her phone back in her bag. She looked up to see Bai Yueran walking over. Yinji, thank you for your hospitality today. I still have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. Congratulations on graduating early, our genius girl. Bai Yueran leaned over and hugged her. Gun Yinji hugged her back. Thank you, Director Bai. You're welcome. I'll make it up to you when we get back. Bai Yueran patted her shoulder with a smile. We'll have a chance to work together in the future. Director Bai, you're welcome. Gun Yinji quickly said, if you need my help, just let me know. There's no need for gifts. How can we do that? We watched you grow up. Bai Yueran winked at her with a smile, then waved at the people in the private room. You guys enjoy yourselves. I'll be leaving first. Zhao Yangzi walked her out. Yueran, it's Saturday today. Are you working overtime? Bai Yueran walked out with him and adjusted the straps of her bag. She said softly, It's going to be New Year's in a week. There are a lot of things to do in the department, and we haven't finished arranging the roster for the New Year's shift. Also, because of the incident in Germany, a lot of people in the department's legal department have been dealt with, so there's a shortage of manpower. I'm currently recruiting new people. Zhao Yang's heart skipped a beat as he recalled what Bai Yueran had just said to Gun Yinji. He quickly said, "You're recruiting?" Could he consider Yinji? She graduated from a prestigious school, and she graduated early. I heard from Professor He that her graduation thesis was an excellent one. Bai Yueran looked at him with a smile. Her large eyes darted around. You and Big Xiong care so much about Gun Yinji. Aren't you afraid that Hua Xiao will be jealous? Zhao Liangzi shrugged. Hua Xiao isn't that kind of person. Also, he broke up with Yinji. Big Xiong and I are worried about the eunuch. So we thought that if we could get Yinji to join our department, maybe things could turn around for the better. They really broke up? Bai Yueran frowned in surprise. They still haven't reconciled after so long? She had thought that they were just having a quarrel. Look at Yinji's graduation celebration today. Big Xiong was the one who called Hua Xiao to invite him. Zhao Yangzi shook his head. His expression was helpless. Okay, I'm just saying. Do you think there's any hope? He still wanted Gun Yinji to join the Special Operations Forces, but he had his own selfish motives. Gun Yinji was considered his direct disciple. If such a computer-savvy person entered the Special Operations Forces, he could think of a way to transfer her over to help him. Although his current subordinates were all very good, Gun Yinji was different. She was a genius who could draw inferences from one instance and even catch people off guard. Bai Yueran shook her head regretfully. She said very solemnly, I'm afraid that won't work. You know that our Special Operations Forces background checks are too strict. Anyone with a slightly unclear background can't be admitted. As for Gun Yinji, her background is still unknown. She's like a ticking time bomb. No one knows when she'll explode. So I can't agree to you. Zhao Yangzi also knew that it would be difficult. That was why he hoped Bai Yueran could make an exception. Bai Yueran's refusal was reasonable. However, Zhao Yangzi was still a little disappointed. He put his hands in his trouser pockets. His handsome face was calm. He nodded at Bai Yueran. I understand. Bai Yueran had never seen such a cold and distant expression on Zhao Yangzi's face. Although it was only a little, her heart skipped a beat. She realized that her refusal had hurt Zhao Yangzi. Zhao Yangzi's passion had never faded from the first time he saw her. His eyes had always been bright when he looked at her. Bai Yueran looked away. She felt very guilty. She opened the car door. Just as she was about to get in, she suddenly turned around and called Zhao Yangzi. Little Zay? Zhao Yangzi was about to turn and leave when he heard her call him. He instinctively turned around. What is it? The weather was gloomy. Snowflakes were already floating in the air. Zhao Yangzi's handsome and elegant face had a different kind of charm through the dancing snowflakes. He had been pursuing Bai Yueran for more than a year. Bai Yueran had always been indifferent. She didn't agree or reject him. In Bai Yueran's heart, she couldn't describe how she felt about Zhao Yangzi. She didn't hate him. In fact, she liked him. However, she always felt that she was just a little bit away from love. But today, in this parking lot, on this Saturday afternoon with the dancing snowflakes, Zhao Yangzi's slightly distant expression shot Bai Yueran's heart like an arrow. Because of her guilt, she actually felt a blossoming love for this man for the first time. Little Zay. She called him again. She let go of the car door and walked quickly to Zhao Yangzi. She reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck. Her slightly plump lips immediately pressed tightly against Zhao Liangzi's slightly thin but well-shaped lips. Zhao Yangzi's mind buzzed. The love he had been suppressing all this time was like a flood that had been blocked by a dam. It suddenly poured out. He hugged Bai Yueran's slender waist tightly and lowered his head to kiss her deeply. Hua Xiaoheng's car drove over. In the distance, he saw a tall man and woman kissing in the snow. The scene was beautiful, but he didn't care. He didn't have the habit of prying into other people's privacy. However, when he drove past them, he realized that the man was his personal secretary. He was also the current deputy chief of the Special Operations Forces, Zhao Yangzi. From the side profile and clothes of the woman, it was the director of the legal department by Yueran, whom Zhao Yangzi had been pursuing. Did this mean that the lovers finally got together? Or did the heavens not disappoint those who persevere? Even the air seemed to be filled with the sour stench of love. Could it be that it wasn't snow that was falling from the sky today, but a shower of dog food? Hua Xiaoheng smiled faintly as he drove over. He stopped near them. This is the second update. The first update for the spiritual pet fate, 100,000 Chidian coins, awarded by the leader, I am Master Rashi, in June has arrived. Today is the third update. I'm asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Also, today is Monday. Recommendation votes are very important. Dear friends, don't forget, the third update at 7 p.m. Chapter 952. Hua Xiaoheng got out of the car and walked past the kissing couple as if he didn't see them. Zhao Yangzi and Bai Yueran were so engrossed in the kiss that they didn't notice Hua Xiaoheng walking past them. When he arrived at the private room Gunyinji had booked, Hua Xiaoheng knocked on the door before pushing it open to enter. There was a large dining table in the middle of the private room that had been cleaned. They had probably already eaten. There was a mahjong table against the wall, but no one was playing mahjong. In Xixiang and Ma Chichi sat in front of the karaoke table, each with a microphone and their heads lowered as they chose songs. Gunyinji and He Jichu sat on the sofa by the window and were playing cards with Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang kept looking at the door as she played cards. She was the first person to notice Hua Xiaoheng enter. Hua Xiao is here. Bai Shuang waved at her and asked Gunyinji, "Can we serve Hua Xiao's food now?" They had left food for him, but didn't bring it up. Gunyinji looked up to see Hua Xiaoheng and nodded at him. "Okay, I'll get them to serve the food." Hua Xiaoheng didn't stand on ceremony and sat down at the table. He greeted He Jichu and asked Gunyinji, "Is the graduation thesis defense over? Did it go well?" "It went very well. The professors were very nice and didn't make things difficult for me." Gunyinji smiled and got up to get someone to serve Hua Xiaoheng food. Bai Shuang put down the cards in her hand and said, "I'll go help Nyinji." She followed her out, and He Jichu also put down the cards in his hand and took a sip of the red wine on the coffee table. After leaving the private room, Bai Shuang didn't follow Gunyinji to order food. Instead, she walked directly out of the restaurant and toward the parking lot. Bai Yueran and Zhao Yangzi hadn't returned for so long, so she was a bit worried. She didn't know why, but her left eyelid kept twitching and she was very uneasy. At the entrance to the parking lot, Bai Shuang saw a scene she didn't want to see. Amidst the falling snow, Zhao Yangzi and Bai Yueran were hugging and kissing. Her heart felt like it was being cut, but she couldn't say a word. She knew Zhao Yangzi liked Bai Yueran, but Bai Yueran had never accepted Zhao Liangzi's pursuit. She also told her that she couldn't feel love for Zhao Yangzi. They couldn't feel love, but they could hug and kiss? Bai Shuang stared at this scene. No matter how uncomfortable she felt, she still forced herself to watch this scene. She wanted to engrave this scene in her heart. Whenever she thought of Zhao Yangzi, she would remember this scene and warn herself to let go. Zhao Yangzi didn't like her at all. Closing her eyes, Bai Shuang's tears finally flowed down. Turning around, she quickly wiped her face with the back of her hand and quickly walked to the private room. She didn't want to stay here any longer, not even for a second. Bai Yueran and Zhao Yangzi kissed for a long time before slowly releasing each other's lips. Bai Yueran's lips were full and supple to begin with, even fuller than the average woman's lips. Now that Zhao Yangzi had kissed them until they were slightly swollen, they looked even more alluring. "I really want to put you in my pocket. Whenever I want to kiss you, I can take you out and kiss you." Zhao Yangzi chuckled softly. Bai Yueran was already 28 or 29 years old. This wasn't her first time in a relationship, but Zhao Yangzi's words still made her blush. "You're being chauvinistic." Bai Yueran raised her head and hugged Zhao Liangzi's neck. She smiled and said, "Why can't I put you in my pocket and take you out and kiss you whenever I want to kiss you? That's exactly what I want. You can put me in your pocket. You don't have to. Take me away. I'll work overtime with you." Zhao Yangzi's yearning for more than a year had finally been reciprocated. He was extremely excited and only wanted to stay with her a little longer. He didn't want to go back to the private room. Bai Yueran chuckled and tapped Zhao Liang's forehead with her finger. Even you have times when you're lazy and shameless, my vice president. That's not good, is it? What principles and demeanor do I need when I'm with the person I like? Zhao Yangzi was also good at sweet-talking. He lowered his head and pressed it against Bai Yueran's forehead. Do you want me to go with you? Bai Yueran was very tempted and almost blurted out, yes. But reason prevailed in the end. She tiptoed and kissed Zhao Liang's lips again before saying, no need. What will Nianji think if you leave like this? Nianji won't care. She'll only be happier that I have a girlfriend. Zhao Yangzi knew Gu Nianji very well. He and Yin Shixiang treated Gu Nianji like a biological brother, and Gu Nianji also treated them like a biological sister. Okay, even if Nianji doesn't care, what about Bai Shuang? Bai Yueran gently pushed Zhao Liangzi away. You should go back. Don't tell anyone about this for now, okay? Zhao Yangzi thought that he had finally seen the light and wanted nothing more than to share his joy with the world. However, Bai Yueran asked him not to make it public. What do you mean? Is it shameful to be with me? Zhao Yangzi frowned and was almost unhappy. I'm single, and you're also single. Why can't we say that we're together? It's not that I can't say it. Bai Yueran sighed. In her eyes, Zhao Liangzi was indeed a little childish sometimes. She stroked Zhao Liang's cheek to soothe him. It's not that we can't say it now. Then when can we say it? Zhao Yangzi held her hand and said solemnly, actually, I understand your sister Bai Shuang's feelings. I've also made it very clear that the person I like isn't her. I think it's actually unfair to Bai Shuang that you're hiding our relationship like this. I don't think she wants this kind of charity. Bai Yueran choked at Zhao Yang's words, but she still held Zhao Yang's hand and said softly, I know, but it's almost New Year. Do you want Bai Shuang to have a miserable New Year? Zhao Yangzi was speechless. Okay, he really hadn't thought it through. Okay, then we'll go public after the New Year? Zhao Yangzi was very touched by Yueran's thoughtfulness and felt that he loved her more every minute. Okay, after work on the 15th, we'll treat our colleagues from both departments to dinner. Bai Yueran let go of his hand. I really have to go. If I don't, I'll have to work overtime at night. Zhao Yangzi watched her leave and didn't ask her to stay. Watching Bai Yueran's car drive out of the parking lot, Zhao Yangzi turned to return to the private room. However, he had only taken a few steps when he saw Bai Shuang come out with her bag and walk in a hurry with her head down. Bai Shuang, where are you going? Zhao Yangzi instinctively called out to her. There's still dinner tonight. Let's eat together. Bai Shuang heard Zhao Yang's voice and shook her head. No, I still have something to do. I'll go first. She kept her head down. Zhao Yangzi was a little confused and bent down slightly to see her expression. He said jokingly, What's wrong? Bai Shuang, did Nianji bully you? Don't be afraid. I'll help you teach Nianji a lesson. Bai Shuang listened to Zhao Liang's words and felt like a knife was being twisted in her heart. She suddenly looked up and said, Zhao Yangzi, if the person you like is my sister, then don't say that to me again. Thank you. As she spoke, she pushed him away. Zhao Yang's heart skipped a beat. He felt that something was wrong and quickly said, Bai Shuang, what's wrong? You. He wanted to speak, but Bai Shuang had already turned around and looked up at him. You don't need to say anything. I saw everything just now. In just a short while, Bai Shuang's eyes were actually slightly red and swollen. Zhao Yangzi was speechless. I wish you both happiness. Bai Shuang saw that Zhao Yangzi didn't say a word and felt even more sad. I'm leaving. Goodbye. She used all the strength in her body to say goodbye. She only felt that although the world was big, there was no place for her, Bai Shuang. Her father had died on a small island in the Caribbean. Because of her father, she couldn't continue to serve in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so she lived in ignorance. Originally, she liked Zhao Yangzi because he was a bright light in her dark life. However, this bright light would shine on others in the future and could no longer shine on her. Bai Shuang rushed to her car and quickly drove away. Zhao Yangzi sighed and sent a text message to Bai Yueran. Bai Shuang already knows. She saw it all. Inside the private room, Xiaoheng sat alone at the dining table eating. Gun Yinji was already sitting with Yin Shi Xiang and Ma Chi Chi, watching them sing love songs to each other. Zhao Yangzi pushed the door open and came in. His mood wasn't very high. The joy of finding his sweetheart had been washed away by Bai Shuang. He picked up the remote control and turned on the flat-screen TV to watch out of boredom. Several channels were broadcasting this morning's car accident. According to the police's DNA test, the victims of the car accident this morning were the president of the Ishihara Corporation, Ishihara Wakashi, and his driver, secretary, and bodyguard. There was also Ishihara Wakashi's grandson, Ishihara Taro, and his driver. They were the only remaining descendants of the Ishihara family. Their deaths had a huge impact on the Ishihara Corporation. The stocks of many companies controlled by the Ishihara Corporation are plummeting like a cliff. It was the third watch. Today was the third watch. Please get monthly votes and recommendation votes. Also, today is Monday, so recommendation votes are very important. Please don't forget. Chapter 953. Gun Yinji sat beside Yin Shi Xiang and Ma Chi Chi, listening to them sing. When Zhao Yangzi came in, Gun Yinji looked back. When Zhao Yangzi turned on the TV, Gun Yinji also heard the news. It was exactly what she was interested in. She couldn't help but walk to the sofa next to Zhao Yangzi. Resting her chin on her hands, she frowned. There was such a big fire. Didn't they all burn? How did they get a DNA test? Zhao Yangzi knocked her head and said angrily, "It was just an oil truck fire. Do you think it was a high-temperature furnace in a crematorium? A human body doesn't burn that easily. It was just the outer skin." Gun Yinji's lips twitched. Feeling disgusted, she quickly waved her hands. I know. Brother Zay, don't say anymore. You're so knowledgeable, okay? I'm not as knowledgeable as you. Genius girl, where are you going to get rich after graduation? Zhao Yangzi was not in a good mood. He lazily leaned against the sofa and stretched out his long legs. Picking up a pistachio from the coffee table, he peeled it and threw it in his mouth. He spat it into the trash after 2 bites. What's this? It's all bitter. Gun Yinji looked at Zhao Yangzi in confusion. Brother Zay, are you in a bad mood? Why would he be in a bad mood? Xiaoheng's deep, magnetic voice came from the dining table. You got a beauty and you're in a bad mood? You want to go to heaven? Huh? Got a beauty. Something's going on. Gun Yinji's eyes lit up immediately. Her eyes sparkled like stars. Which beauty did you get, Brother Zay? Tell me. Zhao Yangzi looked at Hua Xiaoheng in shock. Hua Xiao, what did you say? Still trying to deny it? Hua Xiaoheng slowly turned around to glance at him, but from the corner of his eye, his gaze lingered on Gun Yinji's eyes, which were as black as ink and as bright as glass. The parking lot. Hua Xiaoheng only said 3 words. Zhao Yangzi immediately pursed his lips and smiled sheepishly. Hua Xiao is so observant. Nothing escapes your eyes. Gun Yinji looked at Hua Xiaoheng, then at Zhao Yangzi. Her sparkling eyes blinked. Hua Xiao, did you see anything inappropriate in the parking lot? Yeah, you're just a kid, so don't ask so many questions. Zhao Yangzi curled his knuckles and knocked Gun Yinji's head again. All you know is gossip. What's wrong with gossip? Gun Yinji laughed as she dodged to the side. A life without melodramatic gossip is as lonely as snow. Brother Zay, tell me, which beauty is it? Zhao Yangzi finally snapped back to reality and stared at Gun Yinji in a daze. He lowered his voice and said, Even you know? Know what? Which beauty? What do you mean? Zhao Yangzi felt even more uneasy. It wasn't strange for others to know that he liked Bai Yueran because he had never hidden it. However, he thought that he was the only one who could see that Bai Shuang liked him, so everyone saw through it. Then wouldn't Bai Shuang lose face? Zhao Yangzi had a headache. Seeing the red wine on the coffee table, he simply took a glass and poured himself a glass. Gun Yinji was completely confused. She couldn't guess who Zhao Yangzi was with at all. But looking at his sullen expression, could it be Bai Shuang? He couldn't be with the person he liked, so he could only be with the person who liked him. Gun Yinji leaned close to his ear and whispered, Brother Zay, Bai Shuang is also quite nice. Don't be unhappy. Don't be so obvious. How can Bai Shuang behave? Zhao Yangzi took a sip of red wine and glanced at her sideways. What are you guessing? Don't talk nonsense. Isn't it Bai Shuang? Gun Yinji was surprised. Then if it's Director Bai, why would you be unhappy? This doesn't make sense. Hua Xiaoheng finished eating and heard Gun Yinji and Zhao Liangzi talking nonsense. The corners of his lips curled slightly. He walked over with a cup of pu or tea and sat next to Zhao Yangzi. He said lightly, "Yeah, didn't you get what you wanted? You even managed to get Director Bai, and you're still not satisfied? Who are you trying to fool with that poker face?" When Gun Yinji heard Hua Xiaoheng, a man who didn't show his emotions all year round, say that Zhao Yangzi had a poker face, she couldn't help but want to scold him. However, Hua Xiaoheng's authority was still there, so she didn't dare to act rashly. She quietly stood up and sat next to He Zhichu. He Zhichu didn't speak the whole time. He held his phone in one hand and a glass of red wine in the other. His head was lowered as he sat on the sofa opposite Gun Yinji. He kept scrolling through his phone and looked bored. "Professor He, are you tired?" Gun Yinji thoughtfully took a bottle of mineral water for He Zhichu. "Don't drink anymore. How are you going to drive later?" He Zhichu looked up. His shimmering almond-shaped eyes seemed to ripple under the crystal lights in the private room. He narrowed his eyes and took the mineral water from Gun Yinji's hand. He unscrewed the cap and took a sip. He said coldly, "I can't open it. You open it." "Me? My skills aren't that good." Gun Yinji smiled as she peeled a few pistachios and placed them on a pure white bone china plate with gold rims in front of He Zhichu. "Your skills aren't that good? I see that your skills are very good." He Zhichu handed the phone to Gun Yinji. His voice was very low, like it came from the bottom of his heart. It dissipated before it reached his throat. "Look at this car. It's like a roller coaster." There was a hint of anger in his voice. He suppressed it and didn't explode. However, Gun Yinji was very sensitive and immediately picked up on it. "Professor He? What are you talking about?" Gun Yinji looked at him in confusion. "I really don't know how to drive. I only got my driver's license last year. I don't have many opportunities to drive." He Zhichu felt the veins on his forehead about to pop. He swiped his finger on the phone and immediately began to play a video recording. In the dark winter morning, a bright red sports car was especially eye-catching on the highway. Gun Yinji's eyes widened and looked at He Zhichu's phone in disbelief. Was this the surveillance video of her on the highway this morning? Where did He Zhichu get this? Gun Yinji looked at He Zhichu in shock. She was completely speechless. If Hua Xiaoheng had taken out this surveillance video, Gun Yinji wouldn't be surprised at all. But He Zhichu, where did he get it? Although Hua Xiaoheng was talking to Zhao Liangzi, most of his attention was on Gun Yinji. When he looked up, he saw her flabbergasted expression. He frowned slightly. "Yinji, what's wrong?" Gun Yinji was extremely flustered. She didn't dare to turn around to look at Hua Xiaoheng, afraid that he would see the change in her expression. But she could not answer. With Hua Xiaoheng's intuition, he would immediately sense that something was wrong if she didn't speak. However, Gun Yinji subconsciously didn't want Hua Xiaoheng to know about the video on He Zhichu's phone. Her intuition told her that this wasn't something that could be easily explained. He Zhichu also looked at Gun Yinji. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. He seemed to be smiling, but there was no smile in his eyes at all. Anger, nervousness, lingering fear, and a bit of self-abandonment, as if he wanted to throw caution to the wind. Gun Yinji didn't understand. She reflexively grabbed He Zhichu's phone. Hua Xiaoheng had already walked over and sat next to Gun Yinji. He reached out and flicked Gun Yinji's wrist. Gun Yinji didn't catch it, so He Zhichu instinctively grabbed her hand. He opened his palm. His phone fell from his hand with a whoosh. Hua Xiaoheng caught it firmly in his hand. Gun Yinji's face instantly drained of color. Her plump lips trembled, and even her palms were sweating. He Zhichu felt the sweat on her palms and her trembling arm. He felt a little better and couldn't bear to squeeze her hand. He used his eyes to tell her not to be afraid. How could Gun Yinji not be afraid? Her mind raced as she thought about how to help He Zhichu cover up this matter. She almost said that she was the one who did it and sent it to He Zhichu's phone. That was because the video He Ji-chu had just shown her was obviously from the camera on the highway, and the cameras on the Imperial Capital Highway were all owned by the government. If He Ji-chu had these videos on his phone, didn't that mean that he had hacked into the Imperial Capital Traffic Police's surveillance system? Gun Yinji's mind was in a whirl. She didn't even have time to think about when He Ji-chu had such superb computer skills. She quickly glanced at Huo Xiaoheng, but found that he was still indifferent. He leaned against the sofa leisurely and swiped his finger on He Ji-chu's phone. He said calmly, "Nianji, you were watching this just now?" As he spoke, he handed He Ji-chu's phone to Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji looked at it and was embarrassed. The page that Huo Xiaoheng was looking at was actually a website that sold luxury cars. The pages of luxury cars flashed before her eyes. Every one of them was as good as the custom-made red Ferrari that Huo Xiaoheng had given her. It turned out that He Ji-chu had already quietly switched the content on his phone. Huo Xiaoheng didn't see the high-speed video that Gun Yinji saw at all. Gun Yinji closed her eyes and clutched her chest with both hands. She was a little out of breath. "Do you have water?" "I want water. Ice water." She was so nervous that she was about to explode. He Ji-chu gave her an unopened bottle of mineral water and sneered. "That's all you got? Forget it. I don't need you to drive for me." Huo Xiaoheng threw the phone back to He Ji-chu. "Professor, he wants to give Nianji a graduation present." He Ji-chu took the phone and nodded with a half-smile. "Yes, I asked her to choose, but she refused. Actually, why are you treating me like an outsider? She's already graduated. I'm no longer her professor, and she's no longer my student." His words were too provocative. Even Zhao Liangzi, who had something on his mind, could sense it. He looked at He Ji-chu, then at Huo Xiaoheng, and then at Gun Yinji, who was sitting between them like an ant on a hot pan. He smiled happily. Crossing his arms over his chest, Zhao Liangzi said leisurely, "Sure, I love watching melodramatic gossip. A life without melodramatic gossip is as lonely as snow." He actually used Gun Yinji's earlier teasing words back at her. This is the first update. Today's third update is asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 1 p.m., I will give the leader of the alliance, I am Master Rashi, June's spiritual pet fate, 100,000 cheating coins, the second update. At 7 p.m., the third update. P.S. Thank you to Sword Goddess Jade for the 10,000 Chi Dian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 954. Ma Chi-chi and Yin Shi-xiang had just finished singing, and were about to call Gun Yinji and Zhao Liangzi over to sing too when they saw the situation. They were stunned. Yin Shi-xiang walked over to drag Zhao Liangzi over to sing and kept giving him looks. "Little Zay, you must have had too much to drink. What kind of stupid gossip are you looking at? Where's the stupid gossip?" Although Zhao Liangzi wasn't as perceptive as Yin Shi-xiang, he was usually a smart person. But today he seemed to have opened 8 of his 9 orifices. He stiffened his neck and said to Yin Shi-xiang, "How did I drink too much? I only drank a little. What did I say wrong? Wasn't it?" He stretched out his arm and waved it across the room. Huo Xiaoheng, Gun Yinji, and He Ji-chu, who were sitting on the sofa, all looked at him silently. Yin Shi-xiang was frightened by Huo Xiaoheng's gaze and pulled Zhao Liangzi even harder. Let's go. You're not drunk. Let's go sing. Didn't you say that when you got a girlfriend, you would sing love songs to her for a night? Our little prince of love songs?" Gun Yinji. Finally, he spat out a mouthful of tea as expected. "Something can happen while drinking tea," He Ji-chu muttered as he picked up a tissue to wipe Gun Yinji's face. His movements were so smooth and natural, as if he had done it 1,000 times. Gun Yinji obediently raised her head and let He Ji-chu wipe her face as if it was a habit. Huo Xiaoheng had been looking at Zhao Liangzi thoughtfully and worried about his condition, so he unconsciously slowed down. When he turned around, he saw that He Ji-chu was already wiping Gun Yinji's face. He couldn't start a fight with He Ji-chu in front of so many people. After all, there were still a few people in the private room who were waiting to see the melodramatic gossip with their eyes wide open, as if they wanted to see the world in chaos. Hua Xiaoheng took out a tissue and wiped the coffee table in front of him without batting an eyelid. The tea that Gun Yinji had spat out was everywhere. He pursed his lips slightly, and his slender and powerful fingers slid across the coffee table. Soon, the coffee table was cleaned up. He Jichu threw the tissue away and glanced at the three people across from him. Go sing. His voice was clear, but it had an invisible pressure. In Xixiang quickly grabbed Ma Qiqi with one hand and Zhao Liangzi with the other to go sing. Zhao Liangzi drank all the red wine in his glass and suddenly became excited. He became a microphone hog, singing song after song. I tasted it gently. You said you loved me, and I was still savoring the gentleness you gave me. I gently tasted it, this fragrant temptation. You have everything I like. Jay Chao, sweet, passing by your world. I've lived even when I was at my peak. Please go forward. There's no need to look back. The person waiting for you at the finish line will be me. How I wish you were the last person. Who in the world listens to you? In the vast sea of stars, I persist in a kind of dream. I really want to touch the warmth in your hands. In the vast sea of people, who will I meet? The gentleness in your eyes, is it all for me? For meeting you. He sang nonstop, drinking as he sang. In the end, he was almost hoarse from singing, and his voice was hoarse. In Xixiang and Ma Qiqi could only act as his background and keep pouring wine for him. Gun Yinji was speechless. She had just graduated her master's degree in advance today and had also gotten rid of two old enemies. She was in a great mood. If someone else had spoiled the mood like this, she would have left immediately without another word. But now it was Zhao Liangzi. He was Brother Zhe who had watched her grow up, so she could only support her head with her hand and look at Zhao Liangzi's back in confusion. What's wrong with Brother Zhe? Gun Yinji asked Hua Xiaoheng quietly. Who did you see him with in the parking lot? Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her. He didn't want to gossip about his subordinates, but Gun Yinji's eyes were too concerned. He thought about it and said, Bai Weran. Isn't that the person he's been thinking about? He finally won the beauty, so why is he still singing these songs? Gun Yinji was very confused. He Jichu leaned against the sofa with his eyes half closed and said dryly, Bai Shuang also left. It was a statement, not a question. Gun Yinji nodded. When I went to order for Hua Xiao, Bai Shuang said she would go with me, but when I went to order, she went. Gun Yinji suddenly understood. Bai Shuang also went to the parking lot. She covered her mouth in surprise and glanced at Hua Xiaoheng. Did Bai Shuang just happen to see it? Hua Xiaoheng thought about it and nodded slightly. Most likely. That makes sense. Gun Yinji tilted her head and sighed. Brother Zhe and Director Bai were probably making out in the parking lot, and Bai Shuang saw it. Then Brother Zhe found out that Bai Shuang saw them making out. No wonder Bai Shuang came back crying, took her bag, and left early. I was just saying that we were having fun playing poker. Why did you suddenly stop playing? When Gun Yinji said this, Zhao Liangzi had just finished singing a song. In the suddenly silent room, only her crisp and soft voice could be heard echoing. It was actually quite awkward. Gun Yinji only realized that everyone was looking at her after she finished speaking. Although they weren't outsiders, she still blushed and brushed her hair in embarrassment. She looked at Zhao Liangzi, who was staring at her, fawningly. Brother Zhe, right? Zhao Liangzi snickered. He was already a bit drunk. He stood up and walked over shakily. As expected of a genius girl. Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, it's exactly what you said. Come, Brother Zhe will drink with you. She can't drink. Hua Xiaoheng and Jichu said at the same time. In Xixiang and Ma Qiqi sat on either side of Zhao Liangzi and watched Hua Xiaoheng and Jichu guard each side. They were about to suffer from internal injuries from holding back their laughter. Gun Yinji was even more embarrassed. She smiled sheepishly and tried to find a way out. What they mean is that I have to drive later, so I can't drink. You can't drink until you're 22. He Jichu and Hua Xiaoheng said in unison again. Gun Yinji was speechless. Can't they just talk properly? In Xixiang and Ma Qiqi couldn't hold it in anymore. They hugged their stomachs and laughed uncontrollably on the sofa. Hua Xiaoheng and Jichu both looked at each other expressionlessly. Qiqi, Do you still want to take my class next semester? Hijichu teased Ma Chi-Chi first. Ma Chi-Chi immediately stopped laughing and sat up straight. She nodded solemnly. Of course I do. Professor He, you must give me a spot. Hijichu's class next semester was limited to the number of people who could take it. The university's faculty of law, from undergraduates to doctoral students, fought tooth and nail to get a spot. If you want a spot, you better be careful. Hijichu's eyes said so. Ma Chi-Chi understood immediately. Got it. She quickly stopped laughing at Gunyanji. Hua Xiaoheng also looked at Yin Shixiao. Big Xiong, you're still suspended. If you make another mistake, your punishment will increase. Yin Shixiao immediately stopped laughing and expressed his attitude very sincerely. Hua Xiao, little Zay is too much. I'll teach him a lesson when I get back. Only Zhao Liangzi was drunk. His beautiful eyes looked like they were covered in mist. Everyone he saw was blurry. He shouted, Nianji, have a drink with your brother Zay. My little sister Nianji is still the best. She's so obedient and considerate. Hua Xiao, you don't cherish her. You don't know how lucky you are. It's so hard for me to chase after my girlfriend, but you just crooked your finger and Nianji went over. That's not fair. Gun Nianji. She wasn't that easy to seduce. Gun Nianji was angry and was about to retort. Zhao Yangzi pointed at Hui Xiaohong with a smile. So, you deserve to be dumped. Yin Shixiang, Ma Chi-Chi, and Gun Nianji all turned pale. Only Hijichu's lips curled up more and more. His shimmering almond-shaped eyes curved, and a smile burst from the depths of his heart. This is the second update. The second update for the Spirit Pet Fate, 100,000 cheating dollars, awarded by the leader, I am Master Rashi, in June has arrived. Today's third update is asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. The third update at 7 p.m. Chapter 955. Zhao Yangzi was so drunk he staggered and looked like he was about to slide off the sofa. Only Hua Xiaoheng remained indifferent and looked at him calmly. Yin Shixiang broke out in a cold sweat and finally punched the back of Zhao Liangzi's neck to knock him out. Hua Xiao, little Zay had mixed feelings today and drank a little too much. Don't worry. Yin Shixiang stammered on Zhao Liangzi's behalf. Gun Yinji also wanted to say something, but Yin Shixiang quietly waved at her, so she could only shut her mouth. Hua Xiaoheng didn't look angry at all. He only stood up and said, It's already a dereliction of duty to be this drunk after drinking so little. I'll send him back to sober him up, then have him submit a 10,000-word report. We'll talk about the subsequent punishment after he sobers up. As he spoke, he walked over to Zhao Yangzi and picked him up with one hand, dragging him out like a sack. Gun Yinji was speechless. Yin Shixiang wiped the sweat from his forehead and gave Gun Yinji a look to tell her to go after Hua Xiaoheng. He could tell that although Hua Xiaoheng didn't appear angry at all, he was definitely furious inside. It was just that people in their line of work were used to hiding their emotions. It was indeed unprofessional for Zhao Yangzi to suddenly go crazy like this. As Hua Xiaoheng said, this was dereliction of duty. The punishment would probably not be light. Yin Shixiang silently lit a candle for Zhao Yangzi. However, Gun Yinji was still thinking about the video on Hijichu's phone. She still didn't know where Hijichu got it from, so this was very important to her. Brother Xiong, you and Chi-Chi go first. I'll go after paying the bill. Gun Yinji didn't chase after him. Instead, she winked at Ma Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, I'm sorry. Ma Chi-Chi quickly shook her head and smiled. It's fine, it's fine. I'm fine, as long as you're happy. Yin Shixiang wanted to go back to the base to see Zhao Liangzi and use the opportunity to plead for him. Then we'll go first. Yin Shixiang took Ma Chi-Chi's hand and smiled at Gun Yinji. Yinji, I'm taking Chi-Chi back to my hometown for the new year. I want to wish you a happy new year in advance. Oh, he was going to meet his parents? Congratulations. Gun Yinji was sincerely happy for Ma Chi-Chi and asked, When are you getting married? Let me know in advance when you've decided on a date. I'm going to give you a red packet. That's for sure. I won't accept your red envelope if it's too little. Yinji, all the best. Yin Shixiang chuckled as he patted her shoulder and nodded at Hijichu. Professor He, please take Ninji back. Hijichu put his hands in his trouser pockets and nodded demurely. Ninji knows how to drive my car. Gunyenji, after In Shixiang and Ma Chichi left, Gunyenji and Hijichu also left the private room to pay the bill at the front desk. However, the receptionist looked at the bill and said with a smile, "The bill has been settled. Please take care. It's already done? Who is it?" Gunyenji was very surprised and asked the restaurant's front desk for a sign bill. The name, Hua Xiaoheng, was written in a flamboyant style. It was so scribbled that most people would not be able to recognize it. Of course, Gunyenji recognized it. When she was the most infatuated with Hua Xiaoheng, she even secretly copied his handwriting. Every night after she finished her homework, she would look at his notes and copy them over and over again. It was sincere and sweet, and it was like she had the whole world written in his handwriting. Now that she looked at his signature again, Gunyenji discovered that her heart was as calm as still water. She put down the sign bill and noted down the amount. It wasn't much, and she could afford it. She would return the favor when she had the chance. Gunyenji and Hijichu walked out of the restaurant together. Both of them had driven their cars over. The snow on the ground was already thick and crunching when they stepped on it. Gunyenji looked at her car and said hesitantly, "Professor He, let's sit in my car. I'll take you here tomorrow to pick up your car." Hijichu rubbed his temples and nodded in agreement. "Okay, let's get in your car." The two of them sat in Gunyenji's red Ferrari and drove out of the restaurant's parking lot. Gunyenji drove Hijichu back to the professor's building at B University. On the way, Gunyenji began to beat around the bush and asked Hijichu about the video. "Professor He, where did you get the video from?" Hijichu ignored her at first, but after she kept asking, Hijichu finally said dryly, "You kept it from me, so why should I tell you?" Gunyenji was speechless. She lowered her head in shame and gripped the steering wheel as they got onto the highway. The situation from that morning was still vivid in her mind, but she didn't feel any psychological trauma at all. His courage could be said to have been trained. Gunyenji sighed and said, "Professor He, I didn't want to keep it from you, but I was afraid you'd be worried." "You knew I'd be worried, and you still did something like that?" Hijichu pulled up the video on his phone. "Look at you, you're playing with fire." Gunyenji pursed her lips and listened to Hijichu scold her without saying a word. "What's going on with that oil tanker? Why did it keep staring at you? Why were only the two cars from the Ishihara Corporation colliding with the oil tanker? Where did you get the guts to play hard to get on the highway?" Hijichu threw out a series of questions, and Gunyenji didn't know which to answer first. Because this matter was indeed a long story, and he didn't know where to start. Gunyenji turned on the stereo as she drove, and the sound of the piano filled the small space in the car like flowing water. It had a calming effect. Hijichu was furious, and seeing that Gunyenji didn't say a word, he became even angrier. "Why aren't you saying anything? Are you not going to tell me anything in the future?" Gunyenji finally smiled and said, "Professor He, you're being too serious. I didn't want to keep it from you. I actually kept it from Hua Xiao as well." Hijichu was speechless. Although he wasn't very satisfied with this answer, why did his mood miraculously improve? Gunyenji acutely sensed that Hijichu's mood had improved, so she said, "I planned everything out. The Ishihara family wants my life, so I can't just sit and wait." "The Ishihara family wants your life?" Hijichu turned to look at her in shock. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Gunyenji was also shocked. "Why would I tell you earlier? Are you saying you can take care of this family without breaking the law? If this kind of scum's family is destroyed, then so be it. Do you still need to talk about the law?" Hijichu snorted and turned to look at the night view outside the car window. After a while, he said, "Did you leave any evidence behind for what you did? Do you want me to clean up the mess for you?" Gunyenji closed her eyes and said helplessly, "Professor He, what are you thinking? I really didn't do anything. The only thing I did was call for takeout, and when the oil truck was about to hit me, I suddenly sped up to escape the fate of being caught under the 18-wheeler truck." Hijichu frowned as he watched the video again and again. It really was as Gunyenji said. He didn't know what Gunyenji meant by calling for takeout, but it was very clear from the video that she suddenly sped up. Gun Yinji really didn't do anything. He Ji-chu breathed a sigh of relief. You have to know the severity of the situation. I believe you wouldn't lie to me about something like this. He paused and continued to ask her, how did you know that the Ishihara family wanted to harm you? Gun Yinji glanced at him and said calmly, Professor He, do you remember that I almost fell and became paralyzed? I remember. It was Ishihara Taro who did it. Hijichu was speechless. Also, Ishihara Taro followed me for a long time to collect my whereabouts. He was determined to cause a car accident today. Hijichu recalled the car accident when Gun Yinji was 12 years old, and his heart completely softened. Are you okay? Do you need to see a psychiatrist? I'm fine. Gun Yinji beamed with joy as she slapped the steering wheel. I used my own strength to get rid of this grandfather and granddaughter once and for all, and also solved my own psychological problems. Hijichu pinched his brows. He felt a bit of headache, but also a bit proud. He smiled and said, I didn't expect you to be like this, Yinji. Hee, Professor He, you flatter me. I'm not complimenting you. Gun Yinji didn't mind and continued to ask Hijichu, I've already confessed. Professor He, you also have to tell me where you got the video, right? I'm no longer your professor. Hijichu was suddenly very concerned about the way he addressed her. You can call me something else. Okay, Lawyer He. Gun Yinji smiled and changed the way she addressed him. Go ahead. Hijichu sighed and rubbed his fingers on his phone. Finally, he said, Actually, I used to study computer science. The law was changed later on. Oh, that impressive. Gun Yinji expressed her sincere admiration. Then you have to teach me a few tricks. There will be opportunities in the future. Hijichu rested one hand on the side of the car window and propped his head up. He was lost in thought as he looked at the road ahead. The night was endless, and there seemed to be no end in sight. But this was only an illusion. In reality, the sun would eventually rise, and the suffering would also come to an end. Gun Yinji's mood lightened. She hummed quietly as she got off the highway. Hijichu hesitated for a moment before saying, Yinji, I'm going back to the United States tomorrow. I won't be back during the Lunar New Year. Gun Yinji replied with an oh and didn't mind. Professor He, you're also going back for the Lunar New Year, right? Then I wish you a happy Lunar New Year in advance. Hijichu nodded. He originally wanted to say that he would explain everything when he got back, then come back to spend time with her and never leave again. But seeing Gun Yinji's relaxed expression, he didn't say it. It was Hijichu's own decision to stay in the Huaxia Empire to accompany Gun Yinji from now on. He didn't want to say it out loud and make Gun Yinji feel pressured. He wanted her to be sincere and sincere, not pity, sympathy, or charity. If she still couldn't fall in love with him, then he was willing to admit defeat. This is the third update. Today's third update is asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Wax everyone. Chapter 956. Whoosh! A bucket of cold water splashed onto him. The muddle-headed Zhao Liangzi jumped up from the ground with a howl. Who? Who the F***CK? He wiped his face with his hand and was about to curse when he suddenly saw Hua Xiaoheng standing in front of him with his hands behind his back. His face was so handsome that it made one speechless, but he still looked calm and collected, as if he had not just splashed a pail of ice water on him. Zhao Liangzi's legs went limp, and he almost knelt in front of Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng was wearing knee-high army boots. He raised his foot and kicked Zhao Liangzi, causing him to roll on the ground. Sober? Acting like a drunkard after drinking a little? I can fire you if you behave like this. Hua Xiaoheng spoke calmly. His voice wasn't loud, and his tone wasn't fierce, but it was terrifying to Zhao Liangzi. Hua Xiaoheng, I was wrong. Zhao Liangzi almost kowtowed to Hua Xiaoheng. I shouldn't have pretended to be crazy and made fun of you. You can punish me if you want, but please don't fire me. Don't fire me. Zhao Liangzi instantly burst into tears. Deep fear shrouded his heart. He finally realized that no matter what kind of relationship breaking up, It couldn't compare to the pain of being fired from the Special Forces. Regardless of whether he had a girlfriend or not, his pain was bearable. The only thing he couldn't bear in life was being excluded from the Special Forces. He was a man kneeling on the ground and crying like a child. Well, Xiaoheng didn't try to persuade him. He just quietly looked down at him. Only when he was exhausted and hoarse from crying did he walk over to a nearby chair and sit down. He crossed his legs and calmly said, "Have you cried enough?" Zhao Yangzi sniffled and nodded vigorously. He stared at the water stains on the floor. They were left by Hua Xiaoheng pouring cold water on him. He didn't dare look up at Hua Xiaoheng. "Of course I have to punish you. Do you know why I'm going to punish you?" Zhao Yangzi recalled what he had said in the private room and regretted it so much that he wanted to cut off his tongue. He mustered up the courage to raise his head and make a zipping motion with his hand. "Don't worry, Hua Xiao. I won't speak carelessly in the future, and I definitely won't make fun of you." Hua Xiaoheng shook his head and stood up from his chair. "Do you think I'm punishing you because you made fun of me?" With that, he walked towards the door. Zhao Yangzi panicked and jumped over to hug Hua Xiaoheng's military boots. "Hua Xiao, don't go. I know I was wrong." Hua Xiaoheng still had his hands behind his back and didn't turn around. He stared straight ahead and said, unmoved, "Little Zay, your specialty is technology. You don't have many opportunities to go out into the field, and you've never been stationed abroad. I'm thinking that this isn't good for you." Zhao Yangzi sheepishly withdrew his hand and pushed himself up from the floor. He muttered, "Am I that bad?" "Yes, based on your performance today, if you were out in the field, the enemy would have discovered your flaws long ago. If you're not honored now, then you're sacrificed." Hua Xiaoheng glanced back at him. Honor and sacrifice mean the same thing, Hua Xiaoheng. Zhao Yangzi gestured at him. "I'm not afraid. Wasn't it just death?" People in this line of work had long since disregarded life and death. "Yes, because I didn't want to say it had another meaning." Hua Xiaoheng turned around and stared at Zhao Yangzi. A trace of coldness gradually appeared in his eyes. "Or do you want me to say that you've betrayed us?" "Absolutely not." Zhao Yangzi jerked his head up and his eyes widened. "I'd rather die than betray you. Little Zay, I think you have some misunderstandings. Betrayal is not considered betrayal when you can't handle the torture. Unintentional leaking of secrets is also considered betrayal." Hua Xiaoheng's voice was completely cold. "Because of your momentary distraction, many of our colleagues may have been sacrificed abroad. Have you thought about it?" Zhao Yangzi's expression gradually changed. His voice was hoarse. "Hua Xiaoheng, I understand. If you can't control your emotions, then don't do this line of work." Hua Xiaoheng warned him again. "Otherwise, you'll harm others and yourself. You'll cause irreparable damage to the country and the military at any moment." Zhao Yangzi finally accepted Hua Xiaoheng's criticism sincerely. He rubbed the back of his neck with lingering fear. "Hua Xiaoheng, I'll never do it again." Hua Xiaoheng looked at him coldly for a while. Seeing that he was truly remorseful, he finally nodded. His voice softened. "I know this is your first time in a relationship. It's normal for your emotions to fluctuate. Only a man who has been in love and broken up is a real man." Hua Xiaoheng patted him on the shoulder. "Good luck. I'll wait for the day you get dumped." With that, he sauntered away. Zhao Yangzi suddenly understood that he had still been played. He gritted his teeth as he looked at Hua Xiaoheng's back. The word "ba" was stuck in his throat. He almost choked to death. He and Big Xiong were lucky to have not been played to death by this kind of boss. He had just been sanctimoniously criticizing and educating him from the bottom of his heart. He really thought that he had no selfish motives at all. He had cried so hard that he wanted to dig his heart out. In the end, he still had to return the words that he had said to him. Zhao Yangzi cursed silently, but he remembered Hua Xiaoheng's words. He didn't dare to indulge his true emotions again. Although he felt that Hua Xiaoheng had abused his power for personal gain, on the surface, he was really doing it for his own good. If he had been in the field at this time, who knew how much information the other party's smarter agents would have gotten from him? Zhao Liangzi took a deep breath and pushed the door open to leave. As soon as he returned to his room and changed his clothes, his orderly knocked on the door. Chief, Chief will want you to go to his office. Zhao Yangzi quickly adjusted his regular clothes and put on a woolen military coat. He went to Hua Xiaoheng's office. Hua Xiaoheng, is there anything else? Are you going to continue punishing me? Zhao Yangzi stood respectfully in front of Hua Xiaoheng's desk. Hua Xiaoheng pointed to the chair opposite him. Sit. Zhao Yangzi sat up straight and looked at Hua Xiaoheng intently. Hua Xiaoheng took out a transfer order from the printer and handed it to Zhao Yangzi. Our department has always wanted to establish a base in Africa. It is also to test the global coverage of the Nanda satellite. It just so happens that they lack a leader. I see that you are outstanding in your work and have both intelligence and courage, so I'm sending you. Zhao Yangzi pursed his lips and didn't dare to say anything. He took the transfer order from Hua Xiaoheng and glanced at it. I'm leaving tomorrow. Can I wait until after the new year? Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything. He looked at Zhao Yangzi quietly, one hand tapping on the desk. The tapping wasn't loud, but in Zhao Yangzi's ears, it was deafening like a machine gun. Zhao Yangzi glanced at Hua Xiaoheng, and his voice became softer and softer until he finally said, Okay. He held the transfer order and took a deep breath. He stood at attention and gave Hua Xiaoheng a very standard military salute. Special Operations Forces Deputy Chief Zhao Liangzi accepts the mission. Hua Xiaoheng finally nodded slightly and closed his eyes. He said calmly, There's no need to celebrate the new year. We'll leave immediately. As for your girlfriend, you've been pursuing her for so long. It's her turn to pursue you. I'll watch out for you. Zhao Yangzi was about to cry again from Hua Xiaoheng's sarcasm, but he still couldn't say a word. He couldn't show any of his true emotions. He squeezed out a bitter smile. Don't worry, Hua Xiaoheng. If it's mine, it's mine. If it's not mine, there's no point in pursuing it. I've thought it through. Okay, it's good that you've thought it through. Hua Xiaoheng waved his hand to dismiss him. Zhao Yangzi turned around and walked 2 steps before turning back to say, Hua Xiaoheng, the German Federal Intelligence Services system that Nianji sent back is still being deciphered. Who do you think will take over? He continued, Actually, I think the best person is Nianji. She was the one who obtained this information, so I won't be satisfied with anyone else getting the credit. Hua Xiaoheng looked up at him and said calmly, You should do it. No one else needs to take over. Me? But I'm going to Africa. Zhao Yangzi was full of resentment, not only in Africa, but also on a small island in the Strait of Gibraltar in the southernmost part of Africa. It was said to be a place where transportation is basically by walking, communication is basically by shouting, ships can't go ashore, and entertainment is basically by hand. How could they continue to decipher information in such a place? Hua Xiaoheng folded his hands and placed them on the desk. He squinted his eyes and smiled. That's why we need you to go and set up our equipment there. Not only will there be power generation equipment, but there will also be a base station and a network. You can completely change the situation of transportation is basically by walking, communication is basically by shouting, ships can't go ashore. However, entertainment is still by hand. There's no other way, unless your girlfriend goes to visit you. The corners of Zhao Liangzi's mouth twitched. He found that he was finally calm. So what if he was dumped? If he could really build that small island, he would be the owner of the island. Zhao Liangzi chuckled. Okay, I'll listen to Hua Xiaoheng. It's better than going to the kitchen and raising pigs. Hua Xiaoheng laughed and said slowly, Don't say I didn't remind you. You also have to raise pigs on the island. Zhao Yangzi thought that Hua Xiaoheng had already taught him to be immune to poison, but when he heard the words raise pigs on the island, his expression still changed. Hua Xiaoheng, are you serious? Pigs are man's best friend. Don't look down on pigs. If you want to change your diet on the island, you have to earn your own living. Hua Xiaoheng said meaningfully and crooked his finger at him. Come here. Zhao Yangzi moved closer and asked warily, What's the matter? Hua Xiaoheng nodded meaningfully and whispered in Zhao Liangzi's ear. It said that that's where MH210 crashed. You're going there to develop the land. The most important thing is to find the truth behind the crash. Hua Xiaoheng paused. If you want to find Gu Xingwen, you have to start from that small island. Zhao Yangzi looked at Hua Xiaoheng as if he had just woken up from a dream. He had thought that Hua Xiaoheng was really using his position for personal gain. It turned out that he had been too naive. The person in front of him was the best at making use of all favorable and unfavorable conditions to serve the interests of his country. Zhao Yangzi was completely loyal to Hua Xiaoheng. The slight resentment he had originally had disappeared. He carefully folded the transfer order. Hua Xiaoheng, don't worry. Just let them think that I was punished. That's convenient. That was the only way to cover up their deepest motives. Hua Xiaoheng leaned back in his seat and said calmly, yes, especially your two girlfriends. They have to believe that you angered me, so I punished you and sent you to Africa. This was the first update. Today was the third update, asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Monthly votes were 2,100 plus updates at 1 p.m. Third update at 7 p.m. Chapter 9, 57. Two girlfriends. Zhao Liangzi wanted to cry out. I haven't even settled one yet. How can I have two girlfriends? Hua Xiao, don't talk nonsense. How can I be human if others find out? He was two-timing, and now he was labeled as a scumbag. He could forget about being with his sweetheart ever again. Hua Xiao, the brilliant, mighty, and unparalleled Hua Xiao, please don't slap me in the face. Zhao Yangzi bowed to Hua Xiaoheng, wanting to prostrate himself to show his complete repentance and surrender. He was completely subdued by Hua Xiaoheng and didn't dare to cause trouble again. Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips. Isn't that the case? Little Zay, maybe you're confused by the situation, but I'm a bystander. Zhao Yangzi wanted to sew his mouth shut. Hua Xiaoheng remembered every word that he and Yin Shixiang had said to Hua Xiaoheng and Ningji back then. Now, he was taking the opportunity to slap them in the face. Okay, think carefully about which one you like. I don't care how many girlfriends you have in Africa, but you can only have one when you're back in the Huaxia Empire. Hua Xiaoheng looked at Zhao Liangzi meaningfully. Zhao Yangzi suddenly felt uncomfortable. He felt like he had become bait, or like the peach in Two Peaches Kill Three Men. Hua Xiao, we have to be clear about this. Zhao Yangzi's mind inadvertently flashed with by Shuang's red eyes from crying. What do you mean? Work is work, and feelings are feelings. I know how to differentiate. I don't mean anything. It's best if you can differentiate, but it's okay if you can't. Africa is so far away anyway, so there's not much you can do even if you fail. Well, I don't see. I don't grieve over. Hua Xiaoheng waved his hand. Go. Don't come say goodbye tomorrow. I'll wait for your spring festival message from Africa. I'll help you read the overseas congratulatory telegram at the spring festival gala. Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips into a half-smile. Zhao Yangzi imagined the awkward overseas congratulatory telegram and video call at the spring festival gala and shuddered. Hua Xiao, spare me. Don't you feel embarrassed? He turned to leave, determined not to contact Hua Xiao again before he settled in Africa. Who knew how many more pitfalls were waiting for him? After Zhao Liangzi left, Hua Xiaoheng sat behind his desk for a while before standing up and pacing around the office with his arms crossed. Looking at the sky outside the window, it was already late at night. He looked at his watch. It was 10 minutes to 12. He wondered if Ningji had gone back yet. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it for a while, then put on his Bluetooth headset and called Gu Ningji. Gu Ningji walked He Zhichu to the B University professor's building. Professor He, are you all right? Drink some honey water when you get back. It will help you get over the hangover. Gu Ningji was a bit worried about He Zhichu's condition. She kept feeling that he was a bit absent-minded. She wasn't sure if it was because he had too much to drink or because he was in a bad mood. She looked down to see He Zhichu's slender and clean fingers on the black car door handle. She murmured, Professor He, I didn't mean to hide it from you. He Zhichu turned to look at her, his shimmering, sultry eyes flashing. Yeah, then you have to tell me if anything happens in the future. I'm different from Hua Xiaoheng. I won't scold you. Whatever you want to do, I'll help you achieve it. Gun Yinji smiled sheepishly and lowered her head even more. Professor it's not good for you to be like this. You'll spoil me. How could that be? Hijichu laughed. His voice was as gentle and warm as the spring breeze. My little Ninji can't be spoiled no matter how much I spoil her. I know that. Such an affectionate tone and unabashed attitude made Gun Yinji's scalp tingle. The high wall she had built in her heart was actually in danger of collapsing. She closed her eyes. She didn't know why, but she felt more and more familiar with Hijichu. Could it really be, as Hijichu had said, that she had known him since she was very young? Gun Yinji couldn't help but want to touch the forbidden areas in her memory again. She wanted to break through the haze and see the hidden truth. But as usual, she couldn't remember anything no matter how hard she tried. The fire when she was 12 seemed to have burned away her past. Not a speck of dust remained. Hijichu saw that Gun Yinji's eyes were half closed. In the dim car lights, her face was pale. Are you thinking about the past again? Hijichu held her hand and found that her palms were sweaty. His heart ached as he wiped her hands with a tissue. Don't think about it anymore. The past is the past. I don't even care about it anymore. What are you thinking about? Gun Yinji's eyelashes fluttered. She slowly opened her eyes. It wasn't that she wasn't disappointed, but she didn't want to add to Hijichu's psychological burden. She quietly leaned against the steering wheel. After a while, she said, Professor, I said I'm no longer your professor. Hijichu finally couldn't help but correct her again. Gun Yinji smiled. But I like to call you Professor It's very intimate and considerate. Like a relative. Hijichu was speechless. He opened the car door and got out without a word. He closed the door and walked to the lobby of the professor's building without looking back. Gun Yinji shook her head with a smile. She locked the car door and drove to her apartment in the Hepingli district. It was almost midnight. The B University campus was quiet. Most of the students had already gone home for the winter break. A few people stayed to study or work. But at this time, most people were already asleep. Gun Yinji yawned and also felt a bit sleepy. As soon as she drove out of the south gate of B University, she heard Hua Xiaoheng's personal ringtone. She put on her Bluetooth headset and answered the call. Hua Xiao. Her voice was a bit hoarse and carried a sense of lethargy. Hua Xiaoheng froze. Still outside? He thought he could hear the sound of the wind, but it was actually his imagination. Gun Yinji sat in the car with the windows down. Where did the wind come from? Gun Yinji grunted. I just sent Professor He back to the professor's building. Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips and deliberately ignored what Gun Yinji said. He said directly, Did Professor He invite you to his house for the New Year this year? Gun Yinji was stunned. Why would he invite me to his house for the New Year? Huh. Hua Xiaoheng laughed and said calmly, Didn't he want to pursue you? Isn't it perfect to take you home to meet his parents during the New Year? His tone was very normal, so it was impossible for Gun Yinji to detect any jealousy in it. Hua Xiaoheng had deliberately not mentioned celebrating the New Year with Gun Yinji this year because he was observing Hijichu's reaction and whether he would take the opportunity to take Gun Yinji back to his house. Of course, the result was beyond his expectations. Hijichu had gone back for the New Year, but he had gone alone and did not take Gun Yinji home. Haha, Hua Xiao is overthinking it. Professor He is not Brother Xiong in a hurry to take his girlfriend home. Gun Yinji sneered and turned the steering wheel to the main road in front of the Hepingli district. After a short drive, they entered the Hepingli district. Hua Xiaoheng was about to continue the conversation when he suddenly remembered something and immediately stopped talking about why Hijichu did not take Gun Yinji home to meet his parents. He quietly changed the topic. Yinji, how do you plan to spend the New Year this year? Gun Yinji had always spent the New Year with Hua Xiaoheng in the past. Now that they were still broken up, she was too embarrassed to mention spending the New Year with Hua Xiaoheng, especially since Hua Xiaoheng did not seem to have any intention of inviting her. Gun Yinji parked the car in the parking lot. After turning off the lights, she looked around to make sure there was no one else in the parking lot before opening the door and getting out. She carried her small bag into the elevator and said dryly, I'm spending it alone. I finally graduated and became independent, so of course I have to enjoy the New Year by myself. Hua Xiaoheng walked to the balcony and placed both hands on the railing. He thought for a while and said, I have to be on duty during the new year. Why don't you come to the base and spend it with me? Huh. Gun Yinji took out her key card and opened the door. She shook her head and refused. No need. You can't be distracted when you're on duty. I'm fine by myself. I still want to go on a trip during the new year. Hua Xiaoheng heard that she had already entered the house and nodded. Okay, then we'll talk about it when the time comes. He hung up. Gun Yinji threw her small bag on the sofa and lay down for a while. After a tiring day, she was physically and mentally exhausted. Gun Yinji did not even have time to wash up before falling asleep on the sofa. She slept soundly and didn't wake up until noon the next day. She habitually took out her phone and saw that He Chu had already called her a few times. She had missed all of them. He Chu left her a message saying that he had already taken his private plane back to the United States. He told her to enjoy the new year and not to run around. He also told her to remember to call his personal number if anything happened. Then, Ma Chi-Chi and Yin Shixiang happily went to Yin Shixiang's hometown to celebrate the new year with his parents. Gun Yinji found it funny when she saw their messages. Her mood immediately improved. For the next few days, she lived a very fulfilling life. She cleaned every corner of the house and went to the flower market to buy a lot of New Year's flowers to decorate her room. She also bought a lot of ingredients and put them in the fridge. She planned to cook New Year's Eve dinner alone this year. However, her plan did not succeed. On the morning of New Year's Eve, she was startled awake by a knock on the door. She put on her sleeping robe and looked at the screen to see that it was Song Jining standing at the door. Gun Yinji opened the door in surprise. Annie Song, why are you here? It's New Year's Eve today. Song Jining looked at her with a smile and pushed her into the bathroom. Quick, take a shower and get changed. We're going to the new house I bought. Yinji, I'm all alone. I don't even have anyone to spend New Year's with. Do something good and spend New Year's with me, okay? This is the second update. Monthly votes of 2,100 plus updates have arrived. Today is the third update. I'm asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Third update at 7 p.m. Moi. P.S. How about a small theater and a special Weibo post? Of course, they're in the group too. Chapter 958. Oh, Gun Yinji was shocked. Why are you spending the new year alone? You. Gun Yinji was about to say that Song Jining had a son and a husband, but she immediately remembered she couldn't say that. Hua Xiaoheng's son had to be on duty during the new year and might even have to go down to the village to greet the soldiers. Hua Guanxin was her ex-husband, and they had a falling out a long time ago, so it was impossible for them to spend the new year together. Hua Guanxin was also a general and the director of the political department. He would also be out during the new year and wouldn't be able to spend the new year with her. Song Jining's father had passed away in that accident 18 years ago. So Song Jining was like her. She was actually all alone. She didn't have any family to begin with, so it wasn't like she had lost them. Song Jining, on the other hand, had a family, but it was like she didn't have one. Thinking about it, it was actually worse than her. Gun Yinji treated Song Jining even better because of this. Also, when the great beauty smiled and said that she was all alone, Gun Yinji immediately wanted to spend the new year with her. Okay, I'll agree to anything you say. Gun Yinji hurriedly took a shower and changed into the clothes she had prepared for the new year. She was wearing Chanel's latest bright red flower skirt, paired with a dark brown Burberry slim-fit sheepskin coat and a pair of knee-high high-heel boots with a wool lining inside. It was a rare pair of high-heel boots in UGG that had a sense of fashion. She grabbed the red Hermes Berlin bag that Hua Xiaoheng had bought for her and put her phone, car keys, card, and wallet inside. She also put in a pair of sunglasses, a pack of tissues, and a piece of chocolate before following Song Jining out. Annie Song, did you drive here? Gun Yinji looked around and didn't see Song Jining's car. Song Jining shook her head with a smile. I took a taxi. It's so convenient now. Let's take another one. Gun Yinji was speechless. Then let's take my car. Gun Yinji took Song Jining to the underground parking lot. Oh, this is your car? It's so beautiful. It matches your outfit today. Song Jining couldn't stop praising it. Gun Yinji suddenly remembered that Hua Xiaoheng had given her the car. She blushed but still said, "This is Hua Xiao's car. Auntie, if you like it, you can take it." She purposely didn't mention that Hua Xiaoheng had gifted it to her. If she did, Song Jining would never accept it. But even if she didn't say it, Song Jining wouldn't want it. She smiled and said, "There's no need. I'm in the lab every day and rarely use the car. You should drive. Besides, this car suits you so well. Even the door has your name on it." Gun Yinji blushed. "I forgot about that." She smiled sheepishly and opened the car door for Song Jining to get in. Then she got into the driver's seat. The interior of the bright red sports car was completely black, and the red and black corresponded with each other. It was indeed very eye-catching, and one could tell at a glance that it was expensive. Song Jining carefully looked at the decorations in the car and immediately understood that this car was definitely her son's handiwork. The interior didn't look like a little princess at all. Instead, it was simple and low-key. Everything focused on comfort and cleanliness. Song Jining clicked her tongue and thought about how to help her son fill in the gaps and win back Gun Yinji's maiden heart. Gun Yinji didn't know what Song Jining was planning. She was just a little nervous. Because Song Jining was sitting in the car, she drove especially carefully. Fortunately, it was New Year's Eve, so there was no traffic on the roads. She followed Song Jining's directions and smoothly drove all the way to Song Jining's newly bought apartment. Of course, the location was top-notch. It was an apartment on the third ring road of the imperial capital with excellent privacy and environment. It was also in the same building as the apartment that Hua Xiaoheng had bought for Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji muttered to herself, "Is this really not a coincidence?" Song Jining didn't seem to know that Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng used to have a love nest here. She even enthusiastically introduced the apartments to her. "Yinji, your apartment in Hepingli is not bad, but it's fine when you're a student. Will be inconvenient if you still live there when you're working. Why don't you move in here and live with me?" Song Jining warmly invited her. "Look, I have a lot of rooms here." Song Jining showed Gun Yinji around one by one. Indeed, her apartment was much bigger than the one that Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng used to live in. It was a duplex and had a total of 6 bedrooms, 2 study rooms, 4 bathrooms, and a living room large enough to hold a ball. There were also 2 dining rooms and 2 kitchens. There was a small kitchen upstairs and the main kitchen downstairs. Gun Yinji was amazed. She didn't even dare to ask how much the apartment cost. As Song Jining spoke, she took her to a bedroom on the 2nd floor facing south. As soon as she opened the door, Gun Yinji was almost blinded by the pink, princess-themed decor. "Yinji, this is the room I specially reserved for you." Song Jining took her hand. "It's okay even if you and Xiaoheng don't work out. I like you. Anyway, if you do, you'll be my daughter-in-law. If not, you'll be my goddaughter and have to call me mom." Gun Yinji's eyes immediately reddened. This kind of love from a female elder was too precious to her. Back at Ma Chi-Chi's home, she had secretly envied Ma Chi-Chi's mother. "Mom?" Gun Yinji couldn't help but try calling out. Her plump, curvy lips were tightly pressed together. The tip of her tongue pressed against her teeth, and she gently spat out a syllable. The sound broke through her lips like sesame glutinous rice balls rolling in water, then scooped up and placed in her mouth. It was so delicious and sweet. "You're my daughter." Song Jining hugged her shoulders, also a bit moved. "I used to dream of having a daughter, but I didn't think I'd have a son like Xiaoheng. After that, I didn't have the chance to have another child anymore." Gun Yinji didn't say a word. She hugged Song Jining's arm tightly and leaned her head on her shoulder. Her love for Song Jining was obvious. Song Jining pulled her inside and walked around the apartment. "Yinji, you can stay here, okay? After the new year, you can move your things here. I don't usually come back anyway. I live in the dormitory at the Physics Institute. It's no different from you living alone." Although Gun Yinji was very attached to the feelings Song Jining gave her, she still declined. "Auntie, don't worry. I'll come visit you after the holidays." Gun Yinji pulled Song Jining out of the room. "What are we eating for New Year's Eve dinner today?" Song Jining smiled. "I'll make some fried rice and send it over to Xiaoheng. He loved my fried rice when he was young." Gun Yinji was speechless. Was it really okay to only eat fried rice for New Year's? Gun Yinji realized that someone was even more ignorant than she was. She didn't think she was looking down on her. Instead, she thought Song Jining was even more adorable. This Madame Song was such a wonderful person. Gun Yinji looked at Song Jining and couldn't help thinking that such a beauty was really going to dedicate her entire life to scientific research. Yinji, can you send it over for me later? Song Jining turned on the rice cooker to cook first, then went to prepare the ingredients for the fried rice. Gun Yinji looked at Song Jining's fridge and saw that there were plenty of ingredients. She took out 2 T-bone steaks, melted the butter in a pan, and began frying the steaks. Steak was a dish that mainly relied on the ingredients. If the ingredients were good, the dish was basically a success. Heat control wasn't important, and it could be cooked as well as it was needed. Gun Yinji made 2 large T-bone steaks for Hua Xiaohang. They were medium rare, and she squeezed some lemon and pear juice on the steaks. The aroma instantly hit their nostrils. Even Song Jining, who was cooking the fried rice, couldn't stop praising it and asked Gun Yinji to make a few more steaks later. Of course, Gun Yinji agreed readily. The two worked together and quickly made fried rice and steaks. Gun Yinji also brought a box of washed organic blueberries as fruit. She placed them in a food container and sent it to Hua Xiaohang. This was the 3rd update. Today was the 3rd update, asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi. P.S. Maohan's Weibo, writer's Cambrian. You can search it. There was also a fan club's Weibo, Cambrian Fan Club. The Cambrian Records was a record of notes, not a record of records. Chapter 959. Gun Yinji drove to the gate of the Special Operations Forces headquarters base and told the guard at the gate where she came from. The guard also recognized her. Gun Yinji used to go in and out of the base often. After Hua Xiaohang married her, he gave her a special pass. Gun Yinji didn't recognize this marriage, so of course, she didn't need the special pass that Hua Xiaohang gave her. Although the guard at the gate knew her, he couldn't let her in if she couldn't produce the pass. Gun Yinji called Hua Xiaohang. Hua Xiaohang and 2 of his trusted subordinates who were on duty during the Spring Festival were doing an annual inspection of the system in the central control room on the 6th floor of the basement. The huge supercomputer, as well as all kinds of emergency equipment and power generation devices throughout the basement, were checked and inventoried by the 3 of them. Half of his body was numb, and a large piece of his right arm had been electrocuted. He was in so much pain that he couldn't even lift it. The 2 subordinates hurriedly applied medicine to his wound, took a fixed splint, and tied up his arm. Hua Xiaohang sat to the side and watched them continue working. At that moment, the Bluetooth headset he was wearing indicated that there was a call coming in and told him that it was from Gun Yinji. Hua Xiaohang was slightly startled, but quickly picked up the call. Yinji, what happened? Hua Xiaohang's intuition told him that something had happened for her to call him on New Year's Eve. Gun Yinji had been busy trying to distance herself from him, so he didn't think that she was calling him for New Year's. Gun Yinji pursed her lips and whispered, Annie Song made you fried rice and asked me to bring it to you for New Year's Eve dinner. She paused and said in an even quieter voice, and 2 steaks. I cooked them. Hua Xiaohang raised his eyebrows. How did Gun Yinji get involved with Madame Song? He walked to the elevator and said, Madame Song went to your place? Gun Yinji shook her head and walked back and forth in front of the gate of the Special Operations Forces headquarters base. Annie Song came to find me and said that no one would spend New Year's with her, so she dragged me to her house. Hua Xiaohang was relieved. As long as nothing happened, it was fine. Then he felt a sense of novelty. His mother, Madame Song, was actually a real nerd. Although she was beautiful, she had never been interested in people. She was most interested in her laboratory. He really didn't expect Ms. Song to have such thoughts. In that case, Ms. Song really wanted Gun Yinji to be her daughter-in-law. Hua Xiaohang couldn't help laughing. Madame Song's IQ discrimination couldn't be any better. Putting everything else aside, out of so many women, Madame Song probably only liked Gun Yinji's IQ. Hua Xiaohang exited the building, found a car and drove to the gate with his left hand. The main gate of the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces was quite a distance away from their office and living area. If he were to walk, it would probably take him 10 to 20 minutes. It took them less than 5 minutes to arrive at the gate. Hua Xiaoheng got out of the car and waved at the guards at the door. He took out his special pass and said, "She can come in with me." Hua Xiaoheng's special pass was of the highest level, and he could bring 4 people in at once. Gun Yinji's eyes widened when she saw Hua Xiaoheng's right arm hanging from his neck with a splint. "Mr. Hua, your arm? It's nothing, just a small injury." Hua Xiaoheng patted his right arm nonchalantly. The guards at the door saluted and watched as Hua Xiaoheng pulled Gun Yinji into the car. Gun Yinji actually didn't want to get in the car. She planned to leave after giving the food box to Hua Xiaoheng. However, Hua Xiaoheng extended his uninjured left hand to her, and Gun Yinji found that she couldn't refuse. Her eyes never left Hua Xiaoheng's right arm. "Is Brother Qin here? Did he shine a light on you?" Gun Yinji looked at Hua Xiaoheng, holding the steering wheel with his left hand. It was very inconvenient, and she was a little worried. Qianlai went back for the new year. Hua Xiaoheng finally inserted the car key into the keyhole. He was rather clumsy. "My car is still parked at the gate." Gun Yinji glanced behind her, then looked at Hua Xiaoheng's right arm hanging. "There are guards at the gate, and you're still afraid that someone will steal your car?" Hua Xiaoheng gave her a sidelong glance. The thief who stole the car from the entrance of the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces hasn't been born yet. "Don't worry." Gun Yinji looked back at her bright red sports car and turned to Hua Xiaoheng. "I'll drive." Hua Xiaoheng had been waiting for her to say that. He immediately got out of the driver's seat and let Gun Yinji sit beside him. He went around to the passenger seat and sat down. Gun Yinji had been driving a sports car to and from school every day, and her driving skills had indeed improved. Under Hua Xiaoheng's directions, she quickly stopped in front of Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. Gun Yinji opened the car door to let Hua Xiaoheng out. "You're not going in?" Hua Xiaoheng saw that Gun Yinji had no intention of going in, so he didn't force her. He extended his uninjured left hand to her. "Then give me the food box. You can go back." Gun Yinji poked her head out to look at his official residence. "Where are your guards? There are also orderlies. Let them take you in." Hua Xiaoheng was injured, and it was his right arm that was injured. It would probably be inconvenient for him to go about his daily life. Fortunately, Hua Xiaoheng had orderlies, so Gun Yinji wasn't worried about that. However, Hua Xiaoheng shook his head and said calmly, "I gave them the day off. I'm the only one here this year." Gun Yinji was speechless. She originally wanted to leave after delivering the food, but she saw that Hua Xiaoheng's right arm was injured and he didn't even have an orderly with him. She didn't know how he was going to survive the next few days, so her heart softened. She said gloomily, "Aren't you going to invite me in? That's exactly what I wanted. I was just afraid that you wouldn't go in." Hua Xiaoheng moved closer to her ear and whispered, "You rejected me too many times." Gun Yinji was speechless. She felt like the Monkey King who couldn't escape Buddha's grasp, so she hung her head and followed him inside. There used to be guards at the entrance of Hua Xiaoheng's official residence, and there were also guards and orderlies inside. There were people inside and out. However, when she went in today, she realized that there was no one there. They were all gone. Gun Yinji looked around in shock. "Hua Xiao, don't tell me that even the chefs are on leave?" She thought that Hua Xiaoheng would at least have someone stay to cook for New Year's Eve dinner. Hua Xiaoheng took Gun Yinji's food box and placed it on the dining table. He smiled faintly. "The chefs are also orderlies. I'm on leave. I'm on duty anyway, so I can eat in the cafeteria. There's no need to keep them from reuniting with their families." For soldiers, New Year's Eve was the only time they could look forward to. Then you can actually bring Annie Song over to celebrate the new year with you. Gun Yinji hinted. Annie Song is quite lonely by herself. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head. "Yinji, do you really think that Madame Song is afraid of being lonely? As researchers, the last thing they're afraid of is loneliness. They're more than happy to be able to do experiments alone in peace." Gun Yinji obviously disagreed. Even if Annie Song likes to do experiments, it's New Year's Eve. It's not a normal holiday. Hua Xiao, are you really going to ignore Annie's song? She didn't care what Song Jining was thinking. She only knew that New Year's Eve was different. It's not that I'm ignoring her, but Madame Song has her own thoughts. I can't do anything about it. Hua Xiaoheng opened the food box and took out fried rice, a box of T-bone steak, and a box of blueberries. He put them on his plate and sat down. His left hand clumsily picked up the knife and fork to cut the steak. It was obvious that the one-armed general couldn't cut the steak. Gun Yinji couldn't stand it anymore. She took the plate from Hua Xiaoheng's hand and took the knife and fork with both hands. She cut the 2 steaming T-bone steaks into small pieces and pushed them back. Hua Xiaoheng didn't pick up the knife and fork to eat himself. Instead, he smiled at her, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. Gun Yinji understood. She picked up the knife and forked a piece of steak, and fed it to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng swallowed the steak. He felt like he had never eaten such delicious steak before. He looked at Gun Yinji with a smile. You cooked this? Gun Yinji nodded. Is it still edible? Although Hua Xiaoheng could eat anything and wasn't picky about food, he was actually very picky. He hid what was delicious and what wasn't. He usually didn't express his opinion. It's not just edible. It's very delicious. It's even better than the Kobe steak from the top Kaisher cuisine I had in Japan all those years ago. Hua Xiaoheng opened his mouth again. I want more. Gun Yinji carefully forked another piece of steak and thoughtfully dipped it in some sauce before feeding it to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips and finished eating. He quietly sat closer to Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji focused on feeding Hua Xiaoheng the steak. After eating the steak, she used a spoon to feed him fried rice. After feeding him 2 steaks and a box of fried rice, Gun Yinji found herself practically sitting in Hua Xiaoheng's arms. Hua Xiaoheng's uninjured left arm wrapped around her waist, and he was very close to her. If Hua Xiaoheng hadn't been injured, Gun Yinji would probably have been wary and wouldn't have allowed Hua Xiaoheng to be so close to her. However, she knew that Hua Xiaoheng couldn't move his right arm, so even if he had bad intentions, he wouldn't be able to do it. Gun Yinji didn't care that much. She gently touched the splint on Hua Xiaoheng's right arm. How did you get hurt? Tell me. I'll tell Annie's song when I get back. Hua Xiaoheng turned sideways and nudged her with his forehead. How can you tell Ms. Song about this? Don't you want Ms. Song to have a good New Year? You have a point. But if Annie Song asked me why I left for so long, how can I explain it? Gun Yinji stuck out a finger and poked Hua Xiaoheng's chest to push him away. Hua Xiaoheng moved back and said nonchalantly, just say that I felt lonely and asked you to stay with me for a while. Gun Yinji said, do you think Annie Song will believe that? Hua Xiaoheng felt lonely. Couldn't he find an excuse? Yes, as long as you say it, she'll believe it. Hua Xiaoheng looked at Gun Yinji. Ms. Song likes you very much. You're jealous? Gun Yinji also liked Song Jining very much. She smiled like a little fox. But I can't squander Annie Song's trust just because she likes me, so I'll definitely tell Ms. Song. She glanced at Hua Xiaoheng's right arm. Before Hua Xiaoheng could raise his eyebrows, Gun Yinji said, but if you let me go now, I won't say anything. I won't say a word. Hua Xiaoheng laughed and quickly kissed her on the cheek while she was feeling smug. His movements were very fast. He moved in front of Gun Yinji and moved away. His kiss was more like the gentle breeze of spring brushing across the rippling surface of the water. It was impossible to tell if the wind was moving or if the water was already moving. Gun Yinji didn't notice the kiss at all. She only felt her vision blur, and Hua Xiaoheng had already sat up straight. He said seriously, okay then, go back. Don't tell Ms. Song that I'm injured. Of course, Gun Yinji wouldn't say that she was just using this opportunity to escape. She didn't want to stay here for too long and cause unnecessary misunderstandings with Ms. Song. Hua Xiaoheng personally walked Gun Yinji out and watched her get into the car and drive away. He took out his phone and ordered a table of New Year's Eve dinner for Gun Yinji and Song Jining from a high-end restaurant in the imperial capital. Gun Yinji drove back to Song Jining's apartment. As soon as she entered the door, she smelled the aroma of food. Oh, Auntie, you made food? Gun Yinji happily changed into slippers and ran inside. Song Jining was setting the bowls and chopsticks in the kitchen. She smiled and said, "I didn't make it. Xiaoheng ordered New Year's Eve dinner for us." She then asked, "Why were you gone for so long? Did something happen? Did Xiaoheng not want you to come back?" Gun Yinji quickly shook her head. "Of course not. Hua Xiao and I are just normal friends. Why wouldn't he want you to come back?" Song Jining looked up and froze. She stared at her face with a strange expression. "Normal friends?" Gun Yinji nodded and was about to sit down at the table. However, Song Jining pointed to the bathroom and smiled. "Go wash your face and hands first before eating." Gun Yinji replied with an "oh" and quickly ran to the bathroom. She inadvertently looked up and saw herself in the bathroom mirror. There was a shiny, oily lip print on her face. She covered her face and couldn't speak for a long time. She only felt that she was embarrassing herself in front of Song Jining. Looking at the oily lip print on her face, Gun Yinji snarled, "Humph, I want to tell you." After washing her face, Gun Yinji calmly told Song Jining, "Annie Song, I actually wasn't telling the truth just now." "Oh, is that so?" Song Jining sat across from Gun Yinji. "Then what's going on?" She pointed to her face as she spoke. Gun Yinji blushed slightly, but still forced herself to be calm. "Actually, Hua Xiao's right arm is injured, so he can't eat with his left hand. So I helped him eat." "Oh, his right arm is injured, so he can't eat with his left hand?" TSK, that's true. You really had to help him." Song Jining smiled meaningfully. She knew her son would never let go of Gun Yinji. What do you mean by his right arm was injured and he couldn't eat with his left hand? He could only lie to a little girl like Gun Yinji. Other than Song Jining and his grandmother, Xiezian, almost no one knew that Hua Xiaoheng was left-handed when he was young. He learned to use his right hand from a young age because he didn't want to be different from others. This was the first update of 4,000 words. 2 updates today. Please get monthly votes and recommendation votes. 3 more updates tomorrow. The second update at 7 p.m. P.S. Thank you, President. I am Master Rashi for tipping 100,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Moi. P.S. Little Zay's place of exile should be the Cape of Good Hope in the southernmost part of Africa, not the Strait of Gibraltar. The Strait of Gibraltar is the southernmost part of Spain, northwest of Africa. A muddle-headed author would look at A, think about B, and finally write C, and C equals A plus B. Haha, I don't know if you can understand what's going on. Chapter 950, A Real Man, has been edited. You can download it again to read. Chapter 960. But you're helping him eat. How did you end up eating on your face? Song Jining teased her and changed the subject when she saw Gun Yinji's ears turn red. "Yinji, are you interested in physics? Do you want to take the postgraduate program at the Institute of High Energy Physics?" Gun Yinji was dipping her meat in sauce and almost choked when she heard this. She quickly took a sip of coconut juice and said, "Annie, don't scare me. I studied law as an undergraduate and also as a master. Now you're asking me if I want to take the postgraduate program at the Institute of High Energy Physics. I think I'll have to retake the college entrance exam and start physics as a freshman to have a chance." "Sure." Song Jining grabbed her arm excitedly. "Why don't you retake the college entrance exam? You're only 19 anyway. Even if you retake the undergraduate program, you'll graduate in 2 years. You're so smart. It's a pity you don't study physics." Gun Yinji was speechless. Physics is the crown jewel of science. Song Jining continued, "Yinji, only the smartest people will study physics well. Come on, get into the B University Physics Department." And then Gun Yinji changed the topic and picked up a piece of scallion sea cucumber with serving chopsticks for Song Jining. "Auntie, you should eat more. Sea cucumber is very nutritious." Song Jining understood what Gun Yinji meant and shook her head. "What a pity. Yinji, you're so smart. I just love your talent." Gun Yinji smiled in gratitude. "But Annie, I'm actually not as smart as you think. I'm just a little more hard-working than others." "That's too much. It's so hypocritical." Song Jining tapped the back of her hand with her chopsticks. "You don't have to be humble with Annie." "Fine." Gunyinji put down her chopsticks and said seriously, "The truth is, I'm not interested in physics. I have no interest at all." Oh. Song Jining finally stopped trying to persuade Gunyinji to major in physics. She sighed. Interest is the best teacher. If you're not interested in physics, then there's nothing I can do. Gunyinji breathed a sigh of relief when Song Jining stopped talking about it. She discreetly changed the subject. "Andy, have you liked physics since you were young?" "Yeah, I used to play with my father in his lab when I was young. I was so envious when I saw him and his colleagues and students doing experiments and discussing cutting-edge topics." Song Jining was lost in her beautiful memories. Gunyinji suddenly remembered that Song Jining's father had died in an experimental accident. She suddenly felt very upset. It was the new year. Why did she have to rub it in? However, Song Jining didn't care at all. Instead, she went to the study and took out a thick photo album. She flipped through the pages for Gunyinji to see. Song Jining's father, Song Haichuan, was very elegant and scholarly. Song Jining's temperament was similar to her father's, but her looks were probably similar to her mother's. However, Song Jining never mentioned her mother, and Gunyinji didn't ask either. She was afraid it would be bad if it was something sad for Song Jining. However, she soon realized that she was thinking too much. Song Jining flipped to the last part of the album. It was all family photos. It turned out that Song Jining's mother was actually very average-looking. She wasn't even as good-looking as Song Jining's father. However, she was obviously very smart and had a face full of wisdom. Song Jining caressed her mother's photo and said to Gunyinji, "Nyinji, this is my mother. Isn't she very beautiful?" Gunyinji glanced at Song Jining and grunted, "She's very kind." Song Jining laughed. "I know that in other people's eyes, my mother is actually very average-looking. At the time, there were many female students who felt that my mother wasn't good enough for my father. However, in my heart, my mother was very beautiful." Gunyinji was speechless. "Haha, students are always more passionate." "Yeah, very passionate. It's hard to resist. However, my father was completely ruthless. He expelled all the female students who had improper thoughts about him. He never worried my mother." Song Jining flipped a page of the album and recalled excitedly, "Aside from her average looks, my mother was top-notch in everything else. She was very smart and was a genius from a young age. She started studying physics at the age of 14. After she graduated, she naturally entered the Institute of High-Energy Physics and met my father. My father read her published papers and admired her for a long time. They were also a match made in heaven." Gunyinji listened quietly and felt very emotional. Such a loving couple didn't last long. "My mother was involved in nuclear testing. There was a nuclear leak accident, and she was exposed to radiation. She passed away after a few years." Song Jining sighed and closed the album. She said to Gunyinji apologetically, "It's the new year. I shouldn't have said something like that." Gunyinji was fascinated and quickly said, No, Auntie, don't be sad. I've stopped being sad a long time ago. When I think of my father and mother now, I only have beautiful memories." Song Jining wiped the corners of her eyes. "Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's eat." Gunyinji tactfully dropped the subject and began telling Song Jining about interesting things that had happened at school and in court. Song Jining laughed so hard that tears came out her eyes. Although there were only the two of them at New Year's Eve dinner, Gunyinji was as loud as a class of girls. The empty dining room echoed with their happy laughter. It was even livelier than the New Year's Eve gala on TV. After they finished eating, they cleaned up the dining room and occasionally looked up to see that the TV was counting down. It's almost 12 o'clock. Song Jining put down what she was doing and pulled Gunyinji out. "Come, let's count down together." The two of them stood in front of the TV and shouted along with the host's voice. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. It's the new year. It's a new year. Loud firecrackers rang out both inside and outside the TV. There were even fireworks exploding on the rooftops in the neighborhood. Gunyinji smiled and hugged the album she had looked at with Song Jining earlier. She asked, "Annie, where should I put this album?" Song Jining stood by the window and looked at the fireworks in the neighborhood. She pointed casually, the second drawer of the desk in the study over there. That drawer contained some of her old things. They weren't worth much, but they were very memorable. Gunyinji hugged the thick album and walked into the study Song Jining pointed to. She opened the second drawer of the desk and glanced at it before putting the album inside. There were a few small things in this drawer, such as a sparkling and translucent yuhua stone, an amber with a butterfly inside, a few small wooden boxes, and an ivory incense ball, all of them quite old. In the middle of the drawer was an old black smartphone. Gunyinji's heart skipped a beat. The phone looked somewhat familiar. At that moment, the black screen suddenly flashed and a text message popped up. Gunyinji was shocked and thought she was seeing things. She quickly rubbed her eyes. When she looked closely, she saw that there was a text message on the black phone screen. There was still someone using such an old phone. Gunyinji quickly glanced at it and saw a string of strange numbers. She quickly looked away and walked out of the study with the phone. She came to Song Jining's side and said, "Auntie, your phone. Someone texted you to wish you a happy new year." It was already the first day of the Lunar New Year. Gunyinji heard her phone ring. It was Hua Xiaoheng's exclusive ringtone. She stuffed the old smartphone into Song Jining's hand and turned around to look for her own phone in her small bag. Song Jining watched the fireworks without blinking. They were so dazzling and dazzling. The night sky was like a flower bed. The fireworks were planted and harvested. It only took a moment, but they were so dazzling and beautiful that they would last eternally. Gunyinji looked at the fireworks as she swiped open her phone to call Hua Xiaoheng. "Hua Xiao, Happy New Year." "Happy New Year." Hua Xiaoheng's deep and magnetic voice came from the phone. It was slightly raspy, but it was indescribably sexy. Gunyinji felt her ears burning again. She gripped the phone and turned to look at Song Jining's back. She lowered her voice and said, "Is your arm better? Why don't you go see a doctor tomorrow?" Hua Xiaoheng's arm had long since stopped hurting, but Gunyinji had already seen it. He couldn't back down, so he had to bandage it for a few more days. He was originally worried that his mother would expose him for being left-handed, but Gunyinji sounded like she didn't know yet. She probably hadn't told Song Jining about his injury. Putting aside her stubbornness and awkwardness, Gunyinji was a very obedient little girl when it came to most things. "I'm fine. I'll be fine in 2 days." Hua Xiaoheng looked at his right arm in a sling. It's just not convenient to wash at night. Gunyinji's earlobes were flushed. Her exquisite little ears were like high-quality lychee jelly, pink and tender. She whispered, "Then don't wash. It won't get dirty even if you stop for a few days." "I'm not used to it." Hua Xiaoheng chuckled quietly. His left hand was on the steering wheel as he drove into Song Jining's neighborhood. "That's why I came to you for help." Gunyinji gasped and instinctively looked around. "What do you mean? My shift is over, so I came here to have some supper. Is there anything else?" Hua Xiaoheng said as he got out of the car and walked into the elevator. Gunyinji quickly said, "Yes, there's still a lot." Gunyinji walked over to Song Jining with her phone and told her, "Auntie, Hua Xiao is here. He said he's hungry and wants supper." Song Jining was very happy. She quickly turned around and said, "Really? He's here already? That's great. Let's take out the leftovers and heat them up for him." Gunyinji was speechless. "I'll go see what's in the fridge and make some wontons," Gunyinji said tactfully. Seeing Song Jining's embarrassed expression, Gunyinji quickly changed the topic. She pointed at the phone in her hand. "Someone texted you just now. You can reply with Happy New Year." Song Jining looked down and smiled. "Did you get the wrong phone? Why would someone text on this phone? It doesn't even have a number. It's been out of service for more than a decade." Gunyinji finally remembered that this phone was Hua Xiaoheng's uncle, Hua Guanyuan's phone. She had seen it in court once. This phone was Hua Guanyuan's belongings. It had originally been with Hua Guanyuan's wife, Luo Xinxue, but Bai Jini had later stolen it and caused Luo Xinxue's life. This is the second update. 2 updates today. Please get monthly votes and recommendation votes. Third update tomorrow. Good night, my dear friends. I don't know if my dear friends still remember this phone. Chapter 961. Gun Yinji still clearly remembered that Bai Genie had been willing to kill to take the phone from Luo Xinxue because the phone had received the same data for several days in a row. The data only appeared on the phone, and the mobile company had no record of it. During the lawsuit, everyone had been puzzled by this. No one could explain how this phenomenon occurred. They only knew that the data was a set of coordinates that showed a location on the blue planet. Gun Yinji still remembered this set of data very clearly. Hua Xiaoheng told them that the data was actually a set of magnetic field coordinates that represented a location. The data was entered into a program and converted to another set of data, which was the latitude and longitude of a certain place in Sea City. That was the place where the magnetic field anomaly had occurred 7 years ago. It was also there that Hua Xiaoheng had saved Gun Yinji. In an instant, Gun Yinji's mind raced through everything related to the phone. She had a very good memory. Although she had only glanced at it, she had already memorized the new set of data on the phone. It could also be a set of coordinate data. Annie, this phone is not ordinary. Don't you remember? Gun Yinji reminded Song Jining excitedly. You also designed a very good battery for this phone. Song Jining suddenly remembered. You mean this phone received another message? Song Jining quickly pressed the power button. The phone's battery was still working. After the screen froze for 2 seconds, the text data that Gun Yinji had just seen appeared on the phone screen. Look, I wasn't wrong, right? Someone sent a text to this phone again. Gun Yinji rubbed her hands. She wanted to snatch the phone from Song Jining and study it herself. As soon as Song Jining saw the data, she didn't need Gun Yinji to say anything and immediately walked to her study. Gun Yinji was about to follow when she heard the doorbell ring. It must be Hua Xiaoheng. She looked at Song Jining's back, then at the door. Finally, she went to open the door for Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng was still in his military uniform, his right arm hanging from his neck. His expression was solemn, and he stood there quietly. Hua Xiao, Happy New Year! Gun Yinji smiled and opened the door to let Hua Xiaoheng in. Closing the door behind Hua Xiaoheng, Gun Yinji was burning with anxiety. She really wanted to go upstairs to see Song Jining's test results. Mr. Hua, take a seat first. She poured a glass of water and placed it on the coffee table in front of him. I'll be right back. Hua Xiaoheng noticed Gun Yinji's anxious expression and grabbed her arm. What's wrong? What happened? Gun Yinji thought about it. There was nothing she couldn't say. Hua Xiaoheng was the one who saw that the data could be converted into coordinate data. Hua Xiao, do you still remember your uncle's magical phone? Hua Xiaoheng nodded. He looked a little confused. Does it matter? It was the Lunar New Year, and he had come all the way here now to talk about his uncle's cell phone. Gun Yinji said seriously, just now, just after midnight, that phone received another set of text data. You're saying that the old smartphone that has stopped working a long time ago and doesn't have a phone number just received another set of text messages? Hua Xiaoheng immediately recalled the data they had received from the phone during the lawsuit last year. The last time was 7 years ago. 7 years later, the phone was lit up again. What changes would it bring? Hua Xiaoheng was no longer in the mood for supper. Where's the phone? What's the data? Gun Yinji pointed upstairs. Annie took it to her study. She's probably doing some data conversion. Let's go. Hua Xiaoheng naturally took Gun Yinji's hand and walked upstairs with her. Gun Yinji was in a hurry to see the phone, so she didn't push Hua Xiaoheng away. They went to Song Jining's study together. Song Jining's study was very spacious. It was divided into 2 halves by a mahogany cabinet. In front was a small living room with a corner sofa, a coffee table, and 2 green guanyin trees. Behind the cabinet was where Song Jining actually worked. The wall was full of bookshelves filled with books. Next to the bay window was a large desk with a high-performance computer that could be used as a server. There were 3 monitors lined up on the desk. Song Jining sat behind the monitors and had already started data conversion. Gun Yinji knocked on the cabinet and greeted, Auntie, Hua Xiao is here. Song Jining didn't even look up. He's here. Let him sit. Gun Yinji smiled and walked to her desk with Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng walked behind the desk without hesitation and stood behind Song Jining to watch her data conversion. After the conversion, The data would become latitude and longitude coordinates that could easily indicate a specific location. Ms. Song, have you found the place? Hua Xiaoheng bowed forward and looked at the coordinates that appeared on the monitor. Where is this? Song Jining whispered dreamily. The United States, the Metropolitan Museum in New York. Gu Yinji was speechless. Hua Xiaoheng was slightly taken aback. The Metropolitan Museum in New York? What does that mean? I don't know either. Song Jining shook her head and fidgeted in her seat. I want to go to New York to take a look. Gu Yinji was speechless. In the early hours of the first day of the Lunar New Year, Ms. Song suddenly said she wanted to go to New York. Gu Yinji instinctively felt that something was wrong. She looked up at the calm Hua Xiaoheng and said softly, Hua Xiao, why don't we use the satellite to see if there's anything unusual over there? Song Jining nodded quickly. That's a good idea. Let's use the satellite to take a look first. Xiaoheng, I know your satellite's accuracy is already very high. Hurry up and take a look. She stood up as she spoke, wishing she could chase Hua Xiaoheng away right now. Hua Xiaoheng looked at Gu Yinji, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. You're good at coming up with ideas. Isn't my idea good? Gu Yinji tilted her head and winked slyly. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her and calmly looked away. He felt a little annoyed, as if there was a fire in his chest that had been ignited by her. Hua Xiaoheng suppressed the throbbing in his heart and used his Bluetooth headset to call the central control system of the Special Operations Forces headquarters base. He said to the subordinate on duty there, help me check a place and see if there's anything unusual recently. He reported the coordinates of the Metropolitan Museum in New York. Yes, sir. The person on duty there quickly entered the coordinates into the central control system and connected to the Nandis satellite communication system. After the satellite received the command, it pulled up the real-time data of the Metropolitan Museum in New York for the past week from its database. For some reason, New York was the designated observation location of the Nandis satellite. This was not surprising. Just like the imperial capital was also the designated observation location of the U.S. satellite. Everyone was equal, and no one was inferior to the other. Soon, the Nandis satellite sent the stored data back to the ground and was received by the central control system of the Special Operations Forces headquarters base. While waiting for the data, Gu Yinji went to the kitchen downstairs to make Hua Xiaoheng some wontons for supper. Hua Xiaoheng stayed in the study and spoke to Song Jining for a while before coming out to look for Gu Yinji. She scooped out the fragrant wontons and placed them in a small white porcelain bowl filled with chicken broth. She sprinkled some tender green onions, slippery seaweed, and fresh shrimp skin on them before placing them in front of Hua Xiaoheng, piping hot. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her. Gu Yinji raised her eyebrows and sat down to feed him the wontons with a spoon. There were only 6 wontons in a small bowl. Hua Xiaoheng felt like he could eat all 6 of them in one bite. They were as small as buttons. However, Gu Yinji still fed them one by one. He had just finished eating the wontons patiently when he heard his subordinate call him through his Bluetooth headset. Hua Xiao, why do you want to see the data from the New York Metropolitan Museum? There really is a problem. What problem? Hua Xiaoheng stood up. Send it to my email. The person agreed and quickly sent it over. Hua Xiaoheng returned to Song Jining's study. Ms. Song, let me borrow your computer. Song Jining gave him a laptop. Hua Xiaoheng logged onto the encrypted website, entered his email, and opened the exclusive email that his subordinate had sent him. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes narrowed after taking a quick glance. He typed a few times on the keyboard and forwarded a set of data to Song Jining's email. Ms. Song, take a look. Doesn't this set of data look familiar? Song Jining opened her email and received the email. When she saw the set of data, she was also stunned. After a while, she asked eagerly, where did this data come from? Where is it? Hua Xiaoheng knocked on the laptop's casing. It's the New York Metropolitan Museum. The data from a few days ago has disappeared. Song Jining was very disappointed. It's already disappeared? Yes, this is the data stored by the satellite. The real-time data just now shows that everything is normal at the New York Metropolitan Museum. Gu Yinji listened for a long time and asked in confusion, Hua Xiao, Annie, What data are you talking about? Is it the text message just now? No, Song Jining said excitedly. It's a magnetic field. An abnormal magnetic field appeared at the New York Metropolitan Museum a few days ago. This time, because it was indoors, the information captured by the satellite was very weak. The data they were seeing now was already the result of optimization and enhancement. Otherwise, it would have been ignored. In the past, they had discovered this kind of abnormal magnetic field information outdoors. This was the first time it had appeared indoors. This is the first update. Today is the third update, asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 1 p.m., monthly votes for 2,400 plus updates. At 7 p.m., the third update. P.S. Thank you to Lavender Mimi and Momo Moshi for the 2 Chijian coins this morning. Chapter 962. Abnormal Magnetic Field? Gun Yinji instinctively looked at Hua Xiaohang. This was not the first time she had heard of this term. What's going on? What's the significance of this abnormal magnetic field? Gun Yinji finally couldn't help but ask as she looked at Song Jining's excited face. Song Jining glanced at Gun Yinji, then looked at Hua Xiaohang inquiringly. Can I tell you? Hua Xiaohang nodded. Yinji's security clearance is similar to mine. If you have something to say, just say it. Song Jining was shocked. Similar to yours? That high? Because they were already husband and wife. Hua Xiaohang wanted to confess to Song Jining, but before he spoke, he quickly glanced at Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji suddenly blushed and clasped her hands together pleadingly to cover her lips. She lowered her eyes, and her long eyelashes fluttered as she peeked at him through the gaps between her long eyelashes. Hua Xiaohang's heart suddenly softened. His Adam's apple bobbed as he calmly said, "Yes, the military decided." Song Jining didn't dwell on this issue anymore. She sat down and pulled up the memo on the computer to tell Gun Yinji about the past. This matter started from 20 years ago. 20 years ago, the military secretly contacted my father, academician Song Haichuan, and asked him about the theoretical prospects of abnormal magnetic fields. They also showed him a set of abnormal magnetic field data that the military had accidentally obtained. To him, this data was no less than opening the door to a new world. My father immediately agreed to cooperate with the military to conduct highly classified magnetic field research. But something went wrong. 17 years ago, just as our research was about to achieve a breakthrough, a major accident occurred in the experiment. The energy of the abnormal magnetic field suddenly exploded, and everyone in the lab was caught in it. Only I was pushed by Xiaoheng's uncle, Senior Colonel Hua Guanyuan, and escaped from the lab. Everyone else died of violent death. My father and the other researchers in the lab died on the spot. Senior Colonel Hua Guanyuan and 4 soldiers from the military didn't even leave a corpse behind. Song Jining flipped through the records on the computer, and her eyes gradually reddened. Gun Yinji looked at her sympathetically and sat next to her. She gently rested her head on her slender but straight shoulder. Song Jining patted her cheek, took a deep breath, and continued speaking. After that, I became deranged. I don't remember what happened after that. Xiaoheng told me what happened after that. Song Jining looked up at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and continued. After my grandfather and uncle passed away, the military's experiment was suspended. Firstly, it was because 2 of the most important researchers were dead, and one had lost his mind. There was no one left who could shoulder the responsibility. Secondly, because of the huge energy explosion of this abnormal magnetic field, the military is not sure if they should continue to research it and open Pandora's box. Until 7 years ago, Bai Jini, who was already the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics, suddenly reported to the military that she had tested a set of abnormal magnetic field data, almost exactly the same as the one 17 years ago. She even said that the location of the abnormal magnetic field was in Sea City. That's why we appeared in Sea City and set up equipment to receive magnetic fields. However, that experiment didn't succeed either. The car in Yinji was suddenly barged into a magnetic field and caused a huge car accident. Gu Nianji gasped. So the car I was in exploded into powder because of the energy explosion of the abnormal magnetic field? Hua Xiaoheng nodded slowly. That's our guess, but it's just a guess because we can't repeat the experiment to verify our conclusion. Song Jining raised Hua Guanyuan's old smartphone. We now know that the abnormal magnetic field data that Bai Jini proposed 7 years ago wasn't measured by her, but obtained from this phone. In other words, someone sent a message to this phone and provided the location of the abnormal magnetic field. Hua Xiaoheng took the old black smartphone from Song Jining's hand and turned it over and over before handing it back to her. That means that every time an abnormal magnetic field appears, this phone will warn us? Gu Nianji stared at the phone curiously. But it was an advance notice 7 years ago. Why did it only send a message after the abnormal magnetic field appeared this time? Hua Xiaoheng and Song Jining looked at each other. They were both very impressed by Gu Nianji's keen observation skills. Our Nianji is still the smartest. Song Jining liked her even more. She pulled Gu Nianji into her arms and patted her head. This is the problem we have to solve. Why was it lagging this time? Hua Xiaoheng crossed his arms and paced back and forth in Song Jining's study. He mused, actually, we shouldn't be led by the nose by this phone. I agree. Gu Nianji quickly raised her hand and agreed with Hua Xiaoheng. I think we might as well find out who sent the text to this phone. Wouldn't that be more helpful? Instead of being driven around by the phone's notifications every time, it was better to take the initiative. Hua Xiaoheng knew more about the situation. He turned to look at Gu Nianji and said dryly, don't take this phone and the person who sent the text too seriously. The abnormal magnetic field data appeared once before, and this phone didn't give any warnings. There's more. Gu Nianji's eyes widened. Where? How did you find out? It appeared in the Gulf of Aden in the Indian Ocean near the Red Sea. Many countries sent warships to investigate that time. Hua Xiaoheng leaned against the windowsill and stretched out his long legs. He said calmly, because our country isn't the only country doing this experiment. The United States, Germany, and Japan are all doing this experiment. We used to be in the lead, but now we're falling behind. Song Jining said sullenly. Oh. Gu Nianji's curvy lips opened and closed. Her expression was very amused. Then what should we do? Is there a way to surpass them? Yes. Song Jining suddenly became playful. She hugged Gu Nianji's shoulder. Nianji, if you join us, we can surpass them. Gu Nianji was speechless. Auntie, you're messing with me again. She hugged Song Jining's arm and rubbed her head against her shoulder. Song Jining laughed. Too bad you're not interested in physics. Otherwise, we'd be so happy if we could work together. Auntie, you have so many colleagues. I'm sure you'll be able to find like-minded people. Gu Nianji smiled as she made a heart sign. Good luck. Hua Xiaoheng saw that they were going off topic, so he quietly pulled Gu Nianji out of Song Jining's arms. Miss Song, it's very late. You should rest early. It's already the first day of the new year. I have to take Nianji to General Ji's house early in the morning for New Year's greetings. Do you want to go with us? Why would I go? Song Jining waved her hand disapprovingly. Okay, I got it. You guys go rest. You still have to wake up early in the morning. I'll run another program to calm myself. She then chased Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng out. This is the second update. Monthly votes of 2,400 plus updates have arrived. Today is the third update. I'm asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Third update at 7 p.m. P.S. I said in the group that there are no aliens in this text. Dear friends, please stop speculating about aliens. Chapter 963. Holding Gu Nianji's hand, Hua Xiaoheng left Song Jining's study with familiarity and walked towards Gu Nianji's pink bedroom. Gu Nianji, Hua Xiao, you know I have a room here? When Ms. Song was renovating, she specially suggested to renovate a room for you. I didn't object. Do you think you can oppose it? Gu Nianji was so happy that her bones felt lighter. She said proudly, Auntie is your mother. How can you go against what your mother says? Besides, Annie has a discerning eye for talent. Didn't you see how much Annie dotes on me? Hua Xiaoheng looked at her little face that was about to explode and curled the corners of his lips. The fire that had been ignited by her rose again. When he arrived at her room, he pushed the door open and entered. Hua Xiaoheng was caught off guard and was almost blinded by the pink decorations in the room. He was silent for a moment before turning to look at Gun Yinji. Are you sure you want to stay in this room? What's wrong? You don't like it? Gun Yinji looked at Hua Xiaoheng and suddenly liked the house. I fell in love with this house at first sight. In any case, Gun Yinji felt good about making Hua Xiaoheng suffer. Hua Xiaoheng closed the door nonchalantly. As long as you like it. He pulled Gun Yinji to the bathroom. Come, help me shower. Gun Yinji, come in. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her calmly and said nonchalantly, I'll be going to General Ji's house in a few hours for New Year's greetings. You don't want me to go like this, do you? Under the light of the bathroom, Hua Xiaoheng's forehead was covered in tiny beads of sweat. They were thin and seeped through his skin. He looked surprisingly alluring. Gun Yinji looked away and nodded. Yeah, I'll turn the water on for you. She walked over to the tub and bent down to open the tap. Beneath her slender waist were unexpectedly plump breasts that swayed in front of him as they bowed their bodies. Hua Xiaoheng gulped again and undid the top button of his military uniform. After filling the water, Gun Yinji straightened her back and turned around to see that Hua Xiaoheng had already unbuttoned his uniform and was attempting to take off his jacket. Let me do it. Gun Yinji walked over and sat Hua Xiaoheng down on the chair. She helped him undress, carefully avoiding his right arm. I need to change the dressing on my wound. You go out first, I'll do it myself. Hua Xiaoheng thought about how his wound looked and decided not to let Gun Yinji see it. Although the injury wasn't serious and it didn't hurt his bones, the external injury wasn't good. Gun Yinji looked at him sullenly. It's okay, I'll change it for you. She took out the first aid kit from the bathroom and took out gauze and ointment. Are these okay? She asked. Okay, just take the medicine regularly. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her. You're really not afraid? I've seen scarier ones. Gun Yinji recalled the time when she was fleeing in the German Alps. A bullet had grazed her arm and hit her left leg. She was no stranger to the bloody wound. When did you see it? Hua Xiaoheng was confused. He was certain that he had never let Gun Yinji see it when he was injured. Gun Yinji untied his bandage and looked at the slightly charred area. She gently pressed it with her hand, then used a gauze soaked in sterile water to scrub the affected area. She said nonchalantly, when I was in Germany, I didn't know much about this. I didn't tell you, did I? I was shot in more than one place. My arm and calf were all wounded. But, she laughed self-deprecatingly. My body is too special. Look, it only took a few days for me to recover like I was never injured. No one would believe me if I told them. That was why she didn't tell Hua Xiaoheng after she returned. In the beginning, she was afraid he would worry, but she was heartbroken and didn't want to tell him. Now that she saw Hua Xiaoheng was actually worried that she was afraid to see the wound, Gun Yinji finally told him. She didn't want sympathy or to boast. She only wanted to show that she wasn't weak and wouldn't faint at the sight of blood. However, Hua Xiaoheng grabbed her hand and looked up at her. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. After a while, he finally said, Yinji. His voice was extremely low and hoarse. It's my fault. I made you suffer. Gun Yinji, who had been spoiled by his side for 6 years and rarely even fell, had experienced such pain and torture in the Alps. Hua Xiaoheng was so uncomfortable that he couldn't speak. He pulled her into his arms and kissed her lips. Gun Yinji buried her head in his chest and whispered, At that time, I really missed you, but I never blamed you. I knew you had more important things to do. I just didn't expect that your more important thing was to accompany. Hua Xiaoheng lowered his head and blocked her unfinished words with his lips again. The two of them kissed like glue for a long time. When they released each other, they were both panting. Gun Yinji's eyes were misty. Under the bathroom lights, she looked at Hua Xiaoheng hazily. Her eyes were so crystal clear that they looked like they were about to drip water. Hua Xiaoheng held the back of her neck and couldn't help but lower his head to kiss her lips again. Gun Yinji saw that he wouldn't stop and could only push him away. She said angrily, The water is already cold. Why aren't you taking a shower? Hua Xiaoheng smiled and got up to unbuckle his belt, revealing his strong waist. 2 mermaid lines were clearly visible. Gun Yinji blushed a little, but she didn't look away. Hua Xiaoheng strode into the bathtub. Gun Yinji applied the shower gel for him and helped him take a battle bath. During this time, Hua Xiaoheng actually didn't take advantage of her. Gun Yinji was a little surprised. However, she didn't show it. She quickly used a shower head to rinse Hua Xiaoheng's body and threw a large towel to him. Only then was she done. Gun Yinji was so tired that her waist was about to break. Hua Xiaoheng smiled as he got out of the bathtub. "Thank you. I'll give you a massage later." Gun Yinji waved her hand. "No, I'll definitely be more tired after you massage me. Let me sleep for a while." She walked out first and went to the closet to change into her pajamas. Hua Xiaoheng didn't stay in her room. He gave her a goodnight kiss and went to his own room. Song Jining had also renovated a room for Hua Xiaoheng in her apartment. Hua Xiaoheng was unexpected in every way today. Gun Yinji felt that the Hua Xiaoheng, who kept his distance from her in the past, had returned. Lying on the bed, she couldn't fall asleep. She played with her phone. She saw that she had a lot of greeting messages she hadn't read, so she opened each one to reply. There were messages from Ma Chi-Chi, In Shi-Xiang, her undergraduate roommates, Green Tea Fong, Little Temptress, and Lady Chow, as well as colleagues from the American law firm she had worked with in Germany. The 2 most recent greeting messages were from He Ji-Chu and Chun Lai. Gun Yinji first replied to He Ji-Chu with Happy New Year before opening Chun Lai's message. Chun Lai not only wished her a Happy New Year, but he also gave her a big red packet. Gun Yinji saw that Chun Lai had texted her just a minute ago, so she decided to call him directly. "Brother Chun, are you asleep?" Gun Yinji greeted him with a smile. Chun Lai wasn't asleep. He was sitting on the bed reading a thick medical monograph in English while chatting with Gun Yinji. "Brother Chun, what do you think is going on with my constitution? Why do I recover so quickly when I'm injured? And it's so good that you can't even see a scar." Gun Yinji's voice actually sounded a bit upset. Chun Lai laughed. "Miss Gu, how many people dream of having your constitution? Are you still not satisfied? How is it bad to be able to recover immediately? I've been researching it all this time. When I figure out the theory and can develop drugs, I'll be able to win a Nobel Prize." "Of course it's bad." Gun Yinji rolled over and said angrily, "Did you know? There's no shock without a wound. I told Hua Xiao that I was injured in Germany, but I didn't have the confidence because I didn't have any gunshot wounds on my body." "You're angry about that?" Chun Lai didn't really understand the girl's train of thought. "Your constitution is special. Hua Xiao already knew from the time you were infected with H3 of 7, so you don't have to think too much about it." Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat. This had been bothering her for a long time. She quickly asked, "Really? Brother Chun, do you know anything about H3 of 7? "Yes, Oda Masao is dead. Only I, Chun Lai, know about it the best." Chun Lai was smug. "Ask away, girl. Your brother Chun will tell you everything I know." "Really? Then does this aphrodisiac have to be cured by having sex with someone?" Gun Yinji asked calmly. Her tone was relaxed, and Chun Lai didn't sense her nervousness at all. As expected, Chun Lai fell for it and said casually, "Of course, there's no other way to cure this aphrodisiac other than having sex with someone. But you're the only one who survived the side effects after having sex. No one else could." "Really?" Gun Yinji's heart pounded. "Then someone had sex with me back then?" "Of course." Chun Lai answered quickly and loudly. "This is the 3rd update. We're asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes today." Chapter 964. In that instant, Gun Yinji felt like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. She studied law and was best at court trials and lawsuits. After a few major lawsuits, she was already an expert among experts when it came to tricking people out of their mouths. All this time, she had followed the 3 elements of tricking people out of them. Timing, timing, timing. Nothing was more important than timing. For example, today was just after New Year's Eve and around 2 a.m. on the first day of the Lunar New Year, the time of year when a person's willpower was at its weakest. Even the Special Operations Forces members who had undergone special training were the easiest to break down on a night like this when they were so busy and excited that they couldn't sleep in the middle of the night. The most effective way of tricking people out of them didn't depend on how clever or brain-draining the topic was, but it had to be absolutely simple, direct, and straight to the point so that the other party couldn't react in time. What they blurted out was the closest thing to the truth. Just like earlier, she picked up where Chun-Li left off and directly asked her own question. Chun-Li instinctively said his most direct response. Of course. What was of course? Did she have to sleep with someone to get the antidote? Gun Yinji immediately recalled what Yi Zieten had said to her before her execution. Yinji, the person I've let down the most is you. You're actually more pitiful than me. I shouldn't have cooperated with others to hurt you. I still remember that time you were violated to that extent and covered in wounds. I felt so bad seeing that. How could I pour salt on your wounds? I must have been possessed. Ever since she had been kidnapped by Seth and his men in Germany, she had pretended to faint and overheard H3-7's functions and effects. This suspicion had remained in her heart and had snowballed and gotten bigger and bigger. She still remembered the first time she had fallen victim to this so-called H3-7 at her classmate Feng Yishi's birthday party. Chun-Li later told her that he had developed an antidote, so she would be fine and wouldn't need to have sex with a man. However, after returning from Germany, Chun-Li's assistant, Dr. Yi Zieten, was caught as a traitor. She had betrayed 2 Special Operations Forces field agents just so they could lead people to Gun Yinji's location. Before Yi Zieten was executed, Gun Yinji saw her one last time. As soon as she closed her eyes, Gun Yinji could see Yi Zieten through a glass wall, laughing and crying at the same time. That was when the seeds of doubt began to sprout. I have to sleep with someone to get rid of it? Then I've really been violated? Gun Yinji immediately asked Yi Zieten's question. Perhaps the word waste was too shocking, but Chun-Li, who had been drowsy and about to fall asleep, suddenly woke up. It was as if someone had poured a basin of snow water on his head. The coldness penetrated his heart from the inside out. Gradually, he was at a loss of what to do. His limbs stiffened, and even his tongue seemed to be frozen, unable to speak. It's over, it's over. Chun-Li clutched his head and wailed in his heart. He wanted nothing more than to bang his head against the wall. Why couldn't he control his mouth? Back then, Hua Xiaoheng had forced him to make a military pledge. If Gun Yinji found out, he would spend the rest of his life in prison. Chun-Li almost wanted to bury himself under the blankets and pretend he hadn't heard Gun Yinji. However, Gun Yinji wasn't going to let him off so easily. Brother Chun, I know you're listening. Tell me, was I really raped by someone? Gun Yinji's voice became lower and lower, and in the quiet night, it was almost audible. Chun-Li was struggling between telling Hua Xiaoheng and admitting that she was raped. There seemed to be 2 little people hiding in his mind. A little person with a black horn on his head kept egging him on. Tell her, just say that she was raped. That doesn't count as a violation of the military pledge because she didn't drag Hua Xiaoheng into it. A little person with a shiny halo on his head looked at him nervously. Better tell her the truth. This girl is pitiful enough. Chun-Li wasn't a bad person. On the contrary, he was very kind, warm, and generous. Generally speaking, people who chose to become doctors all had a deep desire to save lives, and save a building from collapse. Chun-Li was also the chief doctor of the Special Operations Forces, so his dedication in this area was deeper than the average doctor's. However, Hua Xiaoheng had shocked him too much. It wasn't just because of the military pledge, but because Chun-Li knew that Hua Xiaoheng was a man of his word. He had a feeling that if this matter really came out of his mouth, being able to spend the rest of his life in prison was probably already his best option. He didn't even dare to imagine what would happen to him. Zhao Yangzi had only been drunk and had teased Hua Xiaoheng about being dumped by Gun Yinji. He had been exiled by Hua Xiaoheng to a deserted island in the Cape of Good Hope in Africa. And because he had spoken too fast, he would probably feel better if he hung himself with a rope. Thinking of this, Chun-Li crawled out from under the blankets. His nose was a little sore, and he wanted to cry. Yinji, Don't force me. Brother Chen is unlucky to have been tricked by a clever little girl like you. It's Brother Chen's fault, but I beg you, don't ask anymore, okay? If you ask again, Brother Chen will really have no choice but to hang himself with a rope. Gun Yinji's heart sank. Brother Chen, did Hua Xiao tell you not to say it? Her heart was sour and sweet, and extremely uncomfortable. She knew that she couldn't have been raped. Because before she lost consciousness, she knew that she was with Chun Lai, and he had taken her to the Special Operations Forces base. And in Hua Xiaoheng's territory, no one could have raped her. But Yi Zitan's words and Chun Lai's reaction proved that Yi Zitan wasn't making up a rumor. What did this mean? This meant that Gun Yinji had indeed experienced intense sex at the time. So when Yi Zitan saw her afterwards, she thought that she had been raped. So who had slept with her? Who had become her antidote? Brother Chun, tell me, did you find someone to sleep with me and become my antidote? Gun Yinji clenched her fists tightly. Her body as stiff as her voice. If you don't say, I'll take it as a yes. Thinking about how her virginity had ended just like that, Gun Yinji's heart ached. Her face was pale, and she was so upset that she wanted to die. So this was the reason why Hua Xiaoheng had avoided her in the first place? Ever since she had woken up, Hua Xiaoheng hadn't seen her for a full 6 months. Was it because seeing her reminded him of sleeping with someone else? Brother Chun, tell me, is this true? Does Hua Xiao know about this? Gun Yinji cried. She was so ashamed that she wanted to hide herself. Thinking about how Hua Xiaoheng had insisted on avoiding her, and how she had shamelessly chased after him, throwing a tantrum, and confessing all sorts of things, she wanted to jump off the 24th floor. Hearing Gun Yinji cry, Chun Lai panicked and quickly said, Yinji, don't cry. I'm doing this for your own good. For my own good. You should have at least told me. Gun Yinji pounded the bed and cried herself hoarse. Do you know, every time I think about what I did back then, forcing him to accept me, I want to die. A man can't accept something like that, but what did I do? Brother Chun, you really killed me. I don't have the face to see Hua Xiao anymore. Gun Yinji was so angry, she threw her phone away. She had a feeling that Hua Xiaoheng had known about this, and he had struggled and avoided it. It was her. She was the one who forced him to be with her. Otherwise, why couldn't he find any woman? Why did he have to be with someone like her? Did he not let Chun Lai say it? Because he was afraid she would feel bad? He had always been this kind of person, always thinking for her best. Even after finding out about this, he still chose to be with her in the end. She remembered her first time with Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng had done it with her in the bathtub. But she had thought that Hua Xiaoheng was too anxious, but now that she thought about it, he must have been worried that she would find out the truth, so he deliberately did it with her in the bathtub. He didn't want her to feel sad or guilty, and he didn't want her to have any psychological burdens. He shouldered everything on his own and moved forward with the burden. No matter how hard or tiring it was, he would only say nothing. Gun Yinji's tears fell like rain. For her immature self, for Hua Xiaoheng, who silently did everything for her. This was the first watch. There were 2 watches today. Chapter 965. The more Gun Yinji thought about it, the more upset she became. She threw her phone on the floor and impulsively threw off her blankets to get out of bed. She ran out of her bedroom barefooted and ran down the hallway, looking at the tightly shut doors. She didn't know which room was Hua Xiaoheng's. On the other side, Chun Lai struggled with himself. He kept wondering if he should confess and be lenient, confess, go to jail, resist, and go home for the new year. Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly heard a deafening crash from the phone. It sounded like something heavy had fallen to the ground. Chun Lai jumped up from his bed in fright. His fat body almost collapsed the bed. Yinji? Yinji? Don't do anything stupid. There was no response from the other side. The call had already been disconnected. Chun Lai was panicking. Could it be that the girl had taken things too hard and really committed suicide by jumping off a building? Thinking about how Gun Yinji had cried over the phone and wanted to jump from the 24th floor, his head was about to explode. Chun Lai felt that his death was near. He didn't dare to play around with Gun Yinji's life. He didn't waste a second to overcome Hua Xiaoheng's threat and call Hua Xiaoheng's number. Hua Xiaoheng had already fallen asleep, but he wasn't sound asleep. Suddenly, his phone rang. He took it to see it was Chun Lai's number. He answered the call and said sleepily, "Chun Lai, Happy New Year." Chun Lai was about to cry and stomped his feet in his bedroom. "Hua Xiao, where are you? Do you know where Ninji is?" She just jumped off a building." "What?" Hua Xiaoheng sat up straight. "Chun Lai, have you gone crazy? I'll shoot you if you keep spouting nonsense." "Hua Xiao, if Ninji really did jump off a building, you don't have to shoot me. I'll shoot myself. I mean what I say." Chun Lai was already crying. "It's all my fault. I accidentally mentioned that she was infected with H3AB7 a year and a half ago when I was on the phone. I blurted it out and told her that she had sex with someone to get the antidote." Hua Xiaoheng threw off the blankets and got up from the bed with a livid expression. He rushed to the door with his phone in hand and gritted his teeth at Chun Lai. "Chun Lai, don't forget you gave me a military order." "I know. I wouldn't have told you if it wasn't an emergency," Chun Lai said shamelessly. "And I didn't violate the military order. I didn't tell her it was you. Ninji thought she had done it with someone else, so she couldn't accept it and felt sorry for you. She said she wanted to jump from the 24th floor. Then I heard a loud noise. Song Jinning's apartment was on the 24th floor. Hua Xiaoheng's ears buzzed. He had no idea what he was thinking. His mind was blank. Almost mechanically, he rushed to the door and yanked it open. His strength was too great, and he was in a trance, so he actually pulled the door handle off. The corridor in front of the door was lit with a warm yellow light, and a girl wearing a black military cotton long t-shirt was walking back and forth in the corridor. When she heard the sound of the door opening, she turned around abruptly. Her flawless skin was like a translucent lychee jelly under the light. There was a hint of pink in her fair skin, and there was moisture in her luster. The long black t-shirt was loosely draped over her body. He could vaguely see her shapely breasts, her slender waist, and her long, snow-white legs. It made his throat tighten. She stood in the middle of the corridor and stared at him in a daze. The expression on her face was a mixture of sadness and joy. She was like a traveler who had traveled for thousands of years and finally found a ferry across the river. She was so beautiful that she didn't seem real. It seemed like she could fly away with the wind at any moment. She couldn't have really jumped off the building, could she? It couldn't be her soul, could it? At that moment, Hua Xiaoheng, who had never believed in ghosts or gods, suddenly had some strange thoughts. He felt the blood in his veins rush up, and his eardrums vibrated violently. His gaze fell on Gun Yinji and was almost glued to her. He couldn't tear his eyes away. Gun Yinji turned around and found Hua Xiaoheng, whom she had been looking for, standing at the door of her room. His gaze was glued to her. "Hua Xiao!" Gun Yinji called out to him and ran into his arms. She hung on his neck and cried like a child. Hua Xiaoheng reflexively scooped her up with one arm. Her slender body was still warm from the quilt. Hugging her in his arms, she felt strangely warm and soft. Hua Xiaoheng lowered his head and kissed her face. "Yinji? What's wrong?" Chun Lai first heard Gun Yinji call him Hua Xiao in a sweet voice. Then he heard Hua Xiaoheng call her Ninji in a gentle tone that he had never used before. The public display of affection caught Chun Lai off guard. He felt like his heart was being stabbed by a knife and pierced by thousands of arrows. Gun Yinji was fine and hadn't jumped off the building. He should be relieved that he didn't have to die. But when he turned around, he felt that his next fate was probably worse than death. Chun Lai sat on the floor woodenly. He hung up the phone and hugged his head. He began to think about where he should go to escape. Gun Yinji raised her tearful face and stood on tiptoe to kiss Hua Xiaoheng's lips. She kissed him so eagerly and actively that Hua Xiaoheng almost felt flattered. Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't be Hua Xiaoheng if he didn't take advantage of this opportunity. He closed the door behind him and used his left hand to support Gun Yinji's butt. He carried her into his bedroom and placed her on the bed. Gun Yinji held on to him tightly and wouldn't let him go. Hua Xiaoheng kissed her deeply over and over again and mumbled, "Little darling, don't rush." I'll give it to you right away. Gunyinji's heart trembled. It was as if something in her mind had broken through the floodgates of her memories. But Hua Xiaoheng's kiss had already shifted positions. Not long after, she lost her soul and quickly died a little. She panted heavily and rubbed Hua Xiaoheng's injured arm with one hand. She murmured, "Let me do it." Hua Xiaoheng couldn't have asked for more. He turned over to lie on the bed and helped Gunyinji sit on top of him. After it was over, Gunyinji couldn't even straighten her back. She lay on Hua Xiaoheng's body like a puddle of spring water. Hua Xiaoheng was in a rare state of complete emptiness. He had always been forceful and domineering when it came to these kinds of things. Occasionally, he would let Gunyinji take the initiative, but there had never been a time when he felt as good as this time. It was so good that he completely understood what it meant to have tendons and bones ripple. He was enveloped from head to toe by the lingering aftertaste of the explosion. He thought that even if he didn't taste flesh for 3 months, he would still have endless aftertastes. Gunyinji leaned into Hua Xiaoheng's arms and gently stroked his injured arm. She asked in a hoarse voice, "Did I hurt your arm just now?" Hua Xiaoheng returned to his senses and lowered his head to kiss her forehead. No. He wrapped his left arm around Gunyinji's waist and raised his right arm. He pursed his lips and asked, even though he already knew the answer, "What's wrong? Why were you crying just now?" Not only was she crying, but she was also extremely passionate and proactive. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help but kiss her cheek again when he thought about the intimacy just now. Gunyinji rubbed against his chest and drew circles with her finger on his chest. She murmured, "Hua Xiao, you can even accept that kind of thing. How can I give up on you?" "What thing?" Hua Xiaoheng looked down at her with a complicated expression. He quietly sat up on the bed and pulled the blanket up to cover the two of them. Gunyinji looked up at him and said sincerely, "I know everything. After I was infected with H3 at Feng Yishi's house, did I have sex with someone else to get rid of the drug?" Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. "You ignored me at the time. I thought you didn't like me. I was so sad." Gunyinji rubbed against Hua Xiaoheng's body and found a comfortable position to lie down. Her face was full of happiness. Gunyinji felt that although she had experienced that kind of thing, Hua Xiaoheng also had a knot in his heart. He struggled and gave up, but in the end, he still ended up with her. This meant that he truly loved her. Hua Xiaoheng hugged Gunyinji and was speechless as he listened to her imagine his behavior. Since she knew he loved her so much, how could he let another man touch her? Women's logic was really strange. Who told you that? Hua Xiaoheng rubbed Gunyinji's waist with his left hand and deliberately teased her. "How come I didn't know you had sex with another man?" "You didn't know?" Gunyinji was shocked. She propped herself up from Hua Xiaoheng's chest and said sharply and directly, "If you didn't know, why did you hide from me for the past 6 months?" Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. It was the second watch. Chapter 966. Gunyinji stared at Hua Xiaoheng, her dark eyes so dark she couldn't see the bottom. Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips and muttered to himself as he looked at her for a while. His left hand moved up and pressed her head against his chest. He avoided the topic. "It's all in the past. I knew you knew." Gunyinji couldn't help laughing. She was very proud of her deduction. Leaning against his chest, she heard his heart beat a little faster than before for a moment, but it quickly returned to normal. She hugged Hua Xiaoheng's neck and lay there quietly for a while. She whispered, "Do you still care about it now?" Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. He didn't answer. His left hand caressed Gunyinji's hair. "Do you still care?" Gunyinji didn't want to let go of the question. Hua Xiaoheng closed his eyes and said calmly, "Isn't it all in the past? As long as you don't think about it, it won't bother you." "How can I not think about it?" Gunyinji frowned. "That was my virginity. My first time. I wanted to give it to you." Gunyinji's voice became softer and softer until it was inaudible. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help smiling. He lifted Gunyinji higher in his arms and began kissing her carefully. "I'll take it as you giving it to me." Hua Xiaoheng kissed Gunyinji until she was panting. He finally let go of her and pressed his face against hers. He rested his chin on her shoulder. You didn't realize it was your first time anyway, so it doesn't count. Gun Yinji was speechless. She blinked, and the feeling that something was wrong intensified. She had long discovered that Xiaoheng had a habit of using his actions to divert her attention when he didn't want to tell the truth. For example, he would kiss her until she lost her sense of direction or make her unable to get out of bed. How can it not count? I can't lie to myself. Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat. She struggled out of Xiaoheng's arms and held onto his broad shoulders. She said seriously, giving your first time to someone else is giving it to someone else. Xiao, you can't lie to yourself. If you still can't accept it, I understand. Xiaoheng felt uncomfortable when he heard that. He held Gun Yinji's waist and wanted to pull her closer so he could kiss her until she couldn't speak. However, this time, Gun Yinji used more strength to resist him. Xiaoheng didn't want to hurt Gun Yinji, so he let go of her and said dryly, "It'll be dawn in a few hours. Go to sleep first. I have to go wash up. I can't sleep like this." Gun Yinji pushed him away and got out of bed to shower. Looking at herself in the bathroom mirror, Gun Yinji touched her face. There were some vague things in her mind that surfaced from time to time. She replayed the events from beginning to end, but her memory was too fragmented. The last thing she remembered was Chun Lai's nervous face as he held the phone. Phone! Gun Yinji blinked. Chun Lai was on the phone. Before she lost consciousness, Chun Lai was on the phone. She could still remember Chun Lai's expression. Other than nervousness, there was also eagerness, respect, and a hint of awe. This expression was definitely not someone who was calling someone with a lower position than him. He was calling someone with a higher position than him. At that time, who would Chun Lai have called who held a higher position than him? The answer seemed to be on the verge of being revealed. So Chun Lai had asked for Xiaoheng's permission to find a man to sleep with Gun Yinji? Gun Yinji came out of the bathroom with a stomach full of questions and returned to bed. Xiaoheng had already closed his eyes and seemed to be asleep. Gun Yinji reached out and used her hand to trace the bridge of his handsome nose all the way down to his lips. Xiaoheng held her hand. Don't mess around. Go to sleep. Gun Yinji lay on the pillow next to him. Her dark eyes seemed to glow in the dark. Xiao, you know who slept with me, don't you? Xiaoheng's long eyelashes fluttered. Luckily, Gun Yinji had her head down, so she couldn't see such a small movement. Xiaoheng didn't say anything. He turned to pull Gun Yinji into his arms and made a gesture that said, I'm very sleepy. I want to sleep. Gun Yinji wasn't going to let him go so easily. Xiao, you found a man for me, didn't you? If Chun Lai had called Xiaoheng, then the person must have been Xiaoheng's choice. Gun Yinji didn't think that Xiaoheng, who had such a strong desire for control, would let an unreliable national miracle doctor like Chun Lai find a man for her. When she found out that Chun Lai had said that she had actually slept with a man to get the antidote, she had thought that Chun Lai had found a man for her. She had thought that Xiaoheng had been out of town on a mission and Chun Lai hadn't been able to contact him. So she had assumed that Chun Lai had found a man for her. But in her memory, just now, she remembered that Chun Lai had been calling someone at the last moment before she lost consciousness. Chun Lai called you. You knew about it, didn't you? That was the only reason that could explain Xiaoheng's awkwardness after that, right? Or was there another reason? Gun Yinji's habit of being a lawyer emerged again. Xiaoheng's breathing was even, and he seemed to have fallen asleep. Gun Yinji used her hand to check his breathing. She couldn't tell if he was asleep or not, so she turned over and lay flat next to him. She whispered, Who did it with me? Xiao, can you tell me? She didn't actually expect Xiaoheng to answer, since he was already asleep. But Xiaoheng opened his eyes at that moment, and his voice was full of displeasure. What are you going to do if you know? Gun Yinji looked down. I want to know who he is, what his name is, where he works, and what his status is. He should also be a soldier, right? He doesn't have a girlfriend or a wife, right? Whether it was Chun Lai or the man Xiaoheng found for her, they definitely wouldn't find a man with a girlfriend or even a wife to take her virginity, right? Yeah, he doesn't so. Xiaoheng's tone was calm. If she had ignored his tightly clenched right hand, Gun Yinji wouldn't have noticed anything strange. Unfortunately, because Hua Xiaoheng's arm was injured, she was very worried that she would hurt his arm, so she paid attention to the condition of his right arm. Hua Xiaoheng's subtle movement didn't escape Gun Yinji's eyes. So I want to thank him. Gun Yinji sat up on the bed. Why don't you tell me his name and where he is? I want to thank him. After all, he saved my life. He doesn't need you to thank him. Stop thinking about it and go to sleep. Hua Xiaoheng turned his back to Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji lay down and pressed her face against Hua Xiaoheng's broad back. She smiled. How do you know he doesn't need me to thank him? This kind of thing is also an unforgettable memory for a man, right? He doesn't remember it, don't worry. Hua Xiaoheng interrupted her idle thoughts. Chun Lai has medicine that can make him unconscious. There's such a medicine? Gun Yinji raised her long brows. But I think I remember it. What should I do? Do I have to ask Chun Lai for medicine too? Hua Xiaoheng's chest tightened, and his heart began to beat uncontrollably. You remember? How much? Hua Xiaoheng sat up from the bed and turned on the bedside lamp. He flipped through the bedside table and remembered that this wasn't his bedroom in the official residence. There were no cigarettes here. Gun Yinji's heart was also beating wildly, but she tried her best to remain calm. She smiled and said, Then how much does Hua Xiao want me to remember? Hua Xiaoheng turned to look at her, then quickly looked away. This has nothing to do with me. How much you can remember is up to you. He thought of Gun Yinji's special constitution and felt a trace of uncertainty. What if she really remembered it? What should he do? Oh, I really shouldn't have remembered. Why does my memory have to be so good? Gun Yinji used a very annoying and coy tone to say, His technique is really good. I heard that the first time is very painful, but he is so memorable. Hua Xiaoheng pulled her over roughly and pressed her under his body. He kissed her fiercely. I think you don't want to sleep. Hua Xiao, don't be like this. I just want to thank him. I don't even know what he looks like. The person Hua Xiao found for me shouldn't be bad, right? You know I'm a fan of looks and voices. Gun Yinji kept talking to provoke Hua Xiaoheng. No matter who that person is, I'll be grateful to him. I'll be grateful to him for the rest of my life. Hua Xiaoheng tried to use one hand to hold her in place. He panted and said, As long as you're obedient for the rest of your life, you'll be grateful to him. Gun Yinji suddenly understood. Lying on her back, she suddenly kicked upwards. Taking advantage of Hua Xiaoheng's quick evasion, she rolled out from under him. Her face was suddenly livid. It's you. The man Chun Lai said would sleep with me and be my antidote was you, wasn't it? This was the first watch. It was the third watch. The monthly ticket was 2,700 plus watch at 1 p.m. The third watch at 7 p.m. Chapter 967. Hua Xiaoheng propped himself up on the bed and knelt on one leg. He looked up at Gun Yinji with a dark expression and did not directly answer her question. He said calmly, If you kicked any faster, you'd be the one suffering. His left hand covered his lower body, which was still ready to strike. He panted slightly, and there were fine beads of sweat on his forehead. Gun Yinji quickly glanced at him. She couldn't remember if she had kicked him or not, so she said stubbornly, If I had been any faster, you would have been crippled. Why would I be the one suffering? If I'm crippled, who are you sleeping with? Hua Xiaoheng took a deep breath to calm himself down. Turning around, he pulled on his pajama pants and said in a low voice, Isn't it tough being a widow for the rest of my life? Humph, you're crippled. It's your turn to be a widow. Why should I be a widow? I'll be so happy to find another one. Gun Yinji's face flushed with anger at Hua Xiaoheng's attitude. She trembled all over and even began to speak incoherently. Hua Xiaoheng chuckled and got off the bed without saying anything. He thought that he probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. If he had known earlier, he would have brought a pack of cigarettes. You don't believe me? Gun Yinji frowned as she picked up the black cotton military t-shirt that Hua Xiaoheng had crumpled into a pickle and put it on. She got out of bed as well. You still haven't answered me. Is it you? Is that important? Hua Xiaoheng put one hand in the pocket of his pajama pants and looked at her calmly. Your life was in danger at that time. Besides, it was just sex. Gun Yinji raised her eyebrows and said stiffly, Fine, you saved my life. I thank you. Is this how you treat your savior? Xiaoheng leaned forward slightly and said with interest, You make it sound like you're going to kill me. Gun Yinji pursed her lips. Anyway, I thank you. However, Xiao, if we're just normal friends, I won't have any complaints about what you've done. In fact, I'll be eternally grateful to you. You can hide it from me or tell me. I won't object. But we're not ordinary friends. We used to be lovers. How could you do such a thing and then walk away and avoid me? And then he kept it a secret from me. This is called cheating. I hate being cheated the most. Xiaoheng lowered his head and said dryly, When I did it with you, we were just normal friends. So, Gun Yinji, speaking of which, the feeling of lifting a rock and smashing one's own foot was really unpleasant. However, she quickly regained her composure and took a step forward. Ordinary friends? Who are you trying to fool? If it was another woman who was under the influence of this aphrodisiac, would you sleep with her? Really? Hua Xiaoheng looked at Gun Yinji's big eyes, which were filled with anger and looked extremely lively. He couldn't say a single word, yes. Why aren't you talking? Gun Yinji took another step forward. Can you? Hua Xiaoheng sighed. If he said yes, not only would he be lying to Gun Yinji, but he would also be lying to himself. But if she said no, Gun Yinji's tail would be even more cocky. This girl was getting more and more arrogant, so he could only stay silent and look away. I just don't understand. Why didn't you tell me? Gun Yinji became aggrieved as she spoke. It's not like you don't know how I feel about you. She was like a blank piece of paper in front of him. She trusted him unconditionally, relied on him, and treated him as her faith. However, she suddenly realized that her faith had lied to her. This feeling was unbearable. Gun Yinji could only feel her anger level rising. That day in Germany, when she saw the video of Hua Xiaoheng and Tan Geiren getting off the plane together, it destroyed her feelings for him. Now that she discovered that he was hiding the past from her, it almost destroyed all her trust in him. Gun Yinji stared at Hua Xiaoheng, hoping that he would say something and say that he only slept with her because of her. However, Hua Xiaoheng still didn't say a word. He didn't even look at her. He leaned against the windowsill and stretched his long legs. His right hand was bent in front of his chest, and his left hand was in his trouser pocket. His face was slightly tilted, and only the perfect outline of his profile could be seen. Time passed by, and Gun Yinji's legs were stiff from waiting. Hua Xiaoheng straightened up from the windowsill. Stop fooling around. Go to sleep. He walked past Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji was very unwilling and reached out to grab his left hand. However, Hua Xiaoheng's left hand was extremely agile. In the blink of an eye, he exchanged a few blows with Gun Yinji and quickly pinned her arm behind her back. You don't want to sleep. Do you want me to tie you up and take you to sleep? Hua Xiaoheng had taught Gun Yinji the little grappling technique, and she practiced it often. Normal people couldn't beat her. However, Hua Xiaoheng was certainly not a normal person. However, it was truly unusual for his left hand to be so agile when his right arm was injured. You're left-handed. Gun Yinji suddenly understood and turned to glare at Hua Xiaoheng. Fine, fine, fine. You treat me like a fool. If you want to hide it, then hide it. If you want to lie to me, then lie to me. Hua Xiaoheng froze and felt a headache coming on. This girl was really smart. She was this smart. Gun Yinji really felt like a fool at that moment. She was worried that Hua Xiaoheng's right hand was inconvenient, so she fed him and helped him bathe. In his eyes, she was a complete fool, wasn't she? Gun Yinji's eyes reddened. She was disheartened and didn't want to make a scene anymore. Let go of me, Major General Hua. Gun Yinji stopped struggling and looked forward. You're good and capable. I'm only fit to be played around by you. Please have mercy and let me go. I'm really tired. Hua Xiaoheng let go of her hand and turned her around by her shoulders. You're crying? Hua Xiaoheng tilted his head to look at her. Is that worth crying? It would have been better if Hua Xiaoheng hadn't said it. As soon as he said it, Gun Yinji felt even more wronged. Tears streamed down her face. She didn't say anything again and only cried silently. She looked so lovely and pitiful. Hua Xiaoheng knew that the self-control he was so proud of had never been successful with Gun Yinji. He pulled her into his arms and wiped her tears. You already know the reason. Why are you still asking me? I don't know. I'm a fool. I don't know anything. Gun Yinji paused and continued to turn her head. I once thought about avoiding you. Hua Xiaoheng held Gun Yinji's hand, but I didn't succeed. Even if you try to avoid me now, you won't succeed. We were meant to be together. Gun Yinji pouted. Then after you had sex with me, you didn't see me for half a year. Were you still struggling? Speak properly. Well, have I ever struggled? Hua Xiaoheng frowned unhappily. You didn't? Why didn't you see me for half a year if you didn't? Gun Yinji pouted. You don't know how hard it was for me. I'm sorry. Hua Xiaoheng pulled her into his arms. You were underage at the time. I was afraid I would make a mistake. The first time he did it with her, it was to save her life. So even if she was underage, it wasn't wrong. But after that, Hua Xiaoheng was worried that he would crave the taste, so he could only force himself not to see her. Gun Yinji was taken aback. She hadn't considered the underage part at all. Now that she thought about it carefully, when she was infected with H3 of 7, she was not even 18 years old. It was the second watch, and the monthly ticket for 2,700 plus watch arrived. It was the third watch at 7 p.m. Chapter 968. But so what if she was underage? What he had done was what he had done. What's more, he had Chunlai issue a military order. Gun Yinji didn't have to look to know what was written on the military order. At that time, he was worried that others would find out, right? After all, he was still her guardian at that time, and she was indeed underage. Gun Yinji also knew that if Hua Xiaoheng's political enemies found out about this, Hua Xiaoheng would really be done for. But she still felt a little sad. Struggling out of Hua Xiaoheng's embrace, Gun Yinji lowered her head and turned to leave. Where are you going? Hua Xiaoheng grabbed her arm. It's so late. Sleep here. He was actually worried that Gun Yinji would take things too hard and do something stupid. After all, Chunlai's call had left a psychological scar on Hua Xiaoheng. No, I'm going back to my room to sleep. Gun Yinji shook her head stubbornly. Hua Xiao, you're too amazing. You can play a weak woman like me around whenever and wherever you want. I don't dare to hang around in front of you anymore. Who knows when you'll sell me off, and I'll even count the money for you. What was going on? The stone in Hua Xiaoheng's heart fell to the ground, and then he realized that the stone had fallen on his own feet. He helplessly followed Gun Yinji out to her bedroom. Go back. I won't do anything stupid. Gun Yinji calmly climbed into bed and pulled the blanket over herself. Hua Xiaoheng didn't hesitate. He turned around to close the door and turn off the lights. He then returned to Gun Yinji's bed and lifted the blankets to lie down. Gun Yinji pushed him. Go back to your room. If Annie sees this, how am I supposed to live? It's okay. I'll go back to my bedroom before Ms. Song comes out. Hua Xiaoheng didn't allow for an explanation. He pulled Gun Yinji into his arms. Go to sleep. I'll wake you up. Gun Yinji had been throwing a tantrum all night and doing something physically exhausting with Hua Xiaoheng. She was also exhausted. She didn't have the strength to push him anymore, so she fell into a deep sleep in his arms. Hua Xiaoheng breathed a sigh of relief when she finally stopped. Before she went to sleep, she took out her phone and saw that Chunlai had sent her a series of hanging emojis to express his sincere remorse. Hua Xiaoheng put down his phone and didn't reply to Chunlai. Gun Yinji seemed to have only dozed off for a moment before she saw the sun rise. As expected, Hua Xiaoheng was nowhere to be seen. She stretched herself and sat up on the bed. The room was filled with sunlight, shining through the white muslin curtains. After spacing out for a while, Gun Yinji lifted the covers and got out of bed. Just then, she heard someone knocking on the door. Song Jinning's voice came from the door. Gun Yinji quickly went to open the door. Good morning, Andy. Song Jinning was wearing a lake green cashmere cardigan and white wool pants. She looked at her with a refreshing smile. Breakfast is ready. You and Xiaoheng can go eat. I'm leaving. Gun Yinji pulled Song Jinning in surprise. Auntie, where are you going? Are you going to give New Year's greetings? I'm not giving New Year's greetings. Song Jinning patted her shoulder. I'm going to the lab. After running a few programs last night, I had a new idea. She took out Hua Guanyuan's phone and shook it in front of Gun Yinji. And this one, it's also waiting for me to decrypt it. Gun Yinji watched enviously as Song Jinning left in a hurry, disappearing down the hallway stairs. After washing up, Gun Yinji went downstairs to the dining room. She found Hua Xiaoheng already sitting at the dining table, flipping through a newspaper. Seeing Gun Yinji come in, Hua Xiaoheng folded the newspaper and placed it on the small table behind him. Eat breakfast. I went out to buy it. This beef buns and millet porridge are your favorites. Hua Xiaoheng pushed a plate of beef buns the size of an egg to Gun Yinji. After eating, we'll go to General Ji's house to give New Year's greetings. Gun Yinji finished her breakfast in silence. When she went upstairs to change, Gun Yinji objected. I don't want to go. I don't know them well. Hua Xiaoheng, I want to go back to my own home. Hua Xiaoheng buttoned up his military uniform and said calmly, Let's go. General Ji knows we're married. Gun Yinji's face flushed again. She glared at Hua Xiaoheng angrily. How many people know about this? General Ji is the only one in the military who knows, so I have to take you to him for New Year's greetings. Hua Xiaoheng buttoned up his uniform and buckled his belt. Don't worry, no one else knows. I told General Ji, and he promised to keep a secret. Gun Yinji breathed a sigh of relief, but still asked suspiciously, You're not lying to me this time, are you? I really don't want to be played like a monkey again. Hua Xiaoheng nodded calmly. No, only General Ji and Secretary Chao know we're married. And Chun Lai and Zhou Qiyuan. These four people aren't blabbermouths. Even In Shi Xiang and Zhao Liangzi didn't know. Gun Yinji pouted. Chun Lai isn't blabbermouthed? I think I know a fake Chun Lai. Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips. Don't worry, I'll make sure he remembers this time. Gun Yinji felt very uneasy when she heard his threatening words. She hesitated and reluctantly pleaded for Chun Lai. Brother Chin didn't mean it. He's very reliable most of the time. It's not enough to be reliable most of the time. Hua Xiaoheng appeared very serious. You have to be reliable all the time. Chun Lai is obviously lacking. Gun Yinji was speechless. Forget it. She had tried her best. Thinking about how Chun Lai and Hua Xiaoheng were also hiding things from her, Gun Yinji felt a little unhappy. Hua Xiaoheng turned to persuade her again. But how long are you going to hide our marriage? Why don't you take the opportunity to bring some wedding candies? Gun Yinji almost rolled her eyes 360 times in her mind. Giving some wedding candies during the new year, and he thought she was married? Sorry, Gun Yinji, am not that cheap. Gun Yinji sat down and didn't leave. If you want to bring wedding candies, go yourself. I won't admit it anyway. I was just mentioning it. If you don't want to, then forget it. Hua Xiaoheng pulled her up. Hurry up and get changed. We're running out of time. Gun Yinji took a deep breath and walked to her room. Fortunately, she had brought a few decent clothes with her. Because it was the new year, Gun Yinji changed into a bright red cashmere sweater and wore a peacock blue seawater pearl necklace. The pearl necklace was the size of a pinky finger. It reflected the bright red cashmere sweater and complemented each other. Hua Xiaoheng was still in his military uniform. He put on a wool military coat and went out with Gun Yinji. On the first day of the new year, the military compound where General Ji lived was bustling with people. Gun Yinji followed Hua Xiaoheng into the private courtyard where General Ji lived. Before they even entered, they could hear waves of laughter coming from inside. Xiaoheng, what a coincidence. You're also here to pay New Year's greetings to General Ji. Speaker Long's voice came from behind. Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng turned around and saw Speaker Long and a few people getting out of the car. Gun Yinji was very familiar with one of them. It was Special Assistant Yang. It was the third watch. Chapter 969. Gun Yinji certainly wouldn't argue with Hua Xiaoheng when someone came to greet her. She had never made a mistake in her etiquette in front of a large crowd. Hua Xiaoheng stopped and shook hands with Speaker Long with a smile. Happy New Year, Speaker Long. You seem to have gotten a few years younger since I last saw you. The busier you are, the more energetic you are. Ha ha. Xiaoheng, you really know how to talk. The busier I am, the more energetic I am. Speaker Long laughed heartily and quickly looked at Gu Nianji, who was standing next to Hua Xiaoheng. Miss Gu, it's so good to see you. You're here to visit General Ji too? Speaker Long turned to look at Gu Nianji and reached out his hand. I was planning to talk to you after the new year and happened to run into you here today. This is really a chance encounter. Ah! Gu Nianji was a little flattered and quickly shook his hand. She smiled and said, originally, I didn't have a right to come to this place, but Hua Xiao's right arm was injured and Colonel Yin and Colonel Zhao weren't by his side, so I volunteered to be his nurse. Hua Xiaoheng didn't expect Gu Nianji to come up with such an excuse. He couldn't help but look at her, but didn't expose her. Speaker Long was shocked and looked at Hua Xiaoheng. How did your right arm get injured? Is it serious? Hua Xiaoheng had come to visit for the new year, so his right arm wasn't in a splint. It was just slightly bent and hanging by his side. If Gu Nianji didn't say anything, most people wouldn't be able to tell that Hua Xiaoheng's arm was injured. It's not serious. I was accidentally shocked during the annual inspection. Hua Xiaoheng told the truth. There was nothing to hide. Oh, that's good. Speaker Long patted his shoulder. Xiaoheng, although you're young, you still have to take care. I'll be careful. Thank you, Speaker Long. Hua Xiaoheng said politely and turned to walk side by side with Speaker Long to the steps of General Ji's courtyard. Gu Nianji naturally fell a step behind and walked with Special Assistant Yang, who was behind Speaker Long. Special Assistant Yang looked straight ahead, so Gu Nianji didn't take the initiative to greet him. Speaker Long chatted with Hua Xiaoheng for a bit. As he walked up the steps, he remembered what he wanted to tell Gu Nianji. He turned around to look at her and asked, Miss Gu, I heard that you graduated your master's degree in advance. Gu Nianji nodded quickly. You could just call me Nianji. Yes, I just graduated with a master's degree. That's ahead of schedule. That's good, that's good. Speaker Long was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. He didn't even care about Hua Xiaoheng anymore. He confided in Gu Nianji. Nianji, the Secretariat of the Senate, is currently recruiting people. You should apply, and I'll write a recommendation letter for you. With such a good seedling like you, I have to strike first to gain the upper hand. Gu Nianji didn't expect Speaker Long to think so highly of her. Oh, are you serious? Of course, why would I joke around with a little girl like you? Speaker Long refused to let go of her hand. By the way, Qingying, you know Xie Qingying, right? I heard she's your relative? Cousin Xie? I know her. Gu Nianji nodded with a smile. We even had dinner together. Ever since Gu Nianji helped Xie Qingying clear the suspicion of being of Japanese descent in court, Xie Zhao and Xie Qingying have been very nice to Gu Nianji. Moreover, they were relatives. Gu Nianji's father, Gu Xiangwen, and Xie Qingying's mother, Gu Tian, who was also Xie Zhao's wife, were biological siblings. Speaker Long quickly said, Qingying's mother is my cousin now, so it looks like we're relatives too. Gu Nianji knew this. Originally, she didn't want to be related to Speaker Long, but Speaker Long took the initiative to say it. She played along with him and said with a smile, Oh, then I'm really in a higher position. With Speaker Long as my backer in the future, won't I be able to do whatever I want? Are you born in the year of the crab? Speaker Long smiled. He thought it was very interesting to talk to Gu Nianji. No, of course I'm not born in the year of the crab. Gu Nianji smoothly held on to Speaker Long's arm as they walked up the stairs. Since you're not born in the year of the crab, how can you do whatever you want? Speaker Long laughed heartily and walked with Gu Nianji to the entrance of General Ji's house. Hua Xiaoheng fell behind. However, he didn't look unhappy. On the contrary, Hua Xiaoheng felt proud that Gu Nianji had received Speaker Long's recognition. Special Assistant Yang also fell behind and was now walking with Hua Xiaoheng. Miss Gu is so lucky. She has Hua Xiao to protect her and Speaker Long to back her up. For someone like her, the starting line is the finishing line for others, Special Assistant Yang said with emotion. He glanced at Hua Xiaoheng, but Hua Xiaoheng didn't respond. He smiled faintly and walked into the entrance. When they entered General Ji's house, They immediately saw General G sitting in the living room and chatting with the people who had arrived earlier. Everyone was in a good mood, and laughter could be heard from the other side. As soon as Speaker Long entered, he was immediately led to General G. Everyone stood up and shook hands with Speaker Long. General G greeted Speaker Long and quickly saw Gu Nianji standing next to Speaker Long. He said in surprise, "Nianji, you came with Speaker Long? Where's Xiaohong?" Gu Nianji blushed slightly but still replied gracefully, "Hua Xiao is here too." She turned to look at the entrance. "Look, I'm here now." Speaker Long smiled at General G. "I know Xiaohong is your favorite general, but you don't have to be so biased, right? You didn't even look at me when I was standing in front of you." "Ha, of course not. I was just too surprised to see Nianji come in with you," General G said as he waved at Gu Nianji. "Nianji, how did you come with Speaker Long?" Gu Nianji smiled. "I came with Hua Xiao and met Speaker Long at the door, so we walked in together." She knew that the people sitting there were all the most powerful people in the Huaxia Empire. She wasn't familiar with them, and they were only polite to her because of Hua Xiaohong. As soon as Hua Xiaohong came over, she tactfully retreated. As expected, General G and Speaker Long both began to talk to Hua Xiaohong. Everyone sat down on the sofa in the living room and began to talk about their national affairs. Gu Nianji walked alone to a small sitting room attached to the living room. It wasn't a big place, only about 10 square meters. The bay window was covered with soft cushions and a pillow with a panda design. Gu Nianji's own pillow was in the shape of a small panda, so it looked very familiar. There were already people sitting together in twos and threes. Whether it was the long sofa or the single sofa, they were all occupied. They all looked like the attendants of the big shots in the living room. Gu Nianji greeted them and naturally sat on the bay windowsill. She was lost in thought as she looked at the winter scenery outside. Outside the window was General G's flower garden. There were 2 winter plum trees in the winter garden, blooming brilliantly and fragrant. A middle-aged woman who looked like a servant walked over with a tea tray. She smiled at Gu Nianji. "Miss Gu, this is crystal winter plum cake and meat floss egg rolls. Please try them. Would you like tea or coffee?" Gu Nianji thought about it. "What kind of coffee do you have?" "Latte, cappuccino, black coffee, all of them, and milk tea." "Oh, milk tea, then." Gu Nianji thought it would be delicious with the crystal winter plum cake. Soon after, the milk tea was brought in. Gu Nianji sat cross-legged on the bay windowsill. There were 2 plates of pastries and a cup of steaming milk tea on the tea tray in front of her. Gu Nianji held the milk tea in her palm and took a deep breath. Smelling the unique fragrance of the milk tea, she looked intoxicated. Although Hua Xiaohong was sitting far away in the living room, at least half of his attention was on Gu Nianji. Seeing her happily sitting cross-legged on the bay windowsill in the small living room with pastries in front of her and milk tea in her hand, he finally relaxed. He shifted his gaze back to General G and Speaker Long to focus on their conversation. The big shots were also using this opportunity to have a meeting. The entire living room of General G's house was under strict surveillance. Special Assistant Yang didn't have the right to participate in this kind of emergency meeting. Therefore, he was also led to the living room where the attendants were. He smiled and said, "Special Assistant Yang, please take a seat. I'll bring you some pastries." Special Assistant Yang waved his hand. "No need, just give me a cup of coffee. Latte, no sugar." "Okay." After the servant left, Special Assistant Yang came to Gu Nianji and bowed slightly. "Miss Gu, we meet again." Gu Nianji nodded with a smile. "Special Assistant Yang, we met outside just now." At the time, Special Assistant Yang pretended she didn't exist. Gu Nianji only noticed Special Assistant Yang's gaze when Speaker Long pulled her aside to talk. "Ha, Miss Gu is so funny." Special Assistant Yang sat cross-legged across from her and nodded with a smile. "Miss Gu is so lucky. You had the protection of a professor in school and graduated early. As soon as you graduated, the job automatically came to you. It seems that you also received a lot of resources from Major General Hua. This is like having a big tree to lean on. Haha." This was the first update. Today was Monday, so everyone had to vote for her. Chapter 970. Gun Yinji's eyebrows twitched, but her expression didn't change. She had already sensed that Special Assistant Yang didn't like her, so she didn't get angry at his words. However, although she wasn't angry, she couldn't take it lying down. It was fine that she was humiliated in front of Hua Xiaoyang, but who was Special Assistant Yang? How dare he provoke her with his words? Gun Yinji blinked and looked down to take a sip of her fragrant milk tea. She said calmly, Special Assistant Yang, you are also Speaker Long's right-hand man. How can your words be illogical? Which university did you graduate from? The quality of your teaching is worrying. Special Assistant Yang was most proud of his education. He had relied on his own ability to get into the B University Faculty of Law and climb to his current position in the Senate Secretariat. It wasn't like he didn't have any skills. How could he be called illogical by a pretty face he looked down on? Haha, I told you that we were classmates in the B University Faculty of Law. It seems like your memory isn't that good. If I'm illogical, then I'm afraid Miss Gu doesn't know how to spell the word logic. Special Assistant Yang didn't bother being polite with Gun Yinji anymore. Gun Yinji snorted and tilted her head to look at Special Assistant Yang lazily. Alumni of B University? TSK. There are all kinds of birds in a big forest. It's not surprising that the B University Faculty of Law has alumni like Special Assistant Yang. What do you mean? Special Assistant Yang's expression darkened. It's not gentlemanly to speak sarcastically. Gun Yinji put a piece of crystal winter sweet cake in her mouth and swallowed it slowly before shaking her head. Special Assistant Yang, I'm the same to you. Weren't you the one who spoke sarcastically first? I'm telling the truth. Am I also speaking sarcastically? Special Assistant Yang laughed and felt even more disdain for Gun Yinji. What did Speaker Long actually see in her? Was it because of Xia Qingying? Gun Yinji laughed. You're telling the truth? You're illogical, so how dare you say you're telling the truth? Seeing that Special Assistant Yang was about to defend himself again, Gun Yinji didn't give him a chance to speak. She climbed down from the bay window and stood in front of Special Assistant Yang. She said condescendingly, Listen what you just said. I graduated early because of the professor's protection. As soon as I graduated, a job came knocking on my door. You didn't mention this, but we all know that it was the position that Speaker Long proposed today. One was Professor He of B University, and the other was Speaker Long of the Senate. Do you know what kind of person Professor He is? You know what kind of person Speaker Long is, right? Can Major General Hua order these two people around? Executive Assistant Yang almost bit his tongue and quickly said, Of course not. Who is Speaker Long? Bright wind and clear moon. His character was top-notch. How could he listen to someone else's orders? That's right. Gun Yinji clasped her hands together. So, Speaker Long taking a liking to me and inviting me to join his secretariat has nothing to do with Major General Hua at all. What right do you have to say that Major General Hua gave me the resources? Executive Assistant Yang's face darkened. The small living room wasn't very big, so the people sitting inside heard their conversation and looked over curiously. Also, what about Professor He? Do you know what kind of person Professor He is? I see that you're not saying anything, so I'll pretend that you don't know. Professor He is not only a distinguished professor of the B University Faculty of Law, but also a tenured professor at Harvard Law School in the United States. He is also a partner of the largest law firm in the United States. May I ask, can Major General Hua order such a person around? Professor He and Speaker Long. Do these two people act according to other people's wishes? If they aren't, then what right do you have to say that I have someone to rely on? Who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru? Gun Yinji picked up a tissue to wipe her hands and raised her voice. The people in the living room couldn't help laughing, and some even spat out the coffee in their mouths. The servants waiting at the door of the living room quickly called for people to come in and clean up. The commotion here was a little bigger, and the big shots in the small meeting in the living room all looked over one by one. Hua Xiaoheng saw Gun Yinji standing in front of Special Assistant Yang at first glance. Although Gun Yinji's back was facing them, Special Assistant Yang was facing them. From Special Assistant Yang's shocked and embarrassed expression, He knew that Gun Yinji wasn't at a disadvantage. Therefore, Hua Xiaoheng didn't say a word and took out a cigarette to toast everyone. Because they were going to smoke, the door of the small living room connected to the living room was closed. The big shots were smoking in the spacious living room and had an impromptu, small meeting. Gun Yinji saw that the door to the living room was closed, so she wasn't worried about being overheard by the people in the living room. She said even more arrogantly, "So, Special Assistant Yang, do you think you're illogical? Also, is it because you're not good enough and got into the secretariat through the back door that you're trying to figure out other people? But just because you like to use your connections to get in through the back door doesn't mean others will. Professor, he has the final say on when I can graduate. Whether or not I can get into the secretariat in the future is up to Speaker Long. You don't have to worry about that." After Gunyinji finished speaking, she left the bay window sill and found a seat by the door to sit down. She calmly took out her phone and began playing games. Special Assistant Yang was furious, but seeing that there were so many people around, he couldn't really argue with Gunyinji. He looked at her for a while with a sullen expression and didn't follow her. He also took out his phone to see if there were any important emails. Not long after, he received a text from Kai Xingnan. "Miss Kai, Special Assistant Yang, are you at General Ji's house?" Special Assistant Yang immediately replied, "Here." The two of them casually chatted for a while. "Miss Kai, who else went?" "Unfortunately, I didn't have the chance to visit General Ji for the new year. My uncle and aunt didn't go, so I couldn't go. I envy you." Special Assistant Yang, "Miss Kai, you're too kind. To me, it's like work. Speaker Long's New Year's visit is also work." Miss Kai, "Yes, it's all work. By the way, I heard that Major General Hua also went. Is that right? Is he there too?" Special Assistant Yang saw this and quickly looked up at Gun Yinji, who was sitting by the door, then sent a message to Kai Shengnan. "Special Assistant Yang, Hua Xiao is here, and he brought Gun Yinji with him." Kai Shengnan saw this message and seemed to be stunned for a while. She didn't reply for a few minutes. Special Assistant Yang curled one side of his lips and smiled. These two people were both his competitors. Just when Special Assistant Yang thought that Kai Shengnan wouldn't reply to him, Kai Shengnan replied to his message. "Miss Kai, really? That's interesting. I heard that they broke up. Is this information not accurate?" Special Assistant Yang, "Miss Kai, your information is very accurate. They did break up. Today, Gunyinji followed Major General Hua to visit General Ji for the new year as his nurse. Major General Hua was injured. Kai Shengnan was even more worried. She stopped texting and called Special Assistant Yang directly. "Special Assistant Yang, what did you say?" "Major General Hua was injured? Where was he injured? Is it serious?" Special Assistant Yang looked at Gunyinji with a smile. "It seems to be an arm. It shouldn't be serious." Gunyinji was immersed in her game and didn't know about Special Assistant Yang's little trick at all. If it's not serious, then why is Gunyinji accompanying him as a nurse? Why is this person like this? What is he thinking? Besides, doesn't Major General Hua have a personal secretary? Why is she going out with him? Kai Shengnan expressed her confusion. Special Assistant Yang couldn't agree more. He shook his head and said, "Major General Hua's personal secretary didn't even come today. Miss Kai, do you think everyone is like you and relies on their own abilities to make a living? Besides, she's an orphan and her father died young. Only a fool wouldn't suck up to Major General Hua." It was the second watch. Today was Monday, so everyone had a vote for her. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.